Hello.
Hello. What pizzas did you get?
Pepperoni, sausage, and bacon.
And you got your Bud Light.
I think a normal American had Bud Light, but nah, I'm stationed in Korea, and I'm drinking some kind of import Japanese vodka mix.
Oh, you miss your Bud Lights.
I don't actually drink Bud Light, but
Yeah, I know. Just
I miss America. That is true.
yeah, America don't exist anymore.
Oh,
Sadly.
America's gay.
Oh my God, what are you doing
Okay.
here, you Welsh prick?
Shut up, you English twat.
Did you get fucking banned again?
Yeah. I just quit. I had a fucking meltdown and just quit everything.
Oh my God.
A twat and a prick. Does that make? But what happens now?
Now we fight.
Oh, I thought you make babies.
No.
Where'd you get banned from?
Life, he just spurged out and quit everything.
Oh, I'm gonna quit everything here soon.
What's that stupid drawing they keep going on about? I don't understand it. What is he trying to say?
Oh, with the please tell me if you can hear my chewing. I won't cue the mic or key the mic.
I do not get what he's trying to say. How are those 180 degrees? A
So-
looks about 100 and B
So
looks
if-
about 70.
Yeah, so if you have two lines that are parallel and a line intersects them, if you measure the angle between the intersecting line and the two parallel lines, those two angles, like the angle at A and then the B angle, they always add up to 180. So the A line, like you said, looks like it's about 100. Well, that necessarily means the B angle, since the A is 100, which is 90 plus 10, the B angle is 90 minus 10. So the B angle would be 80.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Well, okay, look at it like this. If I look down at you 5 degrees, what angle are you looking up at me?
If you're looking down at 80 degrees.
Oh, sorry. So if I got like a theodolite and I measured my horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Like at eye level, that horizontal would be 90 degrees from my vertical.
Right.
So that the A line, like the line that goes up, that's the zenith, like directly above you.
Right.
And the line in between the two represents sort of a line of sight between both points. So if you imagine me standing on a mountain or wherever, and I look up and I look forward, there's 90 degrees between my up and my forward, my horizontal. So if you're standing on like the top of a hill looking down at me 5 degrees from your horizontal, then necessarily I have to look up from my horizontal 5 degrees. So in this image, the B angle would be me looking up at you, and the A angle is you looking down at me.
Yeah, but aren't they just slope in elevation?
1 second.
I mean, that doesn't tell us much.
Well, what it tells us is since we can add the two observer angles between the two observers looking up and looking at each other, since they must add up to 180, then if Earth is flat, both of our ups are parallel, like in the image, and they always add up to 180. But If Earth is not flat, then both of our ups are not parallel and they slightly point away from each other. Because they slightly point away from each other, the internal angles at A and B are slightly bigger. So when you add the two together, you get more than 180.
So you're saying that you need a greater than 90 degrees in order to have curvature?
Well, when you add the two angles, they have to be greater than 180. And that would mean curvature. But it's effectively, yeah, if each was greater than 90,
But
sure.
if the majority of the angles are 90 degrees and you add those up, that's the thing. It's like, where are all these, greater than 90 degrees? That's the thing.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I forget now. Yeah, we'd sort of been over this, and you're asking for lots and lots of observations to pit
Yeah, you need another 39,990.
That would be
on that.
nice. I don't think so, though.
But that's the thing, like, just do a line, right? Theodolites are accurate up to about 2 kilometers, right, or something, because obviously atmos and other factors are going to mess with optics, right? So they're very short distances, right? But surely you can put enough of those together to figure this out.
You could. You can do the video I think I linked to you last time. The guy was only like 1,300 feet apart. But the other thing to note is that there is no limitation to the distance you can measure angles with the theodolite. Like when you read that distance limitation, or people talk about it, because what they're referencing is some specs talk about limitations for distance either with a laser, and the laser is giving a return for distance, or the ability to determine.
How do you know the
Go ahead.
horizontal is the thing that's moving rather than the plumb? Because if you measure 91 or 92, because the maximum I saw was 91, right?
Mhm.
In the things that you posted last time. So how do you know that's not slope? Well, which bit is moving? Is that the horizontal bit that's moving, or is that the vertical bit that's moving? And how do you distinguish between the two?
Well, the vertical is never going to move.
So if you've got 2 points, how do you know those verticals are not parallel?
Well, that's where you measure an angle. You look at the. So I set up my device. I set up another device, 2,000 feet away, and I point each device's crosshairs at the others, like the literal optic, like the point where that imaginary L shape would be in the two lines, and you measure the two angles and you add them together.
So what do you think of the surveys that did a geodetic survey between Torres and Natal, which is about 3,000 kilometers, and they had total stations, they had theodolites, and they had GPS, where they basically marked and mapped the bottom of the buildings where it's the same elevation above sea, and then they also went to the top, and then they marked the tops of the buildings. Now, in your understanding, if there'd been curvature at that distance, the tops of the buildings would have been leaning away by 30 degrees ish, right? 69.7 miles for every 1 degree, something like this. So when they did the measurements using total stations, using GPS and things, they found that they were perpendicular, they were parallel, equidistant. The top and the bottom of these two buildings were parallel, equidistant. So that's a very long distance to not have any slope or hump, right?
Yeah, I remember the video. I still Those guys are. I don't know what their game is, but they're trying to mess with people. Number one, I think you should be wary of that.
Yeah, but they had the equipment. They weren't playing around. This stuff is not cheap, right? This is like $10,000 worth of equipment. So these weren't like fakers or anything like that. They had equipment. They went out there, they used the equipment, and that's what it showed.
The thing is, they didn't do what we're talking about. They didn't point the theodolites at each other, obviously, because being 3,000 kilometers apart, they're not going to be able to see each other.
No, it wasn't about that. It was about measuring from the bottoms to the tops of the building. So they took the measurement from the bottom of the building, and they took the measurement at the top of the building. And the measurement from the top of the building over that distance should have been greater than the bottoms. Agreed?
It would be if they measured directly, but all they did was take GPS coordinates. And GPS coordinates are the same regardless of elevation.
I don't know. I think getting all these 90 degrees is interesting. Because I'm not seeing these greater than. I think you'd have to have more that were greater than 90 degrees. And 91, does that even tie into the 8 inches per mile squared?
Mm-hmm.
So if it only has to be 91 degrees, then it means that pretty much every theodolite measurement should show at least 91 degrees, if that's what it ties into, right?
No, I mean not 91 exactly. It's like 90 and some arc seconds.
Yeah, because you're only using 2 kilometers, which would be.
I don't know. Is there any other topics curious about? Because I know that we sort of beat this one up.
No, is there anything you can think of?
We could do the opposite, where you establish a horizontal by using a theodolite, and then look to see if things in the distance drop below it, which would happen on a globe, but it wouldn't drop if it was at the same elevation if it was flat. There's lots of videos of that.
You'd have to establish that they were at the same elevation first, wouldn't you?
You would. And so most of these are done over water, like fairly calm water. Or using, so for instance, like one guy would be on the shore, 10 feet above the shore, looking at a lighthouse that's, I don't know, 10 miles away. And we know the lighthouse is 75 feet high. And if his horizontal is above the lighthouse, we know something's wrong.
But are there any other options?
What do you mean? I mean, there can be refraction, but that's why you take lots of measurements to see how crazy it is and what's the norm.
Yeah, there's lensing, angular size, Rayleigh criterion. Lots of spoopy things. Your eyes are balls as well, so they see conically. Oof.
I don't think that would make things at your eye level drop from eye level. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're looking down like a brick wall and you're 6 foot tall and the wall is 6 foot tall and the ground is perfectly literally flat, you should be able to look down the length of it and it would stay at eye level. That when we get situations like that over water, stuff that's is at the same height as you always starts to drop into the distance. I'm curious what brought you to this topic, to flat Earth.
Oh, I look into everything. I know
there-
governments lie,
Yeah, no, I agree.
so it's always best to investigate and to listen to all sides, weigh up the evidence, and just try to piece it together with everything else. Because most people get tricked by compartmentalization. The problem is that you get people defending things from willful ignorance. They're not intelligent enough, to entertain ideas without agreeing to them. So they fall into this trap of defending their narrative, their bubble. They don't know it's true, it's just what they know. And then their ego, their biases, their belief comes into play, and then that anchors them to that position, which is exactly what the agenda want.
Well, I agree.
It keeps them from leveling up informationally, because ultimately it's about information, and if you don't have it, what are you using to think with? So it's just, the more information you can gather on all sides, you don't select which is right and which is wrong based on your own kind of favoritism. I think you give everybody a platform and see what they have to say, honestly. I think
Sure.
Everybody's kind of got a piece of the puzzle. So the more people you can give a platform to actually hear out, the more pieces of the puzzle that you're going to collect, and then you'll have the macro understanding. Because ultimately, like, these things are interesting, and there's obviously more that needs to be done, but it's what it ties into, these other things.
So what's
And that,
compelling about what are some of the compelling FE positions that you like?
well, just as I say, with some of the observational stuff, once you are given the options of lensing, angular size, things like that, it's like, these things can, disappear bottom up across a horizontal level place. So when people are adamant it can only be this, it's like, no, it can also be that. But and that's the thing, it's about being open to, like, say, yeah, it could be this, but it could also be that. Both are equally valid.
Well, I think it's interesting that many flat Earth arguments center on, well, I can see too far because it's flat, right? Because it's not obstructing, which seems in contradiction to your idea that flat Earth could obstruct.
Well, again, we're talking about bottom-up obstructions at distance, but again, if you take the model, and again, you're the globies are very locked into that mathematical model, right? They can't, on the one hand, say it's too small and then say it's too large. That's speaking out of both sides of your mouth. So if you're going to give us this very specific data on radius, circumference, X, Y, Z, then those things are testable, right? You've given us a very precise measurement, or whatever it is, and the point is that when you look into this, the furthest you should be able to see from 6 feet at the shoreline is 3 miles or something, because the physical obstruction should block you, and that doesn't happen. So, and again, some of these observations are 60 miles, almost 100 miles from shoreline at 6 feet, and therein lies the rub. if the maximum, according to that mathematics, is 3 miles, then hold on, 30 miles, 60 miles, 100 miles. Those two things, they don't equate, so that is interesting, and trying to understand that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too. I do think though that you should consider the well, flat Earth can obstruct, but also flat Earth doesn't obstruct contradiction here. Because the only reason flat earthers say that it can obstruct is to explain when it obstructs.
Well, it obstructs at distance because that's the bottom-up obstruction.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to do with certain factors like the atmos. But you see, when you talk about the GH, you're talking about something physical, right? It has to be there in reality, in physicality. That's a different level altogether. And if it isn't there in reality, in physicality, then you got a problem. It's like, well, it is there. You just never see it. You just have to believe. It's like, no, that's not how this works.
Are you under the impression at the moment that Earth is probably flat? The atmosphere explains all obstruction, including sunsets, and the factors that you said. Also, we see much too far for a globe.
Well, I can see both arguments, but what's tripping me up with the globe idea is this lack of geometric horizon that's supposed to be there at 3 miles, and the fact that some of those distances have been 30, 60, 100. That's just like, it's not fitting together,
So, at the moment, your flat Earth model can explain any obstruction, and
that's just not true.
It fits with the long distance shots as well.
That's just not true.
No, I'm talking to what Loggers said.
You just explained it very well. Refraction explains every single obstruction with or without mirage.
I was asking Loggers, that's what he thinks.
Yeah, when you take into account these other factors, they explain it equally as well. But as I say, the problem the globe model has at the moment for me is the lack of physicality of the geometric horizon. That's a big problem, and you can't explain that with these optical phenomena because it has to be physical in reality.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, it's physical.
All the obstruction arguments are out, but I'd have to say your flat Earth is also not geometric, right? Because it wobbles up and down.
Well, yeah, there's topography.
You wouldn't be able to use.
That's not true necessarily, because the way that I put it is it's all geometric, because if you look out over, let's say, the Chesapeake Bay, and I have a limit to my observation, it appears that the water ends at a particular point visually. That has, at that moment, a geometric location. I just don't know what the distance is without having someone out there in the corridor near where I think I see the horizon. And then the next day, if I go out, I'm still looking over the same corridor. It's just that my visibility is now changed because the conditions have changed. I'm still looking over the same physical corridor. It's just that now the refraction has either brought the horizon closer to me or dropped it farther into the background. But it's still...
That's the same for my globe.
I know.
Also, that's what Loggers is saying. So he can't use any optical experiments to show Earth's flat because his horizon is going up and down like a globe, Earth horizon. And he doesn't trust optical observations anymore.
Well, that's up to him. I can't control what he does or doesn't do with, how he thinks through this. But for me, the refraction issue absolutely provides an alternative explanation to the globe's interpretation of the same.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I'm saying, if you've claimed we can't trust the horizon because it goes up and down on your model, that's going to apply to yours too.
Okay, so I don't use that term. We can't trust. I don't say that. So I don't
say that either.
Yeah, so you're fighting a
loggers. The
fighting
word
a
you used is the problem the globe model has for me at the moment. That logic follows through to any model of the Earth. If the horizon's going up and down,
Well,
you
the
can't
point
tell
is,
what's what, can you? Probably.
well, the thing is like, as I said, the globe model gives us very specific details on radius and circumference, right? And that then ties back into physicality, measurements, right?
It
They
also
have to.
claims to have huge refraction depending on the day.
Hold on a sec. Because again, you can't use refraction when you're talking about physicality. The GH has to be there,
You
and then you
brought that
can
up.
apply other things to it, right?
You brought the
So-
wobbly horizon that you can't trust up, not me.
Well, that's the apparent horizon, not the geometric one. So
You've
this
gone back to it now.
this is the problem with the geometric horizon. It has to be there in reality and physicality, and
Oh,
then
that's
you can
not
apply other things to it, like refraction or these other factors.
What
But if
about
it's
the
not there
geometric
in reality,
horizon? What about the geometric horizon on the flat Earth? Doesn't that have to be there?
well, they
Well,
don't need it because the geometric horizon is curvature. It's the zenith of the curve when you look out, the tangent point, right? So the point that I'm making is, from 6 foot, the maximum should be 3 miles because of the hump or the curve, and that's what blocks observations. But if you're able to, from 6 foot at the shoreline, not only see 10 miles, but 30, 60, and 100, well, that's a problem if the maximum should be this 3 miles because of the hump.
Not if refraction is part of the globe claim.
But again, again, you denied refraction in the earlier arguments, right?
No, I didn't.
Refraction's a flat Earth argument, not a globe Earth argument.
No,
But
it
the
was on
point
any
is,
model. You've agreed to that.
hold on a sec, Don. The refraction that you need is terrestrial refraction, which needs the radius. But to have the radius, you need the geometric horizon. It's a circular argument.
No, the refraction bends stuff up on both models. You've already said that by
Yeah,
saying.
we don't.
No, yeah,
We understand that it angles things, right? But the point is, there are different types of refraction, and the one that you would require for this observation is terrestrial, which needs the radius, but you can't have the radius without the geometric.
Did you make that term up? Terrestrial refraction.
No. That's Andrew Thomas Young.
Did he make it up?
Well, I don't know if he made it up, but he uses it in terms of this discussion.
Is he a flat earther?
No, he's a prominent PhD who's a staunch globe proponent.
Well, I don't know what terrestrial refraction means, but yeah, it's based on the Earth curve. But you've already agreed that up and down horizon changing also happens on a flat Earth.
Quick and talk about the geometric horizon for flat Earth. So it's a conflation. Like if you look up,
I mean, the non-refraction horizon on a flat Earth.
Hold on, just real quick. I just found a website called the American Meteorological Society, and I was going through their definitions on this. And they use confusing terms across the board. They say that there are 3 different horizons that we can talk about: the local horizon, the geometric horizon, and then I can't remember what the third one is. But my point is that on flat Earth we don't have 3; we have 1 because they're all the same. The one that we see.
That's just not true.
Okay, hold on. I'm giving you my take on it. Okay, so just be patient, please.
Okay, but you're ignoring when you say those 3 horizons, you completely ignore the definition of those 3 horizons and how they apply to reality.
Okay, would you like me to sit down at the computer and read you each of these, because they're going to conflate? If you listen very carefully, when he makes a distinction between 3 of them, and then he uses the same term for all 3, that removes the distinction. Okay, so then they're all the same. So I'm not speaking out one side of my mouth and then the other as well. So stop interrupting.
No, you're misunderstanding what he's saying. They're not the same. They're not the same on a flat Earth.
Okay.
Even a flat Earth horizon drops from horizontal.
It doesn't mean. Okay, listen. Okay. You didn't even let me finish what I was saying. Okay, because on a flat Earth, if I go out, like I just went out to Lake Michigan yesterday and I was taking photographs, and there was a really, really acute inferior mirage out in the distance. Okay, the inferior mirage, when it exists, the inferior mirage in my science, the way that I've looked at it, the way that I figured it out as well, is exactly the same as what Andrew Thomas Young says about the inferior mirage. This is what he says. Just please listen. The limit to the inferior mirage at sea or over large bodies of water is created by the inferior mirage. So that limit to the water that you see out in the distance, when there is an inferior mirage, that limit to the water, according to Andrew Thomas Young, isn't Earth curve, it's refraction. Okay? But when I go out and I look at that same horizon, it's created by refraction, but it's the only horizon I see, so it's also the geometric because it does have a distance from me. I just don't know what it is unless I can get someone out there
It's the
at
same for
that
the
point.
globe, though.
That's not the point. It's a hand. You guys are not paying attention to
My
the.
point is, all your logic applies to the globe, also applies to your model. So if you're saying, "Oh no, we can't be sure about that," then
I didn't say
you're
we
going to
can't.
have the same issue with your own Earth.
No. But see, the point from our perspective is not that we can't explain. What did you say? We can't what?
Can't be sure because the horizon's going up and down because of
We
light.
can't be sure about what though.
About if Earth's flat or how big it is.
But if I'm looking at it without taking into consideration the curvature, all I'm concerned about is what I do see on particular days.
If you're
Because
pre-assuming it's flat, then it's not an
no,
argument.
I'm not assuming it's no. I'm not assuming it's flat. I'm just noticing that whenever I look out over this corridor, the distance to the horizon apparently changes both in vertical dimensions and then also on the x-axis, that is the one that goes away from you toward the horizon. Both the depth and the height in this observation changes. But that just is changing over the surface of the Earth. That's just straightforward. There's no reason to appeal to curvature ever.
Yeah, well, that's not an argument for me then. That's just your belief.
Well, but that's because you're not going out making these observations. I honestly think that if you
I
guys...
have done observations.
Just let me finish what I was going to say.
Stuff doesn't disappear on flat surfaces.
What?
In my observations, nothing disappears on a flat surface.
Well, then I think you probably need to do those tests over again, or show us what you did. Show us what you did, right? I have to take your word for it, but I don't believe you because
I looked across a table at an object.
Well, that depends on what. Yeah, but see, if you don't take it far enough away from you, or if you don't lower your viewing angle, then if
Lower
you
the viewing angle right to the edge of the table, looking across it.
Okay, well then, if you're doing that, then I think that you're misinterpreting what you're saying because it's impossible for you to. If you lower
man to man, nothing disappeared from the bottom across the table.
I don't believe you. Can you show me? Do it again and show me.
You do all your experiments again and show me.
You can watch them. They're on my channel.
No,
go ahead and
all
watch
again.
everything over again.
I think you got them wrong.
I'm going to go out and get the same observations in different days and just put it back up, and you're just going to keep saying, "Oh no, you got it
I'm
wrong."
going to show you a coin across the table, not disappearing.
Do it.
You will have seen it before.
Do it.
You've seen it before.
Not from you.
Dawn, I plugged this into ChatGPT, asking it a hypothetical to do with a flat plane, and if we add in things like angular resolution and the Rayleigh criterion and atmospheric refraction, do things disappear bottom up? And it confirmed that yes, things do disappear bottom up on a hypothetical flat plane if you add in these factors of angular size.
Do you trust ChatGPT?
Well,
Yeah, but
obviously you can use it as a source because it's going to give you the official explanation.
Why don't you type in what shape is Earth?
Well, it's not about asking it what shape is Earth.
Well, you
it's going
don't
to say
trust
round,
it then, do you? You're just
because
picking and
round
choosing.
is
I'll
the
tell you why I
official
don't trust it.
explanation.
It's
But
because
what I'm saying is,
it's because
you can use this as a jumping off point, right? And then you can go and confirm it later on.
Don, I had to temporarily mute you because you were interrupting. Let's try to go one at a time, guys.
So, yeah, it's not about whether you trust it or don't trust it. You can plug this in, just use it as a foundation to then research further.
Okay, sorry, Jeremy. I don't trust ChatGPT because it thinks Jews are better than white people, so I can't trust that. Sorry.
I didn't say to trust it. I said to use it as a foundation to then build from.
I can't trust it to use it as a foundation, I'm afraid.
Well, as I say, just use angular resolution, then go and research that.
I did perspective in art college. Nothing disappears into a surface just because it's further down the surface. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, you're looking at things orthographically.
I'm
Whoops.
imagining seeing things in real life without refraction or wobbly horizons. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Forgot I was logged into VC.
Say again, Rufy?
I forgot that I was logged into VC. I've been upstairs for like 2 hours.
Hey,
At the end of the day, both flat Earth and globe Earth are physical, has physicality, has geometry, has a calculable geometric horizon, and both of them, when viewing on the surface, are subject to refraction. So holding one to a simply and strictly geometric standard, but not the other, is
well, one
So
has.
hypocrisy.
That was my point. Thank you.
Hold on a sec. That's
It's dishonest.
not because one is claiming physical hump.
no.
which is
We're
a
all
physical
claiming
thing,
physicality.
not just a refractive thing, right?
Do you claim that refraction does not happen on a flat Earth?
No, we know refraction happens.
So what's the problem?
So can it happen on a globe as well?
Yeah, but the difference is the globe model stipulates a physical curving of Earth, which means that when your eye line meets the tangent of the zenith of the curve, that position right there is the geometric horizon. This is what
So
they all talk about.
So can refraction affect that? Because it clearly affects it on a flat Earth, right? So logically, it should also.
Well, it
affect
doesn't
on the globe
exist
Earth.
on the flat plane. That's the point.
Wait. Refraction doesn't exist on a flat
I
plane?
literally
No,
just
the
asked you that.
geometric horizon doesn't exist.
Whoa. Does refraction exist on a flat plane?
Yes.
Okay. Does a flat plane have a horizon?
Yeah, it has the apparent horizon.
There you go. There you go.
Can the apparent horizon be affected by refraction? Because
At the distance, yeah,
there's a
but
follow-on question. Where does the
The
apparent
point-
horizon come from in the first place?
this is the point that I was trying to make. Firstly, you have to have the physical geometric horizon and then apply these other things to it. And that's the issue, is that the physical geometric horizon isn't found in reality
That
to be
surface
able to
is
apply
up
these
to-
things to it.
No, you don't apply refraction to the geometric horizon. It's not how
Why
it
not?
works. Because the horizon is a different location to the geometric horizon.
But without the physical geometric horizon, right? That's the problem.
I literally just said no, that's not it.
Yeah, but if you are claiming there's a geometric horizon, which you have to do for
There
curvature
is
to
one.
exist,
Right.
right? That's a physical location.
Right, but so is the apparent horizon.
Well, the apparent horizon isn't. It's an appearance of. It's not actually a real thing. It's
Yes,
more
it
to
is.
do with perspective and convergence.
No. The apparent horizon is a real location, but the light that's bouncing off it takes a curved path to your eye.
So
So it
curvature
is
again is
different.
refraction and not real.
Sorry, how do you get from that to not real? Just explain your logic slowly, please.
Well, you're saying the light is curved due to refraction and not because of
Yes.
geometry.
No,
No,
not. He
I
didn't
didn't
say
say that.
not. He said
Didn't say
affected
that.
by.
I said the path that the light takes to your eye is curved by the atmosphere.
I'd say it's angled.
Well, you'd be wrong. You're implying that it
According to
makes
you.
one bend. It makes
Can
billions of
you
interactions.
demonstrate this at all in reality without it being
Light.
Earth curve?
Right. Now, refraction, sure. Do you
No,
deny
no.
refraction?
Bending? No. I'm talking about light bending around a hill for a great distance. Can
Okay.
you demonstrate or can you show an example of that happening without
No.
it being your supposed Earth curve?
I can do better than that, Scrat. I can do it from first
Oh, really?
principles. Yeah.
Okay.
A deductive argument. Would you like that?
I just want to see an example of light bending around a curve without it being
I can
so-called
do
Earth curve.
better than that. I can make a deductive argument, which is better than an inductive argument.
A deductive. Okay, go.
Yeah. Okay, number one, does our atmosphere have a density gradient?
Yes.
Yes. Number two, does light bend in a density gradient?
Angles.
There are
Angles,
billions
yes.
of molecular interactions, and if you zoom out, it's a curve. Anyway, what was your answer, Scrap?
No, you can't demonstrate that, though. You just assume
Sorry,
it is.
No, the question was, does light bend in a density gradient? I can show you fucking hundreds of examples of that.
They don't bend, they angle.
It deviates from straight. Doesn't mean it curves.
Okay, so you're talking about
It could just angle.
You're talking about like a Snell's law sort of thing, right? You're saying it goes from one medium into another at a hard boundary and bends once. Is that what you're getting at?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
It's infinite bend. It's infinite angles making a bend.
No.
What's it?
It's billions of interactions with molecules, right? Which, when you zoom out from all those changes in direction, it's a curve. Yes.
Bends upwards.
That's what I just said.
Why do you say bends upwards? Please explain why you say bend upwards.
Well, that's what the professor said.
Which professor? You just take everyone's word for it? Aren't you a flat earther?
No, I just use people that know more than me to try to inform.
Yeah, everybody I've heard say that it bends upward.
No,
The
typically,
atmosphere. What?
Typically, it bends downwards. Please explain why you think it bends upwards. Typically,
Because I've heard every glober say it does.
Okay. Have you heard me say the Earth's a globe? Have you heard me say the Earth is a globe?
Everybody except for you. Sorry.
Yeah,
everybody
right.
except for you.
So you don't believe me, but you believe something that suits your narrative. So please explain.
No, I'm not saying I believe that.
Okay. Whoever thinks that the light typically bends
they
upward,
have
please
said.
say why.
I'm just telling you what all the globers I hear talk about. They say it bends the light upward.
No, typically it bends downwards.
Okay, well,
just
you're the only one I've heard say that.
It's down and up because that's the globe curving.
Typically it bends downwards, right? It bends towards the denser medium, and typically the denser medium is towards the surface.
But it's going up round the curve if you want to think about it like that.
No.
Yes, that's
Who
what
posted the fucking
that's
cold
what
air
looming is. That's what
loggers?
looming
All right.
is.
Now,
Okay,
loggers,
so
the thing you
go on.
posted, right? The thing you posted, the last one you posted. Can you explain that one with the cooler air and the warmer surface?
That's the way that the light travels.
No. Please explain why it bends up.
Because of the heat.
Okay, so you're saying it's hot at the surface and colder higher up. Is that your reasoning?
That's what, yeah.
Okay, is it more dense at the surface and less dense higher up?
Yeah.
Are you okay? So if it's more dense at the surface and less dense higher up, and Snell's law says that it will bend towards the denser medium, which way will it bend?
Upwards.
No, for fuck's sake.
Downwards.
If it's more, yes, downwards. Very good.
So if you don't have a geometric horizon to apply this to...
Hang on. We're just talking about refraction.
I know, but
can you explain looming? Because that lifts things up.
Geometric horizon.
They're not going to understand.
Don, you're talking all over him, Don.
Sorry.
I'm just going to mute you. Just temporarily mute you so this guy can get his thing out.
So
Come on, Jeremy.
I just posted the pictures to show people what the geometric horizon it is. It's a physical place in reality, right?
Yep. And so is the apparent horizon.
So the point is that according to the globe model, it has to be there at 3 miles from 6 foot observer height.
Right. But you're looking through an atmosphere and that curves the light. That will change what you see. Right,
but to what extent though? That's the point.
Yeah, it depends on the gradient. Depends how strong the refraction is.
Well, when I used a globe Earth calculator and I added 120%
Right.
refraction rate, it from the 1 foot observation it was 1.22 miles. By adding 120% refraction, I got I think it was 1.6 or something like that.
It'd be about
And I got
1.3.
nowhere
yeah.
near the observations that we're seeing, which is 60 miles and 100 miles.
Okay, so what about 120% makes you think it's applicable in that scenario, or are you just adding a random number that someone's told you to add?
Well, I'm using the calculator that was provided, and
Which one's
I
that?
added this again. I maxed it out to 120%, right?
That's not maxed out.
Well, that was maxed out on the thing. But the point that I can never get you guys to answer is if you say, right, there's very little refraction on this day and this is what we see, and then there's a lot on this day and this is what we see, what's the limit to refraction? Like, what is the maximum we can see from 6 feet with the perfect day,
This
the
might blow
perfect
your mind.
refraction, whatever you want to claim? What distances can we see?
This might blow your mind, right? But at times, the gradient very close to the surface can curve the light at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth, which means effectively that we can see forever, right? Obviously, you can't because it gets scattered away and whatever else, but close to the surface, those conditions can exist. The answer to that conundrum is to get above the surface. Once you get well above the surface, like 100 meters or so, then refraction is quite predictable, and it is around about that 20% extra radius.
So what if you can see the same distance on 2 different days where the humidity and refraction is different, but you're seeing the same distances?
Yeah, then overall the density gradient's the same. Humidity and
Yeah, but
temperature
what about
might
when the
change.
density gradient isn't the same? So we've removed that as a factor.
Then you will see a different distance.
But what if we're seeing the same distance?
Yeah, like show me that then. Show me that example.
There you go.
Can I ask you a question, Riff, quickly?
Yeah.
Light always bends down, you're claiming, but
typically.
But this sometimes lifts things in the distance up.
Yes, light bending down gives the object a higher apparent position.
Okay, that's what I needed to clarify. So I always forget. So I think flat earthers might mistake the light bending down for them seeing things above where they expect. That's where some people.
Yeah, I think it was Whitsett. Whitsett got that around the wrong way. I was fucking. Well, I can't say I was shocked, but yeah.
I do it too. That's why I wanted to check.
So we shoot a laser beam through a density gradient. The laser beam bends down, and we see it lower.
No, you see it
back.
higher.
No, we see the laser beam hit the target lower.
No. If someone is shooting a laser beam at you, at your camera, right, and it takes a downwardly bending path, the angle at which it comes into your camera or your eye is going to be higher than it is sort of geometrically.
We can visibly see the tests, the experiments that have been done in the fish tanks. We can see the laser beam shooting the density. There's a density gradient where the denser medium towards the bottom, and we can visibly see it's obvious that the light is bending down, and that we can see the laser beam lower. I'm not arguing about this. I'm just telling you straight up.
Yeah.
The laser's bending down, and we see the laser beam lower.
Wait, what do you mean by lower? Do you mean it hits
lower
somewhere
than a
on
horizontal?
the backboard?
Lower than a horizontal.
It's bending down, right?
It's bending down, and we're seeing it lower. Yes.
Okay, so you've got. Let's say you're originally shooting the laser beam up, right? Let's say it's angled up at the start and then bends down and then hits the back, right? And it happens to be lower than where you first shot it.
It's not shooting up though; it's shooting horizontal, and we see it, and it bends down, and we see it lower. Why? No, I don't. We don't need to pretend anything. The ones I've seen, they're shooting horizontal through a density gradient.
Yep.
They're bending down, and we see them lower, not higher.
It hits somewhere lower. Yes.
Yes, it hits the target lower. Yes, we see the light bending down, and we see the light at the end point lower. We don't see it higher.
Well,
You know,
this is what Dawn was getting confused about, right? If you
No, I'm
look,
not confused. I don't care if Dawn's confused. Don't mix me up
Okay.
with Dawn.
It's
I'm not
me.
Dawn,
All
and
right,
I'm not
okay, whatever.
confused. This
Okay.
is just visibly what we've seen in the tests and the experiments. We've seen the
I know.
laser bending down in the fish tank in a density
Yeah.
gradient, and we see the laser
Understood.
beam
Yeah.
at the end of the. Hold on, you're talking all over me, Ruben. Can you just pause? You know what? I'm gonna back out because I need a mod, so you can carry on with one of these other guys. They're just, I don't know what they're doing, but go ahead.
Question about it, Jeremy. So if light is still light when it bounces off the buildings or the mountains in the distance, that light is still considered to bend down towards us, even though we're round the hump, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I'm thinking of a God view where it's going up round the curve.
Yeah. Jeremy's thinking of God view as well. Like it's hitting the back of the fish tank lower than horizontal. But if he gets down at the laser level, so it's going horizontal, if he looks horizontal, it will appear at horizontal, but the actual point that it's hitting the back is lower. So it is raising up.
I think that's what Jeremy was stating.
Okay, please don't bring me up though, because I had to back out of the conversation to mod. So don't bring my name up anymore, please. And I don't care what you say we would see if we were in the fish tank looking at it horizontally. We can see from outside the fish tank the laser beam bending down and it's hitting a lower spot at the end of the fish tank. So, but I have to back out of the conversation because I have to mod it, and I can't get involved with you guys because you talk all over each other and use these weird tactics. So I'm gonna back out now and mod. So don't address me anymore. Okay, thanks.
All right.
Doing a great job.
Yeah. I don't think you had to do that anyway.
That's all my questions. But I'd like to see a diagram where the light bounces off. No, I've done it in my head now. I just had the wrong God view. That's all.
The thing I don't understand is how come nobody. Okay, if the light is curving around the Earth curve with the atmosphere, that's a big hill, right? Would you consider Earth curve a hill?
No,
It's not
for
the
the
word I
sake
would use,
of
I'm sure.
conversation.
What?
It's not the word I would use, but go ahead.
Okay, but it's basically the same thing as a hill in front of you.
Okay.
Okay. The only time you ever see light bending over a hill so you can see something on the other side of that hill, the only time it happens is when it's your supposed Earth curve. You'd never see it on, a normal hill where you can see it like there's a hill in front of me, but yet the light from the house that's on the other side of the hill, I can see that house because that light is curving around that hill, so I can see it. That's the problem here. The only time
This
it
is great.
happens,
You're teaching logic. Logic doesn't exist in the globe reality.
Well,
It has
I mean,
to be fantasy.
if we all acknowledge that light can curve, then therefore it can curve around anything. And if the problem is the amount of curve, then we can calculate it. Right? What Rufy said is the like nearly maximum amount that can refract is along Earth curve. Right? Doesn't normally do that, and we can refract that. It's only 8 inches per mile. Would you like me to find, or rather, to calculate the amount of angle that is? Because it's not very much. In fact, I'll do it. I'll do it just for you. Hang on.
I can show you measurements. Measurements of the density gradient that is that strong.
I've just
what is your point?
Give me the formula and the mathematical equation used to prove light bends. Give it to me now.
Prove the refractive index of light.
Give it to me. Give me the mathematical equation.
Yeah, sure. One sec.
You can't produce it because it's fantasy. It's never been equated.
You just asked for it.
You're lying.
I'm going to give it to you. Hold on. You just asked for it, and I said, okay, I'm going to get it for you, and then you just went into your fucking Poland.
Can I get Rufy's comment to what I said, please?
What was your question?
How come the only time you see light curving around a hill is when it's your supposed Earth curve?
Well, we don't, but
Yeah, I'm confused by that.
What? What do I mean when you don't?
It's
The only
knowing.
time, okay, the only time you say that light bends around, can curve around a hill, or the only demonstration
Yeah.
that anybody can show light bending around a curve or a hill is when it's that hill is your supposed Earth curve.
Not quite right.
How come?
Light bends regardless of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, my question is: are you going to listen this time?
Right?
How come we never see a house on the other side of a hill due to refraction?
We see refraction will allow us to see things we would normally see all the time. What are you
Can
talking
you
about?
write that down, Scrap?
What?
Can you
No,
type that in?
you never.
I'm confused by the
Show me
question.
one example. Show me one example of somebody seeing something on the other side of a hill due to refraction. It naturally.
How
Not
big is
asking a
this hill?
question. He's asking to see, he's not asking a question. He's asking to see something. You either have it or you don't. It doesn't. There's no words that need to be responded. Like you need to see. You either need
I've
to
got-
show it or not.
I've got an
Oh,
example.
I
I
can
can
show you the
I
Skunk Bay.
guarantee you, you won't be able to show it because nobody can see something on the other side of the hill naturally due to refraction.
Skunk Bay. The mountains in the background rise and fall.
The same thing with the Chicago
I just
skyline,
want to
the
read
famous.
this out,
You
'cause
can see more.
I
of
went
it.
and asked ChatGPT.
Are you seeing? Are you
Hold
seeing
on,
something on the other side of those mountains?
hold on, Scrap. This is
No.
interesting. So it basically says at a height of 2 meters above sea level, the horizon would typically be around 5 kilometers away. To see objects at a distance of 100 kilometers from the shoreline, the observer's eyes would need to be elevated considerably higher. So again, we're not saying this is like 100%, but it is the authorized version, and it's claiming that if you can see beyond 5 kilometers, you have to be elevated.
Not necessarily. No.
Well, this is, and it takes into account atmospheric refraction, and it's saying it
So you
isn't
say,
good
wait,
enough
wait.
to explain
What's
these
the word?
distances.
What's the word before atmospheric refraction? What's that word before?
Sorry, did you let him finish though? I don't know. I don't know if he was done or not.
My bad.
Assumes a standard atmospheric refraction.
Yes. So what's that word?
Standard.
Standard. What happens if conditions are not standard?
Well, what would they have to be to not be standard?
Yeah, what
Not
is standard?
Standard
More
is
or
actually
less
a density gradient, a change in refractive index per kilometer of negative 0.000022. That's
Can you
standard.
show that?
Yes.
Okay,
So-
we got off of my point.
Can we get
Nobody ever-
Scrat's? Yeah, can we get Scrat's question answered? Do you guys have that picture of that or no? Of a whatever he asked for.
Skunk Bay, the mountains move up and down, so you see more of the mountain in the background. Is that what he's talking about?
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked for. I didn't ask for mountains moving up and down. I asked for an
You see more, right?
example. What?
Right, can you accept
There
my
are
answer?
two. There are
Hold
two
on, I'm gonna
mountains in the
temporarily
back.
mute you, Ruhif. Oh, that doesn't mean it's your turn to go. Ruhif. I'm just gonna temporarily mute you so he can get his thing out, and then I'll unmute you.
Okay. Am I coming through, or was I breaking up?
No, you're coming through fine. It's just tactics they use. Go ahead.
What I'm asking for, I'm not asking for things moving up and down. I'm asking for an example of being able to see something that is physically on the other side of a hill, where the hill would obstruct your vision of your being able to see it. An example of being able to see it due to refraction. Other than
I think
other than that hill being your supposed Earth curve.
I think we get it. We understand the question. It does not need to be
Okay, but
repeated.
nobody's-
It does not need to be repeated again. Okay.
Okay, is somebody going to answer?
Well, I mean, I assume everybody here is furiously Googling to find the answer to your question.
No, again, I'll say Skunk Bay. There are two sets of mountains. One's close, one's far. The rear one, rises above the front one. You see more of the rear one.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Then. That's my example.
What? Oh yeah, I won't have to see this. All right, you said
Yeah.
Skunk Bay. Okay, so
Yeah.
you can see more of a mountain that's behind another mountain.
Yeah, watch the two distances of mountains in the background of Skunk Bay.
Well, my question is the mountain behind the other mountain, is it
Yes.
higher?
Yes.
Okay, then that mountain's not blocking it.
Oh,
It
Jesus.
may be due
All right,
to
how about no then?
the atmosphere and stuff, but if it's higher, oh my gosh, you're really going to use? I'm talking
Scrat,
about
Scrat,
something that's completely
Scrat.
smaller than it. Can I get my statement out, please?
Let's
You
just
keep
let's just
saying the
answer
same.
no
You
and
keep
move on.
saying the same thing over and over and over and
And
over,
he
and that's
didn't
why
even
you
give
get
me an
talked over.
example of not what I'm asking for.
I've got an answer for you. Do you want to listen to me? It's not a picture of something appearing behind something else that was totally blocked before. I haven't got that for you. But I think it does happen in nature. Someone just hasn't got the photo for it. But you can imagine all of those stupid tests in fish tanks with lasers, yeah, that curve down. We talked about it a minute ago. Quite a few inches of drop in curve. Then imagine just putting an ornament in the way and thinking about how the light can bend round from above the side of the ornament down to the bottom behind it.
Okay, I'm talking. Oh my gosh, I'm talking about in nature at a great distance. Okay, I'm not talking about a little thing that where you manipulate everything. You manipulate the air or whatever and the objects. I'm talking about just being out in nature and seeing something that's on the other side of the hill that's smaller than the hill.
I get what you
There's
want.
something
but
popping
I'm
up over
saying
the
people
background.
haven't looked at hills for a while. They've been looking at the flat coastlines, haven't they? So maybe people need to look at hills more just to get what you want.
Well, that's my point. That's my point. The only time you can see it supposedly is when it's Earth curve.
I
find
don't
that
understand
kind of
why Skunk
suspicious.
Bay is not acceptable. Let's say there's a tree on that rear mountain that wasn't visible, and then now it is visible. There you go. There's a tree that popped up over the fucking other mountain.
Okay, is that tree higher than the elevation of that hill in front?
No.
I'm betting it is. It's
Okay.
just due to
How about we
due
just
to
answer
the
no?
atmosphere or something. Oh my gosh!
How about we just say no? We
can't
don't
let me
have an
finish
answer
the
for you.
statement.
So let's get this straight here. Roofy, do
Hold
you
on,
have
I
any
don't know if
vision
Scrat got
problems?
his whole thing out.
Oh, he did.
Scrat,
Let's
were
just
you
answer
done or
no
no?
to Scrat. We don't have that Scrat. Move on.
Okay.
Roofy, do you have any
So-
vision problems like spectacles, contacts?
No, but my eyes aren't great.
They're not great. Okay, so can you see long distances, more than a few hundred feet?
I can see stars.
Anyway.
Rufus, could you point out anything on that back mountain that can't be seen or shouldn't be seen geometrically, but is brought up over
I
the
have no
top?
interest. I have no interest in
Okay.
engaging further with Scrat on that particular topic.
There would be some examples, Scrap, but obviously no one
Well-
really cares.
Well, hold on. Is it because you can't give an example, and the
Mostly, yeah.
only examples you have is Earth
Scrat.
curve?
Scrat. Does light bend? Does light bend,
What?
Scrat? Can refraction bend light? Is that possible?
Why are you asking me this? Of course it can.
Of course it can. So if it can bend the light, the path is curved. Is it possible for there to be an object that light curves around?
Oh, do you say it can?
Is it possible?
No.
Is
you
it
think
possible?
You're ignoring
You're
my
getting
point.
trapped.
You're
trapped.
ignoring my point.
Scrat, is it possible? Yes or no?
You claim it to be possible.
It's a simple question. If the path is curved, could there have been an object that, if the path was straight, would have been in place of that straight line, which the curved line is now going around? Is that possible?
Correct.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Dude,
Of course it's
why
possible.
don't you answer my
Of course. Hey, hang on. Of course it's possible, isn't it, Scrat? It is possible, right?
This is bullying, Negator.
Bro. Is it fucking possible or not? Say it out loud.
You claim it is.
No.
You
I
claim
want
it
you.
is?
I want if you
I've
admit.
never seen
If
it
you would.
happen.
If you admit.
I've never seen it happen, so no,
I had to
I won't
temporarily
admit
mute you
that.
so he could answer. I don't know. You were like bulldozing. Go ahead, Scrap.
Okay. I have never seen it happen at a great distance in nature. So my answer is no, it can't happen. You claim it can because you believe you're seeing around Earth curve because you can't admit that we see way too far. No.
Does light bend at a density rating?
Before we move on, Jeremy, you've only muted Globers here. Do you understand that, right?
Well, you can
Because you guys
file
won't
a
let anybody
complaint.
talk.
You can file a complaint if you think you've been modded unfairly. So
I don't want to.
a service ticket in the left hand side of the on the left hand side of the screen. It's under support center.
Yeah.
And you can file a ticket if you think you've been unfairly modded. Thanks.
Okay. Do I need to do that to ask you to be a reasonable grown man, or are you not capable of being a reasonable grown man?
This isn't the place to argue about the modding. Like I said, there's a support ticket you can file if you think you've been modded unfairly.
Okay.
Jeremy's
How would I determine that I've been modded unfairly, Jeremy? Because I'm still talking, and I've got two flat earthers talking over me right now, and you haven't muted any of them, Jeremy.
Hold on, new perspective. You guys started at the same time, I know.
See, you just did it. I was butting in.
Hold on, Jeremy. Why don't you mute one of them while I finish talking? Is that possible?
Jeremy's a very fair moderator.
We're moving on with the conversation. If you have a problem with the modding, there's a support center. You can file a ticket.
Okay, well, you're right. I'll use the support center if you're incapable of being a reasonable grown man. So, Scrat, you admit
I'm the one who
that.
modded you.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, new perspective.
Totally off.
New perspective.
See,
I'm the one that modded you.
Just mute him. Just mute him, Jeremy. Just mute him.
I'm going to temporarily mute you. I don't know why you're doing this in perspective, but if you think you've been modded unfairly, there's a support center. We're moving on. Knock it off.
All right. So Scrat, if light can curve, as you admit, can it curve around something? Yes or no? Simple question.
I have not. Oh my gosh! Did you not hear my answer? I answered you.
Was it a yes or a no?
No.
It can't. It can curve, but it can't curve around something.
Can I clarify my answer? I have never seen light curve around a great distance. So my answer is no.
So the question that I asked you was not, have you seen it? It was, can it? And I would like for you to think for a moment and give me an honest. You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off. The answer is not have you seen it, is can it? Because you agreed that can curve, right? And a curved line, therefore, can go around something.
Go ahead, Negator. I temporarily muted you, Scratch, so Negator could finish. This is a daunting task, guys. We could just go one at a time, please.
Okay. I do appreciate it, Jeremy. However, I think Scrat understands what I'm asking. I'll yield the floor.
Can I go next?
Carlos.
And I answered you.
Can I go next?
I answered your question.
But you said no. But then when he asked you, does light curve? You said yes.
Can I go next?
Yes, light curves. Can it curve around a large object at a great distance? I've never seen it happen. So my answer is no. Until I see proof of light curving around a hill so you can see something on the other side of a hill, my answer will always be no, it can't do that.
The question wasn't can it curve around a large object or hill. It was can it curve around anything?
Can I have a go at that? I can back you up, bro. So basically, when you're looking at the disposition of the experiment in the fish tank, there's no obstruction. All it is the displacement of the object which you have in that medium. And when you're looking at the distance in the horizon, you get the displacement of the image that you're looking at higher or lower, but there's no obstruction in the way. So when you have a geometrical horizon and you have something behind the horizon, yeah, you can say that light bends and it moves images up and down, even left to right, but that's only displacing the image, which is already visible on a direct line of sight. But if you've got an obstruction in the way, for example, earth curve or a hill, there's never been any example of that. You're only just saying that's what it is, but
So
you
again,
can't demonstrate that, Ruha.
does light bend? Does light
Can I ask-
curve?
Do you even understand what I just said? Like, if you
I
want to
do.
use the fish
I
tank,
do.
the fish tank example, the sugar tank or the salt tank, whichever one you want to use,
Yeah, does light
you
curve? In fact, that'd be a great example.
you don't
That'd
have
be a
an
great example.
example of an
Yes, what?
obstruction.
If I stuck,
How many times are you going to ask?
hang
How
on,
many
Scrat,
times are you going
you've
to
asked
ask?
your
Can light
question
curve?
100 times now, right? We understand. So, Carlos, with the sugar tank, right? The light starts going upwards, bends down, and then hits the other side. So it's a big curve. Can I stick an obstruction in between the start of the laser and the end of the laser?
This has absolutely nothing to do with my
Oh,
question.
It's a very simple question for any flat earther here.
Well, yeah, but
It's
it
not
has
talking.
nothing to
The
do with
question's not.
mine.
Can I say something? The question isn't does light bend. He's talking
It
about.
is the question.
No. That's your answer
It's
to
not.
a question. That's not the answer. That's not the appropriate answer to his question. He's talking about light bending up at an image of something that's behind a hill, an actual hill, solid, can't see the image at all, and then it looms up, or whatever you want to call that action of the light bending and making it seem as though the object is above the hill rather than below it, behind it.
Right. Can you see my screen?
This is a question they've never been able to answer. Not
Yeah.
worth asking.
Hey,
It's not like here's
Can you
this
see my screen?
extreme
just
deception
got one
graph.
quick comment for Rufy. Hey, Rufy, I've got one quick comment. Now, do trees cast shadows, Rufy?
Sure. Can any flat earther see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Excellent. So the straight line between the observer and the house is the green line. It's obstructed by something. The red line is light curving downwards. We can see the house.
Are you serious? He's talking about a real life example, bro. Not just some graph that shows what you should see if your fantasy's real.
And by the way, I plugged it in, Rufy, and it says you're wrong. Even with standard refraction from 2,820 meters, the maximum distance is 188.7 kilometers. So again, we're not getting
what are the last three
answers
words, loggers? What are the last three words?
He was done over.
to the horizon.
To the horizon. Correct. Well done.
Yeah,
Are we looking at the horizon or are we looking at a mountain?
we're looking at the mountains, which are
Right, which is not the horizon.
what?
Well, that's a bit
Okay, you're
ambiguous.
claiming
I
that
would say that means sea level and mountains would still be the horizon, depending on how you define it.
Yeah, that's talking about the sea level horizon. Yeah. So if you stick in 20 meters into a curve calculator, it will say the horizon distance is, where is it? 2820 horizon distance 204 kilometers.
I asked it how far we could see on a given day, being that it's clear.
Please don't ask AI for anything.
Well, what do I need to plug in to get the 400 kilometers?
Go to a curve calculator, Metabunk.
What?
Go to a curve calculator. Yeah.
Well, why isn't this telling me that?
Because it's not smart. AI is not smart, right? It doesn't give you truth. I don't know why people are thinking that it's intelligence.
Well, it's
Or
telling
gives you
me
the correct answer.
It's
artificial intelligence, so
Right.
it is fake by default.
Yeah,
giving me
if
the
I
standard
ask it,
answer.
if I ask it, is the Earth? If I ask it what shape is the Earth, and it says a globe, do you believe it?
That's what it thinks because that's the officialdom.
Right? Is it
So
right?
this is the official stance that it's given me.
It's
It's
just
an
not.
all or nothing fallacy. So you're saying we can't use Chat GPT because it'll say Earth's a globe, and we have to
No,
take
I'm just saying
everything
don't trust it for anything.
everything that Chat GPT says 100%. Otherwise, we can't use it.
I'm not saying
I'm
that.
just
I
saying it's
trust
not
it.
No, that's
it's
what
not an
he's
engine
saying.
for truth. It's not an engine for truth at all.
I didn't say it was
It's basically a
true.
conversation engine.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that this is the official understanding, right?
Anyways, it's
I'm
an
gonna
all or
say
nothing
no.
fallacy. Just pointing out.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's got the
I'm gonna
right
plug that
answer.
into it, and we'll see what we get.
What are you putting in now?
I'm asking it to include Earth curve calculation. I mean, it thought it was a ball anyway, because I never said any different. But I'm going to add this to the thing and see what it spits out next.
Okay, but it's still, you're asking it where the horizon is, and we're not
No, I
looking
didn't
at
ask it where the
ocean
horizon was. I said with standard refraction from 2,820 meters observer height, how far can we see given a clear day?
How far away? That's I don't think I'll get an answer for that.
Well, it did. It said 188.7 kilometers.
Yeah, to the horizon. So we'd had to guess what you're talking about.
Whoa.
So when you say light bends in a fish tank, and you were talking about the laser, that's an orthographic view to ever get that example of the light bending, but we never get to see it in an orthographic view at long distance to the horizon, do we? So how are you going to prove? How are you going to prove that it's bending around the curve of the Earth and displacing the image which is on the other side of the horizon and bringing up into view?
Yep. Number
It
one,
slightly relates
does
to the
light
question.
does light bend in a density gradient? Number two, does our atmosphere have a density gradient?
I wanted to ask the question which relates
Doesn't
to
matter.
what you said, Carlos, and what the guy sounds like Bob, but people calling it specs or something, was saying. Where you're saying we haven't ever seen it from a long distance over a horizon. Sure, we're not getting an orthographic view of that. If it was just what you were seeing, and light was bending in the way that it's described, how would you tell? Like, what would that look like? That you'd go, oh, that's definitely bent around the horizon. If you're saying I've never seen it, you must have an idea of what you're looking for to recognize it. So what is that?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you and is it Specs or somebody who is Sprackle?
Great.
Yeah, well,
Brett?
you know that light bends, and it can bend over a curve, but that doesn't mean it's going to lift the object and displace it into your view, which is out of its geometric line.
Carlos, can you see
What
my
would it
screen?
look like then? If it was
Carlos, can you
bent
see my
around
screen?
something.
Okay, guys,
Okay, here's a
light
question
does
for
not bend.
Okay.
It's a constant.
All right, Carlos, can you see
Please.
my screen?
So again, Rufy, I plugged it in and it's still saying no.
Yeah, because it assumes you're. See, notice that it gave you the same 179 kilometers, right?
I said that if we could see mountains, so I said, right, there are mountains, that they're 386.7
wrong,
meters
actually.
tall. This is the observer height. Again, I've added in Earth curve and standard refraction, and it's still saying that is the distance, which is 300 kilometers off.
Okay. Use a curve calculator. Don't use ChatGPT.
Well, it knows all of the same things that the Earth curve calculator does.
It's wrong. Okay. It's not an engine for truth. It's a conversation engine.
It's a calculation.
All of us can use ChatGPT to get it to say something that's wrong. Rufy is accepting that it's saying something wrong, and you keep coming back to him and going, why is this saying something wrong? Just listen to the answer you get the first time and then go, I guess I'll use a different thing.
Eggshells, please be quiet. So
I'm keep using the wrong thing that everybody agrees is wrong, and then complaining that it's wrong.
No, I'm not using the wrong And again, I was specific because he was bent out of shape about the word horizon. So I said, if we include Earth curve calculations and standard refraction, can we see mountains 386.7 meters tall from an observer height 443 kilometers? And it's not giving me the answers that you want it to give me. It's just doing the basic calculations.
No, it's doing something else, and I can't be asked trying to figure out what it's doing. Use a curve calculator that was built for that purpose.
Well, how do I know the curve calculator isn't wrong?
Because it's fucking geometry.
Right, and this is
look,
also
guys.
geometry.
You're
What?
Ruhif up to what he says. You're saying, I'm listening to Ruhif and I'm proving that Ruhif's thing is wrong. And he's telling you to use the curve calculator. If you use the curve calculator and show it's wrong, then you have shown Ruhif is wrong. If he keeps going, that thing's for conversations, it's not giving you the truth. You go, look, it's not giving me the truth. You're just proving him right repeatedly and then being confused why he's not conceding.
I didn't ask about truth or ring. Please be quiet. Adults are talking. So what do I... Okay, so this is what it's given me, right? Curvature of Earth, the formula. So let me take a shot of that and I'll show you that. And I'll show you the next bit. So is this getting it wrong?
Curvature of the Earth. So is that ended up in 1.22?
This dense equals square root.
Yeah, but is that
height
what, D from where to where?
from the observer height to the mountain. That is 3,867 meters tall. Because you had an issue with the word horizon.
Bizarro world.
So I've taken the word horizon out because I didn't ask for horizon beforehand, but you rightly said that it's latched onto horizon. So I've taken that out and I've said there's a mountain this tall. This is the observer. Is it possible to see that given these factors? And it's like not having it. So what do I need to plug in next?
It looks like a horizon calculation.
I think I know what's going on.
Yes,
Hey, Roofy, do you use 3D modeling like CAD, AutoCAD, or something like that?
Sure. Yeah. Line of sight distance between what and what?
The observer height and a mountain that tall.
I can't be asked to try and figure out what it's doing.
So the observer height is 2,820 meters tall, right?
Yeah.
And it's seeing mountains 443 kilometers away that are 3,867 meters tall. So I haven't told it the distance. I haven't given it the full 4.3. I've just asked it, you know, these are the things. Is this possible? What can we see? And those is what it's given me, given these calculations.
Okay. I can't be asked trying to figure out what ChatGPT is doing.
Well, if
I'm
it's
telling you to look at the curve calculator because it's accurate.
Yeah, hold on a sec. But if it's using the Earth curve calculations and standard refraction, right? That's the thing that I'm saying. It's using Earth curve calculator and it's using standard refraction. And we're still
it's giving you the wrong answer.
250
so I can't be asked figuring out what it's doing.
Well, it's 250 kilometers out. Why, when it's got the same information as your Earth curve calculator?
Because it's fucking ChatGPT, right?
Well, it's doing a calculation. It's like...
Okay, but whatever calculation it's doing, it's wrong.
Question by somebody, I never got to answer it. It had something to do with it. I'd never seen something. Can you ask that question again so I can actually answer it?
Yeah, sure. It was sound like Negator was asking you, do you think that light can bend around objects? And you were saying at great distances, things like the horizon, no, I've never seen that, so no, I don't think it happens, or something like that. And the question I was asking was, what would it look like if you were seeing that? How would you know if you were seeing that? Like, essentially, the argument on one side is you see that every day. Every time you watch the sunset, you're seeing that. So the question is, how do you know that you're not?
Because I know where if a hill is in front of me. If there's a hill in front of me, I know that there is. And if I know that there's an object on the other side of that hill that I shouldn't be able to see because the hill is in the way, I've never seen it.
But what would it look like if you did?
How would I know?
Exactly. So how do you know you haven't seen that? How do you know you haven't looked at that every sunset if you've got no idea what that would look like? You may have been seeing that.
You're invoking Earth curve.
No,
okay?
I'm not.
Yes,
I'm saying you've got I'm saying you've got no basis for your claim. This isn't even about the globe. This is just about how you construct your logic. If you're saying, I've never seen that, and I say, how would you know if you were currently seeing that? And you say, I've got no idea, then you've got no basis on which to say, I've never seen that. What your real answer is, I've got no idea whether I'm seeing that all the time or never.
Well, you'd have to.
Eggshells. His original question was, when in nature do we see things come up from behind a real hill, not just a hill of water, where we have this refraction value that we assume is taking things from miles below the curvature and behind it and looming it up to make it look like it's out in front of us? When do we see that in nature with regular hills? And if that's something that happens all the time, we surely would have many times where we would see that in regular, just looking around and seeing, oh, well, at the bottom of that hill, there's a skateboard. I didn't see it, but somehow it got loomed up and it looked like it was right in front of me instead of right behind the hill.
Yeah, because here's the thing.
I think that's a good point.
If light can bend around Earth curve, it should be able to bend around a hill, because Earth curve is essentially.
Well, it's not just does it bend around it. Does it make the image come up from?
Well, yeah, that's what I
mean. It to seeing it. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Light bending with all of that going on. He's saying, well, light bends, so we know light bends. Look at the fish tank. So there you go.
No.
Let's
be clear. Can I be clear about what I am saying?
Guys,
can I be clear about what I am saying?
New perspectives to be done. Hold on. I don't know a new perspective. Were you done? Okay. Then stop talking. Go ahead, Eggshells.
It's not I'm not saying what you are saying. I'm not saying whether there's Earth curve. I know nothing about the refraction calculations. That's all Ruhuv's deal. My deal is just the logic of going, I've never seen X. Like if I said I've never seen a dog, and you said, how would you define a dog? And I wasn't able to, you go, well, I've got no basis. You can say whether you have or haven't seen a dog, because you don't know what they are. Right? Whereas if I said, four-legged thing, it often wags its tail, da-da-da-da-da, and they go, you've never seen that. Now I've got a basis from which I'm able to accurately identify these things, and I haven't seen that thing. So the question is not about the curve and all of that. I'm not saying finish that conversation. I'm just saying, if you're saying I've never seen that, you need to be able to go, here's what it would look like. Here's where I would see it, given all of the fancy formulas and stuff. Pick a hill and go, here's what I would see. But most importantly, here's how I'd know that's what I was seeing, whether I was seeing an object loomed up over a hill.
Okay. Can I respond now?
Go for it.
Okay. My question, I'm going to rephrase the question. If refraction can allow me to see a city's coastline from over the Earth curve, should it not be able to allow me to see a house from the other side of the hill because it's curving around the hill, just like the Earth curve? Should that not be possible?
How far is the house? How far is the house?
Well,
exactly.
How high is the hill?
Yeah, if it was a hill, a hill is gradual.
Yes.
Obviously,
why does it matter?
Obviously it does. Because if you've got Everest,
I'm just going to temporarily mute, guys. I'm going to temporarily mute people. So if you do get muted, just know it's just temporary, and you won't be able to finish when you get unmuted.
Go, Jeremy. Moderate, my man. Well done.
why does it matter how high the hill is? Because supposedly we can see a mountain from 250 miles away, and the Earth curve of that is enormous hill. So why would it matter how big the hill is? If it can curve around that big of a hill from 250 miles away, it should be able to bend around a 50-foot hill.
So what it should be able to do is follow the radius of a curve given a certain gradient. If that gradient is extreme, then you can get a sharp bend, sure. But nobody is invoking a sharp gradient. So all you're going to be able to do is go, I've given this radius of a curve for an extreme day of refraction, which you could make like a stencil, right? And then you could use that stencil to go, is this hill higher? What about this? What about this hump of water? What about this mountain, right? And then you can match that stencil over things. It sounds like what you're saying is, in principle, if light bends, why doesn't it do a tiny little horseshoe in my house? It could, given the right gradient, but nobody invokes that kind of. So a 50-foot hill, the radius of light, sure, if it was a tiny little 50-foot hill, way off in the distance, and way further in the distance, there was a little house, then you would. To that same radius of bending. But the question still remains, how would you know if you were seeing that? Because you could be seeing that every day. To say I've never seen that is incompatible with I don't know what that would look like if I did.
This is
The
okay.
only,
This is what
the only
Jim was.
the only example that I supposedly you can see it is your guys' example of Earth curve. Okay, that's my point. That they know should be blocked, but yeah, oh my gosh, look at that. Refraction is allowing me to see that house in perfect view. That's never happened as far as I know. The only time that happens
This is what
is with your Earth curve.
I mean,
over a very long radius of curvature. Yes, it's only very slight.
I think this conversation needs to be a million times more specific. So if you want to look at something that we say we can see further because of, let's determine the angle required that light took to see that, and then compare that to other things, because it is extraordinarily important how far the object is, how tall the obstruction is, because that would be absurd if we were asserting that light is bending at a 45-degree angle. We're not saying that, right? And if you had a house that was 100 feet away, that was 10 feet tall, being blocked by a 50-foot hill, and we saw it, that would require a 45-degree bend in light. We're not saying that. So it's important you be specific, because in order for light to follow the curve of the Earth, it only needs to bend 30 arc seconds. And 30 arc seconds is like 1/90th of the diameter of the moon. So pick a distance, pick a thing, pick an angle.
Well, no, you guys claim it can curve around something because once it hits a denser medium, it curves. Okay. Well, going up a hill, you still have denser mediums. It gets thinner as you go up, but still, as it curves up, it's going to hit a denser medium. So it's going to continue to curve around the hill.
All right. So I tell you what. Let's pick an observation where we claim we saw too far because of refraction, and we'll determine the angle that light required, and then we'll figure out if we can do that on a smaller scale for you.
Okay. Are you looking up the curve or down the curve then? What the hell?
Say that again?
Well, if you're looking across the so-called globe, are you looking up the globe or down the globe to see refraction? There's no logic to this. The debate has to end. You're trying to do a 2D representation of something that doesn't exist in a 3D world. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, that's why I'm Blatic to try to stop the conversation from happening.
No, you can continue on, but I'm just trying to throw logic into this, guys.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever successful, but I would just say that's like 80% of the time you're speaking is to try and stop the conversation that's currently happening. Continue.
Okay, fine.
I'm with Negator. I think that all of the globe is on the same bit. Yes, it bends a tiny bit. If it bends a tiny bit, it would need to be a small hill or a great distance. The question remains, how would you know if that's happening? Short of having green bends shown in orthographic view in fish tanks, where you know, in principle, this can happen. Like, you've got to see the robust, like that you need robust reasoning. That's not happening. How do you know that?
So does a laser bend in a fish tank with that sugar water?
Yeah.
If it changes
Does,
the
does,
density,
does
yeah.
does that same laser displace an object which is obstructed from your direct point of view?
Yes.
Yeah, somebody's done basically the same thing where they use the same, I think it was even the same person might have made it, but somebody made a sugar water fish tank thing. And rather than using a laser, they sat a camera looking at a city skyline and showed it with just plain water where you can't see much of the city skyline, you know, you're seeing tops of buildings. And then they do the sugar water thing and the whole city is loomed up into view. Yes, it's been shown in principle in like 5 different ways. Like the question
that's
that Greenup's
manipulating
asking
everything.
is pretty. Sorry, I didn't go for it.
Well, I was just going to say that's manipulating everything. I'm talking about in nature, without you doing anything. You're just saying, "Oh, look at that! That house is on the other side of a hill, but yeah, I can see it."
Yeah,
Right.
we
The
gave you
question
some
keeps coming
play
back
and you
to
rejected it.
if you don't know what it would look like if you are seeing that, then like we need to do experiments so we can control the parameters, right? We know where the things are, we can measure them out. If you don't know what it would look like when you are seeing that, then you've got no basis upon which to say, I haven't seen that, I don't see that every day.
But you didn't. You just didn't listen to anything I said, did you?
We've
Are you
heard your
drunk?
What
question.
it sounded like you're saying is
Your comment
you're
right
doing that.
there. Your comment right there had absolutely nothing to do with what I just said.
So what you said was you're controlling the environment there. I want to see it in nature so that I see, oh, look, a house is loomed up behind a hill. The point remains, you could be seeing that, but you don't have an accurate way in which to determine if you're seeing that. So the whole point that you keep
Again,
coming
you
back
didn't
to is
listen.
like,
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said, I know that there's a hill in front of that house. There's a house on the other side of that hill. I should not be
where's the
seeing
hill?
it. But look, due to what?
Where's the hill? Which hill are we talking about? Does it have a name? Does it have a height? Do you have an observer position?
No, I'm saying that's not. Oh my gosh. You guys, oh, never mind. You know what? I give up because you take everything
I'm
I
trying
say,
to get you to be specific.
distort it, and I'm trying to be specific, but you twist
But you're
everything
not. You're
I'm
just saying
saying.
a house and a hill. We can't, like, as Negator said, like, you need to,
I'm
like,
using an example, okay? My
That's not in
example is
nature.
what?
I mean,
Wouldn't you want to use things?
I'd be quite satisfied with that sugar tank example of the looming up. I've never seen that. Do you have a link for that?
I'm on my phone. Maybe somebody else enthusiastic can dig it up. I did once have it in a folder, but I'm a long way from my PC. Good on you for saying that, yeah? That you'd be convinced by it.
I'd need to see the experiment to see if there were any obstructions from a direct line of sight, and if this object in the distance is actually being raised above my line of sight, above level.
So you guys really think that using an example with using sugar water can compare to what we see in reality in the Atmo?
Well,
When I asked you for an example of what you see in reality, you said a house and a hill, and I said, what house, what hill? And you were like, it's just an example. So what you're comparing is an experiment that is testable and repeatable, has a hypothesis and a conclusion, with something you've imagined and go, and then you're conflating that like, I'm comparing it to reality. No, you're not. You're comparing a real experiment and reality versus stuff you've imagined and going, why don't these stack up? Because you're bad at imagining.
Okay, I'm going to say this one more time, and if you twist it again, I'm going to be done. What I'm asking for is, has anybody ever seen a house that they know they should not be able to see because a hill is in front of it, but due to refraction, they can see that house?
I can
Does
engineer
anyone
one of those observations if you
have
like.
the proof of it?
I can
Sorry.
engineer an observation like that if you like.
I mean, another example would just be the white swan. It's not a house, it's not a hill, but it clearly shows a complete obstruction one day where you'd go, yeah, that's behind some water. And then the very next photo from a few days later, pulled from his video, is you can see water all the way up to the stanchions that come out of the water.
You see, you completely
water is still
ignored
going
what I
all the way
said.
up to it.
Without it
I didn't
being
completely
Earth
ignore it.
curve.
Stop saying that.
You just brought
I
up
responded
Earth
with
curve.
specificity.
And your example was freaking Earth curve, and I said anything other than Earth curve.
Oh, beg your pardon.
You
I
see,
missed
you
that. I
guys
thought you were just talking about the hill.
are so
I didn't
dishonest.
hear you
It's
say that.
unbelievable.
I'm pretty sure you didn't just say that then.
Yeah. So I guess
you
we're all
meant
still
it in
curious.
person.
Okay, I'm saying, let me that was my original question, okay? I thought everybody knew that. I didn't think I had to repeat the whole thing.
Well, you've repeated it 5 times. You might as well repeat it in its full specificity if you want a specific answer. That's all I'd say. If you're going to repeat yourself, repeat it. I've shoutingly demanded anything, and then when it's completely provided, go, but I previously shoutingly demanded a different thing. I'm sure you can find something like
I didn't
that.
understand anything you said there.
I'm sure you can find something with the hill. Roof might even do it.
I'm talking about
I'd be happy to see it.
Sure. The question will still remain: how do you know if that's what you're saying is correct? Because the question's still going to come back to the curvature of Earth, right? Because it's still only going to bend so gradually that the curvature of Earth is still going to come into it. And you're then going to have to go, how do we know the elevations of these things? How do we know that's really a hill? You're not going to be any further ahead than you are now because you're unable to answer the basic question of how would you know if you were seeing it when you were seeing it?
Because you're not seeing it as in your description or someone else's description, but you know that you're just seeing too far. That you know that you're seeing further than you should be able to see if the Earth is curved.
Sure, but I mean, everybody accepts that. Everybody accepts that refraction. I mean, anybody sensible accepts that refraction bends light ever so slightly, making the Earth appear ever so slightly larger than it is.
Yeah, there's no debate that light can displace images in the distance up and down with refraction due to the dense medium, but I can't see how that can be any evidence for Earth curve. All I would say is the opposite, is that we can see too far.
Please give us an
What
observation.
do you think, Carlos? If something could be loomed up and something else was in its way, like something low hanging, for example, could something be loomed up so rather than it's brought into view from being hidden, it's the opposite. It's being partly hidden from view, top or bottom, by this bending.
Yeah, no, so like that's how refraction would work. It would move the image in the foreground up and displace it at a higher part of your viewing angle, and therefore it would be blocking whatever's behind it. But I can't see how, if that wasn't being loomed up in the foreground, how you could see something behind it unless it was just you're seeing too far.
Yeah, my question is, like, if we're having a debate about whether it can show things that are hidden, can it hide things that are shown?
It can hide stuff that's in the background for sure, but I can't see how it can bring something up over an obstruction that is definitely going to be in the way of your straight line of view.
Yeah, because they can't show an example of that.
Well, I mean, that's fine. Isn't that the same thing you're talking about, Carlos?
Not the same, because it's something in the foreground can block something in the background due to refraction, lifting it up and down with the displacement of the image. But I don't see how something behind an obstruction can be lifted up and viewed because light's bending. Because light's not like it's not something that can lift an image. It's not something physical. Light's going to bend. It's like you're not looking through a tunnel, which is like you're not looking through a fiber optic cable, you know. It's not a bendy corridor of mirrors. It's not a bendy corridor of mirrors that's going to magically lift the image up through like a mirror cable. It's displacing an image up or down. That's all it's doing. And I don't see how it can bring an image up from an obstruction that you shouldn't be able to see. The light will bend, but you're not going to follow that bendy light with your eyeballs. The light will bend and go out of distance, and you won't see the bend, and you won't see the end of the light where the light finishes because it's out of your view.
So loggers,
It
can
was
I
definitely to
borrow
me.
loggers for a minute?
Go on.
Loggers, he's watching my stream. Don't know if he's got his mic.
All
on.
right,
There we go.
Brucey.
Yeah, just quickly, and then we go to bed. So to work out the hidden, right?
Hold on, why are we working out the hidden?
That's what we're doing. We're working. Can we see this mountain from our observer height?
Yeah,
That's
but is the mountain that tall?
We'll get to how much is hidden, right? We're working out how much would be hidden from an observer height, 2820, and a distance of 443 kilometers. Cool. That's what we're doing.
Right.
So don't worry about the height of the mountain yet. When I said that we're using the distance to the horizon formula twice, what we're doing is we're saying from the observer, we're going to work out the distance to the horizon, and that was 117 k's, something like that.
The observer height.
Yeah, but we worked out a distance to the horizon.
Yeah, it gave us the horizon, 117
Yes.
kilometers, wasn't it?
Yep. So that's to that point here. That's to there.
That's the tangent point, right?
Yep. And if the distance to the mountain is 443, then that's 443 minus.
What you're saying, Ruhif, is that what you're saying is we have periscope vision, and we just don't have periscope vision because there are no mirrors in the sky. There are no mirrors that are going to lift that object up and have it still facing the right way.
No, we're not even talking about refraction. We're just talking what is the Blatek Pohada champ. Seriously.
So do we have periscope vision with refraction at the horizon?
Sure. So logger, so that we've got 117 kilometers to the horizon, but then we've got another 326 kilometers remaining. Can you see that if we can work out the distance to the horizon given the observer height, we can reverse that and say what is the observer height given the distance to the horizon?
Right, yeah, that's what I asked.
Yeah. And that observer height is how much is hidden from the actual observer on the left. That's what the hidden calculation does. Is it does two distance to the horizon calculations.
It said you'd have to be.
Yeah, I don't care about ChatGPT.
45 kilometers to see that.
Yeah, does that sound reasonable to you?
Well, again, I'm just trying to get the formulas down because, this is obviously using the same formulas you are because I got them from you, right? So I've given it that information, and that's what it's using.
Okay, what I recommend is not using ChatGPT and actually doing the geometry yourself.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I'll find out some more things. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just getting this to do a calculation, and this is obviously given the authorized version, right? So again, this isn't about right and wrong, true and false. This is a calculation, and we got to figure out what calculations are being used. So I've supplied the calculations that it's using, and if they're wrong, correct them, and I'll plug them in, and let's see what we get.
Yeah, if just straight up, if it's giving you a different answer, it's wrong.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm
Okay.
I'm just trying to work these things out from this height and this thing, and and I'm trying to see about these calculations. So there's a discrepancy here, right? We've got the Earth curve calculated from Metabunk saying something. We've got this saying something, and you're saying that this is wrong and that is right. And I'm like, awesome, but what are the calculations? And then I'm giving it the same calculations, and it's still coming up wrong. So I'm just trying to work this out.
Yeah, my advice would be to ignore ChatGPT. It's not a truth machine.
No, I'm not treating it like a truth machine. I'm treating it as a calculator using officialdom, because obviously it's got plugged into it officialdom.
Okay, I'm going to go to bed. I don't want to repeat myself. So, I would encourage you to do the geometry.
Well, this is like a backwards argument for Earth curve. Normally, you say, oh, you can't see it because it's behind the Earth curve, and then we do see it, and you go, oh, it's because it's being loomed up. That's why you do see it, instead of just saying, well, actually, it's just because we can see it today.
Okay. Do you have an example?
You have an excuse for why we can't see the mountain at the horizon. It's because or the boat that's going over the horizon, because it's going below or over the Earth curve. That's why we can't see it. And now when we can see it, you've got an excuse for that. It's like, the light's bending and it's bringing it up and looming it above the Earth curve. Hang on, maybe it's just because we can see it.
Do you have an example?
Yeah, the black
swan.
Every time we see something that we shouldn't see, that's your example. Because you guys always say,
you said black swan?
Refraction.
Yeah, you said black swan, right?
Yes.
Yep. Close to the surface, refraction can be extremely variable. This is measurable.
Okay, you asked for an example of what he just said, and I gave you one.
And I explained it.
What do you mean you explained it?
Yeah, get away from the surface.
I'm going to live stream that island for a week. I'm going to set up a camera for a full week at 92 miles away. And if you see that refracting, then you're amazing.
Okay.
It just doesn't happen, Roofy. I'm sorry, it's fake.
Yeah, it's not really true.
It just doesn't happen. I don't know where this came from.
Get above the surface.
I don't know.
Get above the surface. Refraction is predictable.
Yeah.
You want us to believe that Lake can show images on the other side of a hill.
Okay, but you keep
I'm not done yet.
But yes, we get your position. Look, Scrat, we get it. You don't understand seeing over.
Oh.
I temporarily muted you. I temporarily muted you, Negator. You'll be able to finish when he's done. Go ahead, though, Scrat. You weren't done.
You're doing a good job, Jeremy.
Well, I was just saying, you want us to believe that light can curve around and show an image on the other side of a hill, when the only examples you have is when it's your Earth curve. You can't give us an example. See, this shows that this can happen, but no. Every example is your Earth curve. So how do we know it can actually happen that way?
Yeah, we've discussed this fucking ad nauseum. Light bends. The end.
If you've said something 5 times already, please don't say it a 6th time.
Yeah.
Well, you guys keep saying the same thing. Light bends. Light bends.
All right. Well,
do you agree or disagree?
Light can displace an image in the distance, and light can bend. But if you were looking at light bending over a horizon and there was no image to displace, you wouldn't see the end of the light.
Because it'd be over crack out Paint again? Do I seriously have to crack out Microsoft Paint?
It's not tunnel vision. We don't have periscope vision.
No more paint. No.
Well, it seems like I have to do it because you guys just don't get it.
Show me
Because it's
here.
not
Well,
true, Rafie. It doesn't
There's the
happen.
dude.
I don't think it's
There's
not
your
getting it. Like I think
fucking
it's a bit of progress to be like,
It's-
okay, light bends.
Lights are constant.
Shouldn't they
All right,
be?
And then it
thanks,
gets
thanks,
dark
right,
and
Dick.
it goes away.
Well,
That's it.
Can I
Ruby, I
ask,
think they should be angled.
since we all agree that light can bend, can I ask the flat earther? So I guess Scrat, what is the limitation of that bend and angle? Because you're telling us that it can't do something. What point can't it do it?
Okay, first of all, I didn't say it can't do it. What I did say was
I said
I've
it can't bend.
never seen it display something from the other side of a hill. Therefore, I will never believe that we can see things on the other side of an Earth curve because
Okay, so
nobody's shown me an example of it doing that happening.
Scrat, you don't need to repeat your argument again. We understand.
Well, you said I said something, and I was clarifying what I did say.
Okay. Let me ask you then again. You do believe it can bend, which means you do believe it can bend around something. What is its limitation as far as what it can bend around?
Nice
First,
data.
I didn't say it could bend around something.
Well,
I would take it that light can bend. I don't know if it can bend around an object because I haven't seen that. Well, actually,
Can it
when you
curve?
guys
Have
do
you seen the laser?
oh my gosh,
Fish tank. Sugar water fish tank. Does light curve?
so light can bend. Yes.
Yes.
Can it
Right.
bend around an object from far away?
Well,
I
that's
don't know.
Object.
but
If I
Scrat,
stuck an object in a direct line between the start point and the end point, right? Geometrically, it's blocked, but the light goes around it. How difficult is this? I don't understand why this is so difficult.
I'm talking in nature.
Okay,
You're
but
talking about something that you manipulate every variable.
Hang on. I want to know about this. I want to know about this light bending. Please tell me about the light bending in the fish tank. So the light bends, and you can see the light bending. Is what else do you observe?
That's it. Just light bending. It's not bending around something.
I want to know about this experiment. So the light is being shone in the fish tank, and you can see that it's bending. Okay, we get that, and it's going around an obstruction. Get that as well. But if from the observer's point of view, to the end of that light beam in the fish tank, is it displacing the image?
Yes.
Yes.
It's displacing the image which has an obstruction from direct point of view.
Oh my god. I give up. I'm going to bed.
I got
Good
to
night,
see
everyone.
this experiment because this
Good night.
experiment sounds like magic. I mean, you must be talking about some orthographic view or something because like that's just not possible.
I mean, either light can bend or it can't bend. You won't tell us that.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying it can't move something that's hidden from your sight due to
Okay.
an obstruction.
Okay.
It can't move it into your view.
Okay. How much angle are you telling me it can't bend?
What?
How much angle? You agree with us that it can bend, but you refuse to tell us how much it can't bend. You're saying it can bend some, but I don't know what its limitation is. I'm asking you what the limitation is.
Does that
your problem is with its limitation.
You know,
No, you're not listening to what I said and what he was saying. What we're saying is that light can't project an object that is physically obstructed by something.
Okay. What? I tell you, let me
in nature.
Let me rephrase my question. If you acknowledge that light can bend, what can it bend around? How much in distance and size? Because you acknowledge it can bend, but well, hold on. You acknowledge it can bend. Therefore, you must also acknowledge it can bend around something. And I'm asking you, how much?
Aren't you the one who wanted me to not repeat myself over and over again?
Well, I guess my answer that I would like to get from you is in an angle or an amount. Can
I
you
don't
do
know
that?
why that matters.
But
What does that have to do? What
but
does
can
that have to? Oh my gosh!
Can you answer the question? Okay, so let's say I have a light that's 1 mile in distance. You acknowledge that light that's traveling a 1 mile distance can bend. How much in terms of height do you agree that that light can bend around?
I don't care. It doesn't matter how much it can bend. My question is, how do you know it can project an object that is obstructed by your view by something solid? Just because light can bend doesn't mean it can project images of stuff that should not be seen due to an obstruction. Can you show an example
So
of that?
if a light goes 1 mile, you agree that it can bend, yes? The light that travels a mile, it can bend?
Oh my gosh, you just going in circles.
It doesn't.
It's a yes or
say light goes
it's
1
it's
mile.
a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Does it bend, Scrat?
I'm assuming it can bend. Sure, I'll
Okay.
give you that. I don't
can it
care how
bend?
much it does.
Can it bend around something that is 1 millimeter in height? Is that possible?
The light can bend. It doesn't mean it's going to displace the image.
Okay, but that's not the question. The question is at what height can that light go around something? And my first question is, can it go around something that's a millimeter in height? Is that possible?
Okay, can you please explain what it has to do with my point?
It's a yes or no.
You're talking about diffraction.
Is what I'm talking about.
When light's bending, there's a special word. It's called diffraction, and that's the light bending. It doesn't mean it's going to be raising an image up into the air.
No, it's not diffraction.
It's diffraction. You've got refraction, and you've got diffraction, right?
And you're using it wrong. The question though remains: if you agree that light that's traveling a mile can bend,
no,
I don't. Can it bend? Yes or no? Can it bend around something that's a mile, that's a millimeter in height? Can it do that? Yes or no?
Yeah. Can we use that?
How many times are you going to ask this question?
Until one of you answers. Until one of you answers. Yes or no?
I did answer you.
It's scientifically inaccurate because light is a constant. You cannot assume that light is moving at 1 mile.
Can we use the grown-up adult word for this light bending, which is called diffraction?
That's not. No, it's refraction. Diffraction is when light hits something and bends around it.
Okay, the word is reflecting. It's not deflecting or refracting. It's reflecting. It's all. You're all wrong. It's a constant, and light reflects off objects. That's it. There's no argument to this. It's over.
Okay, so can light bend around something?
Oh my gosh!
In height? Yes or no? You just have to yes or no.
You just asked me.
Just say yes or no.
You got so upset.
Well, look, brother.
Oh my gosh! How many fucking times do I have to say it?
Is it okay? Say it now.
How many times are you going to ask it?
Yes or no? Say yes or no right now.
I just got here.
I'm not going to fucking answer it again, you schmuck. Somebody mute this asshole. He's just repeating himself over and over again.
Hey, don't, yo. You can't do that, Scrat. What are you doing?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just got here.
It's just he talks to me about, you keep asking the same question over and over again. How many times has he asked this question?
I haven't gotten an answer. If you did answer,
you keep asking the same question too. Like, I do think that the conversation needs to move forward a bit. The basic thing seems to be that people are accepting that light can bend. They're accepting. It sounds like some people are accepting in a controlled, small-scale environment we can get it to bend around things. The question is, does it do that out in reality?
Well, again, I'm going to state my point one more time.
No, mate. You don't go from complaining that somebody repeats their question to repeating your question. That's
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
It's just
I
obnoxious.
want to.
Right?
Okay. I won't say it. I
Can I
just
just say
want to know.
something?
I just want to ask you a question. From your questions, what are your questions have to do with my point that I've stated many times?
Right. Let me answer because I think you're a little bit confused. So you're saying that light can bend, but it can't bend enough to make objects bend around other objects in front of them, right? That's what you're saying, right?
That's what it
So
sounds.
what? Yeah. So listen. So listen carefully. Wait. Listen. So if you're saying that it can bend, but it can't bend that much, what is the limit of how much it could bend? What is the maximum limit of how much it can bend? That's what he's asking you. You understand?
And yes, I do understand, but I don't know what that has to do with light. Just because it can bend or it can bend a lot doesn't mean it can project an image that
Well, that's
shouldn't
what
be
he's
seen.
asking you. That's what he's asking you. He's asking you what is the limit of how much it can bend? Because you're saying it can bend, but not that much. And he's asking you, so what is the maximum limit? That's what he's asking you. It is directly related to your question.
What difference does it make?
Because it sounds like you're going, in principle, I accept that this thing happens. I accept that we've got experimental evidence of this thing happening. But until you can show me this thing that I cannot define, I'm going to refuse to accept that it exists and demand proof in a form that is impossible to show me. It's just saying, please change my mind. By the way, that's impossible.
Okay. And right back to my original question.
Repeat yourself again.
Where
That's going to
in
be original.
nature?
Are you going to, after that, complain that people repeat themselves? Which one?
Hey,
do one first, then the
you
other.
brought me here because you're ignoring it.
Because you can't define in nature when you would see it. You can't. You keep going. You keep going. Show me this thing in nature. Think of anything else in nature that I could ask you to see. Let me set. If I said a giant squid, you cannot show me a giant squid in nature. And then I said, right, before I start diving in the ocean looking for giant squid, can you define what a giant squid is, such that you would?
This is non sequitur.
You would be satisfied that I'd shown you one if I did. Because if I just set off diving and bring you back up a giant 20-foot tentacled monster, you can go, I didn't tell you what it was. I don't know what it looks like. That could be an octopus, right? You need to define what you're talking about. And if you're going, this thing doesn't exist in reality, I can't say it exists in reality, and you need to show me this house bending up over a hill, but you can't give the height of the hill or the distances involved or what it would look like if you saw it, then you're just repeating yourself for no fucking reason. And then in the next breath, complaining that other people repeat themselves. It's nuts. It is beyond insane.
Keep saying the same thing, ignoring my point.
And so you repeat your point.
Your only
even though we're able to
examples, guys, your only examples of this happening is your Earth curve. It's and yet we're supposed to believe it can happen.
Can I help? So what Scrat's trying to say is there's no evidence for diffracted light moving an object that's obstructed into your view. There's no such thing.
I'm aware of that, but I mean, if he's saying you can't show me this thing, but he wouldn't know if that thing was right in front of him, it's a moot point. I'm never going to convince you. Let's move on with it.
It's
like defining the thing you want to see as something you can't define. Then why are we still having this conversation an hour later? Like, we've heard his question a bunch of times. Why can't you show me in nature with a hill and a house this thing happening? And then we go, what would that look like if it did? What are the limitations on the previously accepted principles that could cause that to happen?
It would look
that
like
you think break down at this certain. It would look like a house is not an answer.
I'll answer your question. What would it look like? It would look like a house. Oh my gosh!
What distance?
What do you mean? At what distance?
No. It's a very. It's a lot like it's a lot like saying, I acknowledge that we can build 2-story houses, but if you can't show me a picture of a 3-story house, then 3-story houses are impossible. Though I acknowledge that we can build 2-story houses using the exact same principles.
No, that's not even close, because your point, what you're saying, is that we can. This can happen, but we have no example of it happening other than in this situation, which is Earth curve.
No,
yes.
I mean we do.
Yes, that's exact. Oh, okay, please show me one.
Well, what are the parameters?
Oh my gosh!
You can't set the parameters because he doesn't.
You said you had an example please give one?
Well, we've given some, but you dispute the parameters despite the fact that you won't tell us the parameters.
What do you?
Like-
Which ones did you give me?
Okay, there's another one. There's another one which is a guy using like pouring something onto a propane tank because people are saying, well, the sugar water is.
You see,
Dude,
you're ignoring my question. No,
dude,
you're
you're shouting at me.
ignoring what I'm asking for. You are
Please, let me
completely
finish.
ignoring what I'm
Oh my
asking
God.
for.
Can
Can
you
you have a
sit
cup
down?
of hot
In
cocoa
nature.
and let a motherfucker finish his sentence?
In
Yeah, really.
nature.
Nature just means reality, man. Nature just means reality. So if it happens in reality, it's happening in nature. Right? So the problem, I'm not saying you should accept that. I'm saying we can show you examples of it happening on a small scale with atmosphere. We can show you it happening on a small scale with fish tanks, with laser beams or actual cities being refracted up over a lump of sand or something, I forget. We can show you it happening at large scales in reality, but because normal atmospheric refraction is so small that it's measured in fractions of a radius of the Earth, there is nothing we could ever show you that wouldn't be at such a giant scale that it would also include some. Right, so you will not accept something large scale because you've already said that that's going to involve Earth first, even though we can show it going above and beyond Earth first sometimes, or typically less than Earth. We can show you all of these other things happening. All of those things, you're like, fine, okay, that happens. These things happen at all these different other scales and all these other different ways we test it. But I don't believe that something can be bent around an object at the scale that's necessary for me to maintain my delusion that the Earth is flat. That's the only sticking point. The one that disproves flat Earth is the only one you don't accept.
Well,
And if you did accept it, you'd move the goalposts and not accept something else, I thoroughly believe.
You're claiming that we can see mountains from 250 miles away over Earth curve. That much Earth curve. But all I asked for is just an example of seeing a house on the other side of it. And you can't...
Yeah, no, four more times, please. I've forgotten. Is it a house and a hill,
like that.
or is it a llama and a unicorn?
Hello? Something like that. Just another
barn
example
and a
of
sand
seeing
dune.
something over a hill. But
A
you
man
can't
with
do
a
that.
pitchfork up his butt from around the corner from a bar.
Hey,
No, I can't
eggshells,
show
you're
you
not a
this
flat
thing.
earther, huh?
No. Not today. I might turn back into one. All of this, please show me evidence that I will not accept, that I've already decided the grounds upon which I would
No,
reject.
you didn't give
That's
me
Hey,
any
much more
evidence
eggshells,
I was
that side
asking
of
you
for.
fake as fuck, dog. You fake as fuck, eggshells.
Yeah. Laughed for a good couple of weeks. Well, it's easy, because you just do that, show me X, and then all you need to do is, when they show you X, move the goalpost slightly and then go, what about in nature? And then move them again a little bit more. Now it's got to be a house and a hill. What did it be? Mountains, though.
It's sad because,
Small scale doesn't count.
on your thing you have on your info, it looks like you're a flat earther, right? So you try to deceive a lot of the new people that come in here. Good job, Eggs.
I don't think anybody's deceived. If you're tricked by it, then I feel for you, man. But I guess like ability to critically evaluate is probably not high on one's list of attributes.
So, yeah, you're right. My ability to critically evaluate is really low, bro.
It is. It sounds like it. You're getting tricked by such simple things.
It's called bipolar disorder.
Well, the trick I think is to set your goalposts as low as you can, as easy to pass, and to not move them. And what I think we're seeing here in this 2-hour-long conversation is an impossibly narrow, high goalpost that it would be impossible anyway to kick a ball through that then still move. Right? Like, if the question used to be, back before all the propane tank experiments and stuff, is just show me light bending. And it was kind of hard, and then somebody did a laser thing, and they're like, okay, well, show me it bending something up over an object. Okay, so it's bent something up over an object, so it looks exactly like the Chicago skyline too far away. But does it do that in atmosphere rather than in a temperature gradient? So somebody gets out the propane tank. There's not going to be an end to this, right? Like, if you need to believe the Earth is flat, you need to reject these things or do what other people do and just ignore the refraction conversation altogether. But there's not going to be a point where we show you this house on a hill that Ruhuk goes off and finds it somewhere. And he shows it to you and you go, oh, yes, the Earth's round. That's just not a reality, is it?
Well, because it's not reality that light can project an object from behind another object at a great distance.
Sure.
At a great distance. I don't know. You broke up. I didn't hear what you said.
My point is, even if he came back and showed you that, you would have a new objection. You're not going to suddenly become a glober if showing this thing that you've.
Oh, so you're saying what I would believe and wouldn't believe. Oh, okay. So you know what I would believe and not believe.
Yes. I will bet money that if he shows you that, you will not flip to being a glober.
Yeah,
Okay,
you can't
show
show
me
that.
what? What? Show me so. Go ahead.
The bottom line is that if you believe light can bend, you also believe it can be projected around something.
No, I don't.
Oh.
No, I don't believe that.
But how? If for light to bend, it necessarily can be projected around something.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, is the light bending?
Who cares if the light is bending?
No. Is the light
doesn't
bending
mean that it can project an image?
But you already agreed. You already agreed light can take a curved path. You already agreed that light can take a curved path, right?
No, I didn't. I didn't say it can take a curved
so light
path.
does light
I said it can bend.
Is a bend a curved path?
Continuous. Okay, I guess whatever.
Well, that's what fiber optic cables do, isn't it? You know, fiber optic cables,
Absolutely.
they can bend like a fucking roller coaster. Yeah.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't mean it's going to.
But what does light bending have to?
Yeah, it doesn't mean that bendy light is going to get an object and project it into your point of view in a straight line with an obstruction in the way.
Well, do fiber optic cables bend around things, project light around things?
Yeah, the light does. The light bends, but it's not displacing an image into your view, which is obstructed.
What is light? Like, if light is anything, it's an image, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not an image displacement tool. It doesn't do that when there's an object in the way.
So it can go around things, but it can't go around objects.
Yeah, and if it went over an obstruction that's not which is out of your view, the light would go out of your view too.
No, I think you misunderstand how refraction works.
No, you misunderstand how light works. If it's bending out of your view over a curve, you're not going to see the light anymore. It doesn't mean it's going to lift an image which is out of your view into your view.
That is necessarily what bending means. Do you believe light can bend?
No, the light's bending, but it's not displacing an image which is out of your view.
But if it's been okay, the light that we're referring to is the light coming from the image. You understand that, right?
No, see, that's a totally different aspect.
So what exactly is doing the bending? If it's light, then it's coming from something, because light is bouncing off something. If it's bouncing off something, it must bounce off an image or an object.
And you think it's bouncing back in a curved path?
No. If you say light can bend, that necessarily means you believe light is hitting your eyeballs, and it's hitting your eyeballs after bouncing off something. That's where the image comes from.
No. Like a rainbow is a bent light. The whole rainbow is in your view with no obstruction. But if the light is bending out of your view with an obstruction, you're not going to see the light anymore.
That's not correct. I'm sorry.
It's totally correct. It could bend around a curve, and you're not going to see the light anymore, I tell you. You're just not going to see it, and it's not going to raise an object into your view.
Yeah, that's your understanding of light is poor.
Yeah, because what refraction actually does is it displaces an image in a distance, which is already in your view. It just displaces it to a different spot, but it doesn't move it from an obstruction.
Okay, if it's being displaced, what path is that light taking? Because it's not taking a straight path, is it?
It's taking because the object's already visible. It's not obstructed.
No. If it's being moved from its original position to you as a straight line, it's being moved to another position. It can no longer be a straight line, right?
Yes, but that object is not obstructed originally. It's not obstructed.
But if you agree that the path that it takes is no longer straight, is it now bending or curved?
Yeah, but you're
Okay.
you're really struggling to avoid the point that you're raising an object which is obstructed into your view by displacement of bendy light, which is not possible.
But
You can
you
displace an image which is
just agreed.
already visible.
You just agreed that it's being displaced, and the only way it can be displaced is if the path of light is no longer straight, right? Or are you telling me that the image, the path of light from the image is straight, and the path of light from the displaced version of it is also straight? How is that possible if the position of the displaced image is actually the original position?
Okay, so if you're looking straight ahead into the distance, there's no obstruction. You get refraction, right? And it can move the image up or down. You can see the image whether it's down or whether it's up with no obstruction. As soon as there is an obstruction in the way, you're not going to see it no matter how much the light bends. Because if the light bends over a curve to see it, the light is going to touch that object over the curve, but you're not going to see it. It's not going to raise the image up. There's no such thing as looming.
Okay. So if the path of light to the original image is straight, but you agree that the light from the object can be displaced, therefore it can not be straight, right?
The argument is not whether light can bend. The argument
Yes,
is
it
whether
is.
light can
Yes, it is.
light can no. The argument is whether or not light can displace an image which is obstructed.
Well, if it bends, it can be bend around something, right?
Yeah, does that mean it's going to bring the image into view?
But can it bend
So the
around
light
anything?
the
Because you
light
agree,
can bend. Is it going to
you agree
displace
it
an image
bends.
which is obstructed? Why don't you answer my question?
Okay, but let's say I draw a straight line on the ground, right? And I put an X mark along that line. And now I draw a curved line that meets that straight line along its endpoints. Did that curved line bend around that X?
And are you going to see it if it's obstructed?
No. Answer the question. Did it curve?
It can curve all at once. It doesn't mean it's going to displace the image which is obstructed.
Oh gosh. Oh my. So it can bend, but it can't curve around. It can curve, but it can't curve around things. Does it just
I
my gosh.
think you've got a totally different sort of reasoning about how light works. It's not a corridor of light. It's not a periscope vision. Light bends, it goes out of your view through an obstruction. You're not going to see an image being brought into your view because of bendy light.
I mean, do you? It's so weird how you don't realize the nonsense that you're telling me.
You think we have periscope vision? There's like magical mirrors on the way of this corridor of light. It just doesn't.
The path, it can take a curved path, but it somehow can't take a curved path around something?
Yeah. The light can take a curved path because it's being diffracted, but it doesn't mean it's going to get the image. No, hang on. It doesn't mean it's going to get the image and bring it into your.
If the path itself is curved, can it curve around something?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, it can. Hang on.
Ask you a question, please?
Carlos just agreed with me that it can curve around
Yeah,
something.
but it sounds like you've got an argument. It sounds like
you
we're
have to
arguing
be
whether a light can be diffracted or not.
Case
That's not the argument.
closed. Case closed.
No.
It can bend.
Dude, how many times do you have to be told that light can bend, but it can't project an object that's obstructed? How many times do you have to be told this, and you just keep asking, "Can light bend? Can light bend? Can light bend?"
Well, if the path of light is bending, it's no longer intersecting.
Oh
something
my
that was
gosh, you're just doing it again. We told you light can bend, but it cannot project an image of an obstructed object.
So the light itself realizes that something was between its original 2 points and it stops moving. Is that what happens?
Oh my god!
No.
Oh my god!
You're telling me it can bend. If something were between its original 2 points, it no longer can bend.
Oh,
that's not the argument.
Be retarded. Have you been smoking something?
That's right.
Dude, we cannot be making ourselves any more clear.
Okay. If I walk a curved path, can that curved path go around something?
What does that have to do with
answer
projecting an image? What does that have to do with?
It's not
Fuck,
projecting.
you're,
It's
you're,
literally
too
just the
stupid
light.
to discuss this.
It's just the light. Scrat. You understand. You acknowledge. You agree. You admit it can bend. Therefore, it can bend around something.
So if I had a torch with a magical bendy lifesaver light and I could shine it straight around a corner of a building on Main Street, do you think that if I followed that, if I looked at through that beam of light, I'd be able to see around the corner?
What's the angle you're trying to bend it at?
Fucking 90 degrees.
And what's the medium that it's going through?
Air.
Air? No, air cannot bend light 90 degrees.
I mean, you think there's this magical corridor of light with fiber optic mirrors all the way along, like periscope vision, and you've got laser eyes, and you're going to be able to bring an image around from your obstructed view into sight, and it's just not going to happen.
Oh, I don't know, but it does.
It doesn't. Where's
Can
the
light
evidence?
bend?
Can we tell me this? You keep drawing a distinction between projecting an image and bending light. Why do you think those two things are different?
Because if a light bends around a curve, you're not going to see the light anymore because it's over the curve.
But it's bending around it. I don't understand the problem.
Yeah, okay. It bends around it, but is it going to bring an obstructed vision image into view?
Well, does it bend around it or not? Because if it doesn't bend around it, then you don't see it. If it does bend around it, then you do see it.
If light can bend around a curve, does it mean it's going to bring an image into view which is obstructed?
That's literally what bending around means.
No, it doesn't. It means the light's bending. It doesn't mean it's going to displace an image from obstruction.
I think you're very confused about what bending light means.
I think you think that light can like bring objects out of obstruction into view.
Well, what do you think bending light even means to start with?
Well, displacement. All it does is displace the image that you're looking at. It doesn't mean it's going to bring it into view from obstruction.
So it moves it to somewhere else from an
original. Yeah. Like all of the refraction photography, you can observe it displaces the image up and down. It doesn't bring an image from obstruction into view.
So if I were to draw a line from the observer to the displaced object, it would be straight, correct?
It depends if you're looking in a straight line or not. Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, there's only a straight line between the observer and the object. But if you're telling me it's displaced, that line must bend to the displaced position, right?
Oh my God, this is a very weak argument for we can see too far.
Tell you what, let me bring up Microsoft Paint, and you can help me out here.
Dude, all you got to do is show an example of this happening in nature at a great distance without it being earthly. That's all you got to do. If you
Thanks,
gave
man.
an example,
I appreciate it.
I would believe it. Well, you can't do that.
All right, gotcha.
Well,
so Carlos, this is our straight line, right? Let me draw two things.
Coward.
Let me draw two things for you. Let's say a tree.
The only way that's going to happen is with mirrors.
We'll draw a tree here. That's what I'm looking at, and on the opposite side, I've got this is Carlos here looking at this tree. Okay, good. We're good so far. We've got a straight line of sight to the tree, right?
Right, because we've got two eyes, and if you look at an object and you close one eye with your hand, you can move the object left and right, right? Left and right.
Let's say there's a temperature inversion. We're looking at that tree over a lake, right?
With a monocular.
Yeah, sure, with the binoculars. Let's say
a monocular, a telescope.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
One lens, yeah.
Let's say the temperature inversion causes the tree to look like it's there, right? Mm-hmm. So the path of light, the physical tree is here, right? But the path of light, in order to make it appear above, does that, right? You agree?
So you're looking straight,
So the
At a
black
tree.
line, the black line represents the direct line of sight from the observer, you, to the tree. The
Yeah.
gray line represents where the tree is being displaced to. The orange line represents the path of light that tree took to get to you to appear displaced. Right?
Yeah, where's the obstruction here? Where's the obstruction?
Well, we're talking conceptually. Is this what's going on?
No, it's not, because there's no obstruction.
Okay.
This is non sequitur, dude.
So explain to me how then you agree that the light from the tree can be displaced, but it's not taking a curved path, despite the
We
fact
don't
that the
disagree
physical
with that.
location of the
non
tree
sequitur.
will
Yeah,
not
we don't
change.
disagree with this. This is called refraction. That's everybody knows about that. But where's the obstruction bringing the tree up above?
Whoa. You agree that refraction exists and the orange line represents the
Yeah,
path of light?
Of course.
So the orange line does well, hang on. The orange line that I've drawn does represent the path of light. You agree with that?
It's a
No.
fallacious argument.
No.
It's non sequitur. It has
No.
nothing to do
Is the
I'll
orange
tell you what,
light
I'll tell you
the
what.
path of light?
It's the same visual. You just put a bendy line over the top. It's
You just put a
disingenuous.
bendy line there.
I don't
mean,
know. I don't know why it's so hard to agree with this. Does the orange
I
line
tell you
represent the
why.
path of
I
light?
tell you why.
Ridiculous.
I tell you why. You think that this red line represents some type of bendy light. What you're seeing in the distance is the tree is being refracted up. It doesn't mean that you're seeing it with that red line. All you're seeing is the image which has been displaced.
Does the orange line represent the path of light to make sure that it appears displaced?
No,
Okay, so help me draw the line to represent.
you don't
the
need a line. No, you don't need that red line at all. At all.
Well,
Because
what path is it taking?
the image is being displaced at a distance and you're seeing it being displaced. You don't need the red line.
Okay, so the red line represents where the tree is. How should I bend this line so that it looks like it's higher?
I know you got two red lines. So that curvy red line, you can take that away. You don't need that one.
That one's orange.
Okay. Yeah, it is orange. So tell me then, if the physical location of the tree is along the black line, but it appears what the gray line is, what's the path of the light?
The path of the light is the top line.
Is the gray line
It's the top one.
the gray one?
It's where you're seeing the image is being displaced.
No.
There's
Look, Carlos,
there's no corridor. I tell you,
I need you to
listen,
be
there's
like
no-
an honest, upstanding grown man right now and tell me
I
what the
am.
path of
I'm
light
telling you, there's no corridor of light that
Okay,
you're following.
is
on
it the
that
gray
red
line or the black line?
You're seeing a displaced image in the back, at the distance. That's all you're seeing. You're not seeing that curvy line at all.
Okay, so help me draw the path line the light is taking. Tell me what's
There is no path. There is no path.
Okay, so then how am I seeing it? Because the light's hitting my eyeballs, isn't
It's
it?
being displaced. It's being displaced because of refraction.
If it's somewhere else, how
I
am
don't know why
seeing
you
it?
think there has.
How
I don't know
why is it so
See,
hard to just be like a grown
this
man about
this
this?
is your
be
problem.
directly
I mean,
honest,
this is your problem.
and be
You think
somebody
there's
of
a path of
integrity
light.
and moral character. Just be
How are you
honest.
having an argument that's not fallacious?
You think there's a
Where's-
path of light. There is no path of light. I'm sorry. The image is being displaced at its location.
How
and
is it
that's where
being
you see it.
displaced? How is it being displaced
Because
without
of
the light of
refraction.
the path of light
Because-
changing?
No, there's no path of light.
There's no path. So how is the light hitting your eyes if there's no path for it to get there?
Because light's not hitting your eyeballs. All you're seeing is an image in the background. You've got the wrong idea of how light works.
Define the word see.
What?
What am I seeing? What is
You're
hitting
seeing
my
a-
eyeballs?
You are seeing a displaced image
How's the image hitting my eyeballs?
because of your vision.
Okay, what is my vision picking up?
It's picking up a displaced image in the distance.
But how's the image getting to my eyes?
I tell you what, man, you really need to look. There's
Is it
absolutely
light, Carlos? Is it
there's
light?
no
Is light
Yeah.
hitting my eyes? Yes or no?
there's light everywhere.
Is light hitting my eyes from the displaced image?
There's no path of light.
Is the light hitting my eyes, Carlos?
You don't have laser vision.
Is light hitting my eyes? I think the fact you can't answer this tells
You've got
everybody.
light
who's
hitting
the
your
answer.
eyes. You've got light hitting your eyes all the time, but you're not following a path of light to a displaced image.
So is the light from the displaced image hitting my eyes? Come on, Carlos. You can be honest with me.
you're not getting light from a displaced image. You're seeing an image in the distance. That's all you're doing.
Well, what does that mean? When you say seeing an image, what's happening? Is light hitting my eyes or no?
Like the lensing effects of the refraction and the atmosphere are displacing the image in the background, and that's where you see the new position. You're not having a path of light, periscope vision, laser beams coming to your eye. There's no such thing.
How do I see an image? Like when it gets to me, like what's happening?
you think that tree has a torch on it, has a light on it.
I don't
It's
know,
not
man.
a light.
You tell me. You tell me. Is the light hitting my eyes?
There's no there's no lighthouse beaming from that tree. There's no path of light.
Come on, dude. You're trolling me now.
Oh my god.
You're just messing with me.
You know what you need to do.
There's gotta be something better to do at Friday night in Australia.
You're-
Right? Girl, come on, man.
Your example here does not have any obstruction.
It's funny that you keep going there. You're like, man, I just cannot possibly ever say the path of light is bending. I can't say that because I've got to say it in other ways. Carlos, bro.
Carlos, how do we see things? Like, how do I?
He doesn't know. He won't say it. He's just not upstanding and dude enough to say it.
We have hyperbolic vision.
But what does that mean? Does light hit your eyes or doesn't it, Carlos?
What's the difference between like a room? Like, I'm in my bedroom and I have the light off and I have to fumble my way to my bed, or if I have the light on and I can see my bed. What's the
Yeah,
difference?
can you tell me how you have evidence that light hits our eyes?
Oh God. How would you like to describe it?
Evidence. EVIDENCE. Evidence.
How would you like to describe things hitting images that your eyes are picking up?
How would I like to describe it, or how would I like you to provide evidence?
This seems like a weird straw man. Wait, like just get to the point, dude.
Oh, it's a weird straw man that light hits our eyes.
Does light hit your eyes or no?
I don't see any evidence for that. Hence me asking for it.
Oh, do you see things?
Oh, so you're just going to beg the question.
Do you see things? What's it?
I do. I see things. Yes.
And when you turn the lights out, do you see things?
Yes.
Oh, what do you see?
Depends on what's in there.
If you're in a room with no windows and you turn the lights out, what do you see?
And no light.
That proves that light hits my eyes.
No. The question is, do you see anything?
I see outlines of things in the dark, and that's completely non sequitur to if the light's physically hitting my eyes. When we turn the light on and we see things better, can you tell me how that means it hits my eyes?
Better. So you're seeing more of something?
Yes, Negator. That's how it works.
Why is that? Why is that?
Yes. Okay,
Why
well,
is
you're claiming it's because it hits our eyes. So instead of shifting over to asking me, can you please substantiate that the light hits my eyes?
So
please?
it sounds like you're late to the conversation. We're discussing whether light can bend around things.
No, it's built upon your premise of how we see with light hitting our eyes. So try and keep up.
It sounds like you don't understand how light works.
So he can't answer it. He's a sophist. So hey, who was the other guy that was jumping in and saying something? Do you have an answer? Can you pretend to be honest? And do you guys
listen,
have evidence?
look, man. Hey, if you're gonna come in here and just like make things up, that's fine, dude. But let's not pretend that I'm wrong. Light bends. You agree that light bends?
He says the light hits our eyes, but then can't provide evidence for it.
I can't provide evidence the light hits our eyes. Is that?
Well, apparently, since I've asked you calmly and respectfully to
That's
provide
a fucking
evidence.
stupid statement.
Yeah.
That's a goddamn stupid statement. I really have to say that here.
Light can bend around things, whether refraction can bend around an object.
Can you substantiate that it's physically traveling and hitting my eyes first, so we can talk about if it actually bends?
Well, do you agree that refraction is real?
Dude,
yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
Oh, but now we
It's
have
real
to
simple.
answer questions. So when Negator blatantly runs away from his question, it's okay. And it's actually
I guess I'm
directly asking him to provide evidence for his claim.
I'm not interested in being trolled.
When he asks a question in a desperate attempt to avoid the burden of proof because he knows he can never substantiate that light hits your eyes, then it's a yes or no question. You're so goofy, bro. Why are you so goofy? You even got on my YouTube and got destroyed in front of everyone. You come back here shamelessly for
no. You're which one? What did I say? I know that now that you're here, Wit, you think that this is the Witsit show, and you get to take over the conversation. But it's fine. What was the conversation, Witsit? What was the conversation? What did I
He's
post?
talking about hyperbolic vision, and
No,
you're
you
trying to
said I got on
strawman
your.
him with. You're trying to strawman him, dude. I only heard a part of it, and I already know what's going on. You guys are all robots, so you're trying to strawman him with the light physically bending around. He's saying that it's just hyperbolic vision and it's an optical effect, and then you bring up that light hits your eyes, trying to strawman that it physically travels, it physically bends, and then hits your eyes. So can you please give me evidence that the light physically hits our eyes, causing us to see? Thank you.
I don't need to. What's it?
So you can just make baseless claims.
Well, does light bend or no?
Why are you not
It's
answering the question?
a yes or no question. Does light bend? Because if you agree that it bends, then it's a thing that hits your eyes. But if you don't agree that it does not bend or does bend, then it's something else. And we can talk about something else if you like.
Just the portion of the background that gets excited can appear to bend to us. So can you provide actual evidence that the
Portion
light
of
physically
the
travels?
background that appears can bend. What does these words even mean? What's it?
Bro, dude, why do none of the ballers, like Extremis, you jumped in and said when I'm saying stupid, you can't hold him accountable when he makes a claim that light hits your eyes, and then I say, can you provide evidence for that? And then he does all of this. None of the ballers call him out?
Because
None of the ballers.
it's being pedantic, and you know it is.
Dude, none of the ballers can call him out. He immediately runs away
Does
from
light
the question.
refract? What's it? Does light refract? Yes or no?
Now, look what he's doing. He can't answer the question, so he's spamming me with questions. I keep answering his questions, but he can't answer the same
Because
first
they're
question.
not. It's not relevant. What's it?
Hey, will any of the ballers call him out, please? Are you
We all agree that light hits our eyes, and they're not moral degenerates for disagreeing with me. Come on, man.
No, they sit back and
You gotta,
watch you be a
one
soft,
day you gotta be a
dishonest.
grown man about things, okay, dude? Like, come on.
That is such light hits our eyes because we all know it does.
Oh, so it does.
Oh,
Do you
yeah,
agree,
there
Scott?
you go. That's basically what he's saying
What
too,
if-
because he has no evidence. He can't
What
even
if-
articulate it.
What's it?
What if we
He's a
turn this
flatter.
the other way? What if we turn this the other way? Witsit, have you got any evidence that light doesn't travel?
There you go. Let's turn it the other way. You're
Yeah, this is
also a dishonest person. This
Is
is
that a
why
no?
you guys should be.
Just say.
Wait.
Have you got any evidence or not?
Yeah, I guess light doesn't refract now because what's it doesn't believe it moves.
Wait. Did I ask Negator a very simple, calm
No,
question
what's
to
it-
start this off?
No,
You
you
guys-
interrupted
you
a
guys
question about whether light can bend around things to apply a red herring because you think you got me on something. Does light
No.
bend? Can
Do
it bend around something?
you want to bet $1,000? That's not what happened.
Does light bend or refract?
Of
Yes or no?
course you don't, because you would lose $1,000, right? Because what actually happened was I came in and I heard you asking him, "Do you deny that light hits our eyes?" And that's when I asked the question. You asked him, "Do you deny that light hits our eyes?" Now all of you guys avoided the question like little kids.
You're roboting. You're roboting. Start again. Go back. You're roboting.
I'm sorry. My CIA overlords are interrupting your transmission.
Hey man, can you provide evidence that light hits our eyes?
Do I need to?
Light doesn't hit our eyes.
Well, you're claiming
You
it
made
does.
the claim.
I don't know. I thought one of the premises for this entire argument on both sides was that light travels.
Are you claiming it doesn't?
Why are you trying to shift the burden of proof?
Because the argument on both sides thus far has involved the traveling of light. If you want to change the entire premise of what your folks are saying, that's fine, but we got to start from scratch.
No, you literally said, "Are you denying that light hits your eyes?" That's the first thing I heard you say. Now I'm asking you, do you have evidence that it hits your eyes?
Cool, man. Why do I need to do that?
Because you made the claim.
Okay, cool. And do I also need to substantiate the claim that I have eyes and you have eyes and that Scrat has eyes and Jimbo has eyes?
No, those are easily substantiated claims.
Oh, they are? By what standard? Like pictures?
Tangibly and physically touching my eyes.
So I need to drive to your house right now, Witsit, to touch your eyeballs to make sure that you have eyes?
Does none of the ballers think what he's doing is incredibly immature and retarded?
It's childish.
You're right. It's equally as immature and childish as asking us whether light hits our eyes or not.
No, I said, do you have evidence that it hits our eyes? You believe that little photons are bouncing off my eyes. Do you have evidence?
Again, not relevant to whether light bends or not.
He can't do it. He can't do it. And that's because you guys don't. See, you
I
never
know.
even actually thought about this, right? Because you think it makes you smart to repeat low IQ nonsense. So
Well,
you don't
we
even
all,
understand the concepts that you
but
pretend to make other people stupid for not believing in. And
the
that's
premise,
why I find you a moral degenerate. And if
the
can anyone
premise.
else in here please answer the question if you all believe that, because it's
Yeah,
not true.
I'm sorry,
Or-
Whit. This isn't the Witsit show. You can go to your own live streams at another time. The
Well, you're
premise
the
of
one
this
that just not
argument was
answered
that
the
light
question.
travels and that it can bend and refract. That's
Actually,
what
I
that's what the
jumped
flat
in and you
earthers
said
here have been arguing.
literally
At the
asked
start.
Carlos. You literally asked Carlos, "Do you deny that light bounce hit your eyes?" That's what you said.
And what did Carlos say?
I jumped in and said, "Wait, do you have evidence that it hit your eyes?"
And
You've avoided it for 5 straight minutes like a kid.
because I don't need to, it's an irrelevant question meant to red herring the entire conversation.
You're the one that brought it up by saying, "Do you deny that light hits your eyes?"
I'm sorry, dude. Like, you really need to get with the picture here.
No one is gonna call him out. Like then the other baller jumps in and like just tries to aid the obfuscation by saying, "Let's turn it around and ask what's it."
Because
No.
Why do none of you
The
people
point
call
of that
Negator
is,
out right now?
Austin. The point of that is can you meet your own standard of evidence? That is the point of that question.
What claim did I make?
Well, if you're going to argue with light traveling and say that it doesn't travel, you must have evidence that it does not travel.
I know you don't know how like
This gives him an
logic works and
excuse
stuff.
to
I know you don't
grandstand.
know how
Like,
I know you don't know how logic works, okay? But this is called a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. So Negator made the claim that light's physically traveling and hitting our eyes. I asked him to substantiate that claim. What you are now attempting to do is shift the burden on the party that's challenging or denying the assertion being made, which is a textbook shifting the burden of proof fallacy. So if you can please provide evidence that light physically hits our eyes, then we can move on like adults.
How about we move on like this? Witsit, does light travel?
How about we move on by still just
Nice,
avoiding the question?
Nice.
Yeah,
You're
you can't
also
do it.
avoiding the
Look, time out.
question. Answer the
Time out, look.
question.
This is what's so funny. Now you guys are all saying, nice. Look, Witch is scared to answer the question after literally you've refused to answer the question.
Because
for 5
it's
minutes.
sea lining.
Is the irony actually lost on you? That
It's
you've
sea
been doing
lining.
the same thing?
The irony
Light
is lost
doesn't-
on you. You are doing the same thing. Does light
No.
travel? Witsit. Austin,
No,
does light travel?
I'm just not taking your bait because once I answer the question, you're going to be like, oh, do you have evidence? And I could destroy you on every aspect of it. But it's a tactic to avoid
I could destroy you guys.
So, like, are there other mods in here? Because they're both incessantly interrupting. Negator, I guess when Negator's in here, he just thinks he runs the room and can talk all over
Actually,
people.
I was talking to somebody else. You jumped in. Now you think you run the room. What's it?
No, it's an open room. I jumped in when there was a pause, and you asked it. You made a claim. I asked you for evidence of it, and now you're avoiding it like a little girl.
Great. Well, we're actually talking about what light can bend around. If you want to wait your turn, we can get to you once Scrat and Carlos are done discussing whether light can bend or not. Okay?
Like, you guys shouldn't be allowed.
I don't know why you're talking because Scrat and
You know what
Carlos
you're
are
not
the
going to
ones
be doing for
arguing.
the rest of the day, buddy? Talking. You're now muted. Thank you.
You're
you,
a pussy.
Negator.
You're a fucking pussy, dude.
Says the guy who literally
Do it. Do it.
There's another
Do it, you
interruption.
coward. You jumped in here. You controlled the entire conversation. 2 other people were talking to me, but now you think you get to control them.
No, I just asked you for evidence of your claim, and this is just getting very repetitive and completely pointless. You cannot have real valuable conversations with these people because they're intentionally dishonest and obtuse.
I don't
That's
need
what it
to
is.
because we all accepted the premise that light travels already. Everybody here did. If you don't, that's fine. You can wait to argue it with me later. Okay?
You literally, I jumped in and you said, are you denying that light hit your eyes? And I asked for evidence that it hit your eyes.
Cool, man.
Cool, man, what?
Cool, man. Wait your turn for Carlos and Scrat.
Dude, no one's gonna call him out. Like, that's what's so bad is that the ballers actually amped it up.
I don't know why
support it.
you're still talking. You jumped into this conversation mid-conversation and cut off 3 different people.
Actually,
Why
Negator,
can't you answer his
the
question?
conversation's been going on for a long time, and it wasn't about whether light bends or not. It was, can an object from behind a real hill in reality ever get loomed up so you can see it the way you're claiming that you can get light bending and bringing an image up from the mound of water you think is earth curvature? It's been like totally like drained already. Witsit coming in and talking about the light traveling, or if it actually hits your eyes, is a totally new topic and totally welcome at this point, because you totally obfuscated the whole point the guy was trying to make to begin with.
Yeah, it's like
He wants a real example of in reality where an image gets brought up that you couldn't see before behind a real mound of something like a hill, and we never see that in reality. And he's like, "Does light bend? Does light bend?" And you guys just like a broken record.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy because this conversation's being repetitive, and it has, I'm quite happy that Witsit comes in and white knights me to explain hyperbolic vision, because I really don't have the vocabulary to explain how that works. But what he can do is help to express my opinion about how light works, and I think that's probably a good thing.
Was your opinion that light does not travel?
Light doesn't travel, my friend.
It does not. So how does it? How do I see things?
So you lied when you said that he agreed that light traveled.
Well, up to this point, he did not say
You
that.
you didn't even ask the question if light travels, not even once.
You also didn't make the statement that it doesn't.
You claimed that's what the whole conversation was about, and wait, you basically lied and claimed that's what the whole conversation.
No, I didn't
was
lie.
about.
He never said that it doesn't. And
Yes,
up to
he
this point,
did.
we've been talking
specifically
about
said white.
the path of light this entire time.
Now.
Yeah, up to now, we've literally been referring to the path of light, whether it hits your eyes, and so forth, and all of that implies it's traveling. We'd all accepted these
specifically said that everyone agrees that it's traveling, right? And that I'm not allowed to talk because everyone already agreed. And this is what's very telling, though. The truth is, obviously, you don't have an answer. So can you provide evidence that light hits your eyes? You just assume. So what you assume is that light is like a little physical paintball gun of photons that gets shot out and hits your eye.
I know you want to make these little like snarky comments and get down into nonsensical, pedantic conversation because you want to avoid the topic at hand. That's fine.
Actually, that's what you've been doing this whole time.
This is not pedantic. This is very specific, because if we're going to try to understand how light works and how it causes us to see things, we need to actually properly define the phenomenon, bro. It's nothing to do with being pedantic.
Okay,
so
hold
let's
on.
let's say the light does not travel, but the path of light does bend, right?
I want to address what you just said there. You've been avoiding the real topic this whole time. That's what you have been doing.
Yeah, that was a complete projection, Negator. You're so tactical in the way you talk to people. It doesn't sound like you believe anything that you actually say.
Oh, I do. I just think that
He's just
you're
here
all
to
very
argue.
confused.
He just argues for argument's sake. Like that's what he does.
Well, let's just say that light does not bend, but it still follows a path, right? The object to the eyeball. Can we agree on that?
No.
No, we don't agree with your stupid reification of what you think light does. So we would like evidence for it, please.
Okay, so the how would we describe when I see something in a place that it's not? What word should I use?
So basically what you're saying is you can't substantiate your interpretation, so you need me to replace it for you. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'd like to agree on terminology, since apparently we need new terminology.
You're just going to call it word salad
for the last hour.
When I answer it, you're just going to call it word salad because you can't rebut it. It's over your head. We all know that's what's on the horizon.
Okay. Can I draw lines that represent objects to eyeball? Is that possible?
If you want to draw cartoons and pretend that somehow defines reality.
Well, no. I mean,
so can you provide evidence? Can you provide evidence that perspective is Euclidean?
In a useful way that represents how we see things. Is that possible?
We'll ask you each part of your claim, and if you have evidence, and you'll end up providing no evidence for any of it. So, do you have evidence that perspective is Euclidean?
I'm sorry. Is it possible to draw orthographically lines that represent how I see an object?
Do you see a perfect view?
Yeah. So, are you saying that perspective is strictly Euclidean?
It doesn't matter. The question is pretty basic. Is it possible to draw lines?
A lot.
Is it possible to draw lines that represent the object and my eyes?
It's possible to draw a unicorn too. Yeah. So
sure.
You can enter the. Yeah. So that doesn't mean it actually depicts reality.
Oh, that's a little immature. What's it? Because you do know. I mean, you understand that I can. You understand that I see that we can all see things in places that they're physically not, right? You agree with that?
So I'm going to actually advocate for a new rule in the server. I'm going to talk to Geo about.
Oh my god,
So-
dude! Just stop with the grandstanding and fucking talk to me.
Probably the interruptions is already a rule, I think. So you should already be
Because you
muted
spend
because you just
so
keep
much
There's
time
another one.
like
There's
stroking
another.
your ego with stupid shit, man. Come on.
There's another one. So my suggestion, the new rule I advocate for, is whenever some people are having a conversation and
Yeah,
one
why
side
don't you go talk to Gio about your suggestion, okay?
look at it, bro. Like, are we all going to pretend the Gator isn't just incessantly
You're
interrupting
just
now?
you're grandstanding and preaching. You're not.
Oh,
I mean, you
nice.
realize that his name is the personification of Na'a. So I don't know anyone's surprised that that's his argument.
Yeah,
Well,
it's just
he
crazy.
showed me a diagram. He showed me a diagram on on whatever program he was using of a tree in the distance, and he was asking me about the path of light, and I said, well, is there a beam of light coming from that tree? And you know, there's no explanation for his red line, what's representing a curved line of a path of light. There's no such thing, and he has no evidence for this in reality.
That's correct. That's correct. The new rule that I'm suggesting is if people are in here and someone's asking point blank questions and they're intentionally being avoided over and over and over, no matter how many you ask, they're intentionally just obfuscating, wasting time. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. There's no way they should be allowed to do that because that's just blatantly disrespectful and dishonest. It's a waste of everyone's time. It makes a productive conversation completely unproductive, and it makes it take forever. It actually ends up evolving into hours of nonsense. That's what happens with people.
Oh,
like
that's
me.
exactly what happened. He just kept on avoiding what I was asking for, and just does light bend? Does light bend? Oh, it was so freaking annoying.
Have you noticed as well that President questions was already the assumption that his worldview was correct? That was like baked into the question. So it was like,
Well, it is though, Crypto. So
yeah, but I haven't finished though, have I? So
Yeah, you're right.
saying, all right, well, we're seeing this thing and it's not really there. Well, that's part of what's in contention, though, isn't it?
no, what's in contention is whether you can see something that's not really there around something, and everybody on your side acknowledged that we can see it in a place that it's not, but they wouldn't explain how it is that we can see it in a place that it's not.
I explained
You're
it
a
quite
liar.
well.
You just lied,
Can you give
dude.
me 1 second
That's
to
always the
explain?
point of contention.
I said very clearly the image is being displaced. There's nothing to do with the path of light
Okay, so how are you seeing it?
because it's being displaced.
What does that mean, though? It doesn't mean anything to me if you can explain it.
Yeah, but
Okay,
light and excitation of the background medium, when you have additional mediums layered on top of that, then you see the light through those mediums. So it's just the optical effect of additional obstruction due to medium. There's no physical travel from point to point, bending around anything. You have no evidence for that. You could never articulate evidence for that. And you think you know there's evidence for that because you can look up stupid drawings on the internet of straight lines from people's eyes.
Okay, so when you say a medium, how does that affect what we see? Because when you say medium, you imply the medium is affecting what we see in a certain way. What do you mean?
I specifically explained how.
No,
So
you
I
didn't.
said
You
it
said,
causes.
you said
I says
a
it causes.
medium.
I says it
You
causes
simply
additional obstruction.
you simply said it does, but when you said medium, you imply that medium is affecting what we see, and what we see has to go through that medium, right?
Okay,
It
how
doesn't
about
go
this?
through anything, dude. It's just that.
Then why does the medium matter?
Can
You
I
brought
ask?
up medium. Why does it matter?
I've got a really good example. A kindergarten student could understand this. So if I put my beer bottle on the left side of the table and I'm looking at it, is there a path of light from me to the beer bottle?
I don't know. What I would like Whitson to do is explain why he mentioned medium.
And if I pick up the beer bottle and I put it on the right side of the table, is that a different path of light from me to the beer bottle?
I don't know, dude. What does the medium have to do with it?
No. You tell me.
We're seeing
You tell me
things
about this
through a
path
medium.
of light. I'm interested to know about this path of light that you talk about.
Well, correct. Even Whitson just mentioned a medium that can affect what we see, right, Carlos?
Okay, so if I've got a beer bottle on the left side of the table and a beer bottle on the right side of the table, is that a different path of light?
Are there two physical bottles there or no?
Yeah, a bottle on the table on the left and a bottle on the table on the right. And are those two different paths of light? Are they?
But they're both straight paths, yeah.
Are those physical objects that I can see without obstruction?
I mean, I presume there's no obstruction. You didn't mention any.
And if I put something in the way to obstruct them, would I be able to see them?
No, that's the definition of obstruction, that you wouldn't see it.
So what type of magical effect am I going to apply to be able to see them if they're obstructed?
Well, something that would bend the path of light, like a different medium.
Okay, would Earth curve be considered an obstruction? You
Wait, let me
freaking
just. So this is what's so funny. This is easy to debunk. So if I shoot a laser through a piece of glass, right, and I was to assume that it's physically traveling from the laser through the glass to the other side, and then I look at it in the glass, it would slow down. If I assumed it was traveling, then it'll quote unquote slow down by 30%. Okay, but it goes straight through the glass, goes straight through it, then pops out on the other side. There's no bending. Okay, it goes straight through the glass and it slows down. So, quote unquote, slows down if you assume it's traveling at a speed, right? So then the question is, how's that happening? What's causing that? Okay, in reality, it's glass being an additional medium. So you've just thrown an additional medium, a layer on top of what you were going to previously see, which changes how you perceive the light that's there. It doesn't slow down and speed up. If it was to slow down and then exit the glass and speed up, that would violate the law of conservation of energy. So
Why?
do you even, because you can't have the light speed back up without additional energy being introduced.
Why?
Because of the law of conservation of energy.
Why does it have more energy if it's going faster?
You're saying that something can go faster without more energy?
I'm saying light can.
So you think that the light, wait, this is funny because that's not even the actual answer. You don't know. This is why you people should not be allowed to come here and get intellectual
Oh, God.
superiority, right?
You're right.
I'm asking you why. Like, why does it have to have more energy if it's in glass or if it's in vacuum?
Okay, if the light is going through the glass and then exiting the glass, going the same quote unquote speed that's presupposed, that would mean it would have to have energy to speed back up.
Why? The question I'm asking is why does it have to have energy to speed back up? That's the specific question I'm asking.
What was my answer?
Natural law?
Pardon? What did you say, Scrap?
Natural law. I'm sorry, was it? I will shut up.
Natural law, which one?
I already answered it. What did I say?
I didn't hear because Scrap was talking. What did you say?
You did hear me though. I said it twice.
What was it? Say it again. I haven't heard.
The conservation of energy.
Yeah, so how do you know that it's got more or less energy, whether or not it's in glass or whether or not it's in vacuum?
Can something speed up without energy?
Yeah.
Okay, give me an example.
Light.
What?
Light.
That isn't an example. You don't even know what your paradigm claims. Your paradigm does not claim that the light slows down and speeds back up in the glass. That's not what your paradigm. If you believe that light's what
so
happens?
why did you say that it does if that's not what my paradigm says? Because that's what you've just said 5 seconds ago.
No, you're actually trying to defend it as if it can just speed up without energy.
Well, I'm. This is what you have told me, and then you, Austin, you have said to me that in the glass it goes slower, and in the vacuum it goes faster, and then you've said straight afterwards that in my paradigm it doesn't speed up or slow down. So which one is it?
Yeah, because it can't. Because light has to maintain a constant speed in your paradigm, so it's physically traveling from point to point. It's assumed. So that means that even though when we measure it, it would be
So it
slowing
doesn't
down
speed up
by
or slow
30.
down. So the energy hasn't changed in your point. I'm confused. Which one is it? Is it
Okay, so
I know you're
here's
confused.
what you're doing. Here's what you're doing. Yeah, here's what you're doing. You're taking the contradiction
You're
that
roboting a
Witsit is
little bit.
pointing out to you,
You're
and then
roboting a little bit,
saying,
Crypto.
well, the contradiction can't exist, so it has to be. Sorry. How about now? Hello.
Just
Yeah, you're
pause a
good.
sec-
You're good now.
Just pause 1 second. Pause 1 second.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Alright, go.
Okay.
You're good now.
Okay. You're taking the contradiction the Wits is pointing out and then saying, no, I want all of half of it or all of the other half. But the point is the contradiction. That is the point that you're missing. Am I still a robot?
A little bit,
No,
but we
Or
heard
is
you.
that just
a
silence?
little bit, but you got you. But I'm confused because Witsit has told me that the light speeds up and it slows down. Then he's also said in my own paradigm it doesn't speed up or slow down. I'm confused.
We know you're confused.
Which one is it? Which one is it?
So he's saying that it's measured
You break it
to
up.
do this, but according to your world, oh fuck's sake, never mind.
Yeah, it's just that it's measured to do that, but according to your worldview, it can't do that. Okay, so you don't even know the answer, and this is what's so funny. Now you're going to try to pretend that you knew the answer, but you didn't, right? So like whenever your argument was, wait, yeah, light can speed back up without energy. That's what you said 3 times. You said light. I was like, you're assuming something needs energy to speed up, and I'm like, it does. And you
How
said
do
no,
you
not always. You said not always, and I said
how do
give one
you
example, and
how
then
do
you
you
said light.
determine how do you determine
That's why
how
you're
much
trying to censor me.
energy do you how do you determine how much energy a photon has in my paradigm?
No, we're not talking about that, dude. You said
Yes, we
that
are.
light.
We are. We are.
That
That's
light.
you're saying it needs to
This
change
is
energy to speed up
impossible.
or
It's
slow
literally
down.
fucking impossible to talk in here, dude. It's literally impossible to talk to the moral degenerate people in here. It's like really frustrating. I try to stay, but you guys intentionally do this until finally I get pissed off, and then you like consider it a victory, right? So
there you go. It's it. I posted
exactly.
why. But
Yeah.
you're done. You're not done.
I know your paradigm.
But you don't, because you're asking how it speeds up after coming out of the medium.
I specifically said
take
that your
energy.
paradigm claims it doesn't do that. You freaking clown. Hey, extremists, answer the question. Did I say already that your paradigm doesn't claim it speeds back up? Yes or no?
It does speed.
Real quick, I think one of the problems is that you speak so fast and their minds work so slow. They can't keep up with you.
Just let him explain it. Let him explain it.
Go ahead.
So if I shoot a laser through the glass, and let's say I was to measure how fast the laser's quote unquote moving, it'll look like it's going 30% slower in the glass. But we know based on the law of conservation, it cannot be slowing down and then speeding back up. Both the law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of momentum. Okay. So your paradigm that assumes that there's a little particle called a photon that's physically traveling from point to point through the glass and out the other side, since it's not curving optically at all, it just goes straight through the glass. What they claim happens is that the light maintains the same speed, but as it gets in the glass, it takes a bunch of little detour routes. It's basically just zigzagging all over the place. You just can't tell. And so since it travels a greater distance, it looks like it's slowing down or taking longer. It's only taking longer because it's a greater distance, but it's still going the same. Don't say yep. You said that light can speed back up without additional energy, dude.
Yeah, and I also asked you, how do you determine the energy that a photon has? What's the in my paradigm, what's the model for how much energy a photon has?
So this is you blatantly double spoke, and now you're pretending that you knew the answer. No, stop. You're not getting away with it. You're not getting away with it. I guarantee you're not getting away with it. So you said light doesn't need more energy to speed back up. That's what you said. That's what you said. Yeah. Okay, but in reality, your model doesn't claim that the light is speeding back up, right? Because it can't be doing that because it would violate the law of conservation of energy. What you said was objectively wrong. Now you're trying to pretend like it was.
The energy in a photon is not defined by how fast the photon is going.
Nice straw man, bro.
It's not a straw man. The energy. It's not. It's not. The amount of energy a photon has is the frequency times like Planck's constant, right? It's got nothing to do with how fast the photon is traveling. So the fact that it speeds up or slows, the fact that it speeds up or slows down is irrelevant to how much energy the photon has. So it doesn't matter how fast it is going or how fast it appears to going. It's irrelevant to the point.
Dude, this is so bad because, like, honestly, I think you actually just
Look
don't
it up.
understand things.
Look it up.
And like,
that
buddy,
is my paradigm. So stop telling me my paradigm says blah blah
I'm
blah
gonna
blah
start.
blah.
Okay, how about
And you're
this? All
saying
right,
it
now I'm just
wrong.
gonna do it. If you interrupt me again, you're getting muted.
Fine.
How about that?
I don't
the only way
care.
you can have a conversation is if you can censor the other person by muting them, and that's the only
It's
way to
not a
get them to have a
conversation, is it?
conversation. Yeah, because you keep interrupting. So what actually happened, and everyone heard it, was I was giving this as an example, right? And I said, in your paradigm, light is constant, okay? But when it goes through glass, it appears to slow down by 30%. And then, but it can't actually slow down and speed back up. Now, there's no, oh, it bent and all this stuff because we see it go straight through the glass. So what your paradigm has to claim is that it's actually zigzagging. Before I brought up your answer, you didn't know what the answer was, nor did Extremistus. He actually posted an article claiming that it says it does slow down and speed back because you guys don't know your own belief. So you said that's not true. You don't need more energy to increase speed when it comes to light. But you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the law of conservation of energy and momentum. So in your own paradigm, yes, absolutely. If you had light speed up, it would require more energy. Okay? But your paradigm claims it's always the same, which means that it can't be speeding back up once it leaves the glass. So it can't slow down or speed up. So they've come up with the answer that it's just taking a bunch of little zigzags and you just can't tell.
So
Which is bullshit.
So the article that I posted says the question about how does light gain energy after it comes out of the medium? The answer to the question is your question says that there's an erroneous notion that light loses energy as it goes through the medium, which that does not happen. So it's
That's exactly what he's saying. That's exactly what. Oh my god!
They're just dumb, dude. I'm being honest.
Austin,
He's pretending that he's teaching me right now whenever he just proceeded to give me a remedial recollection of what I just said 5 minutes ago.
Austin, how do you know how much energy a photon has?
Dude, you've already described the way that they quantify it, and you don't even know what a Planck is. So shut up. What I want
And what
you
is
to
that?
do is
Sorry, what was that? What does that question have to do with what he was talking about?
Well, if the amount of energy that a photon has is not related to how fast it's going, then it doesn't matter if it speeds up or slows down.
dude, you don't understand. Dude, it is related to how fast it's going. It's just that it never changes in your paradigm. You don't understand things. You literally don't understand your own belief, which is why you still think theorists evolve. That's why you probably believe in evolution.
Hold on.
It's why you're probably a moral relativist.
Hold on. So you're telling me that in my paradigm, the light doesn't change speed when it goes through the glass or the vacuum, but you're saying it must change in energy because it's changing speed. I'm confused. Why are you saying it both does and doesn't change speed, but it must change energy? No, mate, you're just contradicting yourself. You're just contradicting
Yeah,
yourself.
so
He didn't say that.
As light passes through a medium, it slows down and then magically speeds back
Not in my
up.
paradigm. Apparently, it doesn't slow down. It takes a different path.
That was my whole point.
Relevant to reality.
My entire point was that they can't claim that it slows down, okay? And now I point out the contradiction, and then you pretend I'm making the claim of the contradiction. It's one of the dumbest tactics I've heard.
Well, you're the one saying that the energy is different in the two states, but you're saying it doesn't speed up or slow down. So how's the energy different? I'm confused.
Buddy,
Why
I
is the
said,
energy different if it's
dude,
going at
that
the
was-
same speed?
You literally said it can speed up without changing.
Yo, did he cut out? Or...
I don't
know. You didn't hear me. He claimed that it can speed up without changing energy.
You're breaking up.
He literally. This was so funny. It's like when you're in. Am I still breaking up?
Yeah, you're still breaking up a little bit.
No,
Just
you sound
just
good
pause
now,
for a
dude.
second.
But you
Pause
were.
for a second.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is what's really annoying, right? It's so intellectually dishonest to do this. It's like clearly you said the wrong answer, 4 or 5 different wrong answers, and now you have to find a way to pretend like you've been right the whole time, and that's just pride. That's all it is. So everyone in the room heard you say that no, actually, when it comes to light, it can speed back up without more energy. And then you said, how is energy determined? And then you said, oh, look, see, it's based on this. It has nothing to do with the speed, which is the most retarded thing I've ever heard. The
Why is
reason
it
your paradigm is
retarded?
claiming because you're retarded. So the reason that the paradigm doesn't claim that it's changing or having additional energy is it claims that there's a constant to the speed of light. It's constant. And so if it ever, quote unquote, takes longer, it's just because it's taking a longer path. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were wrong when you said no, light can speed back up without additional energy. That would
All right.
violate the law of
Would you
conservation
like
of
me to
energy
add
and
the
momentum.
word apparently speed up? Does that change
Now
the
you're gonna
situation
see,
for you?
dude. Does everyone in here know for a fact that he's clearly trying to find a way to pretend he wasn't wrong? And that's just pride, bro. Everyone in the room knows that you were wrong, and
Right.
it's not a
The
big
the
deal.
energy of a photon has nothing to do with how fast it's going at all.
What
Everybody's
the?
wrong from time to time, bud. It's okay. It's okay to be
Yeah,
wrong.
just take it, buddy. Just take
But what is the general
No.
conversation about? He was wrong. Let's move on. Like, what were you guys discussing?
Yeah, so this is what first of all, they were trying to say, light travels and hits your eyes, and I asked them for evidence of that because everyone just grants it to them and they don't get it because it's just a made up thing. And so I brought up the idea of the light going through the glass, and it appears to slow down by 30%. But it doesn't, it goes straight through the glass. Right? We see it go straight through the glass. But it slows down. If you were to measure it assuming it's traveling and a speed, it would slow down by 30%. So I'm like, it obviously can't actually slow down in the glass and then exit and speed back up because that would violate the law of conservation of energy.
No, it doesn't, because the energy of the photon is not related to the speed.
Okay, so you see what's happening, Nate?
Saying that. Stop. What you're
retarded.
saying is wrong. What you're saying is wrong. It's like when you said that the conservation of momentum is related to a photon. What's momentum with it?
I'm in the gym. I'm about to put my locker up. Like,
Yeah,
Nate, you
but
heard what just happened. Nate, you
photons
heard it,
do
right?
have momentum, though. Yeah, I heard.
What is momentum?
Photons do have momentum.
Do they?
Yes, but the momentum isn't within the mass; it's within the energy.
Right.
That's why you can
right.
use light to
How,
push and
how do
pull
you
things.
determine the energy of a photon? What's the model in my paradigm for the energy of a photon? What's the
It's got to
equation?
do with Planck's constant and the wavelength and the wavelength.
Yeah, and where is the speed in that?
It's not there.
Nowhere. Nowhere.
Yeah,
It's not in
but
there.
I
It's
don't
not in
think
the
that's
equation.
what Whitson was claiming. If
What
I'm
he
hearing
said,
everything correctly.
what he has
No?
said is that it changes speed because in the glass it appears to or go slower, whatever. It either appears to go slower or it does actually go slower, or outside the glass when you leave the glass appears to or in fact speeds up, and therefore it has changed energy. But the energy in the photon is not governed by the speed of the photon.
Is that what you actually said, Whitson? That it's
No,
slowing up?
you know that's of course not what I said.
I
So what I
What did
actually
you
said
say
was,
then? Correct it. What did
have
I
to keep
say
it-
that was wrong?
I've already corrected you. You're disingenuous.
Just do it again. Just do it again, because that's what
I
I heard
I'm
the last
trying
time
to,
you
but
said
you're
it.
interrupting again because you have impulse control issues. So I'm glad I'm in the gym because I would just like, you people frustrate me. It's the only way I can calm down with you people. So yeah, I said that your paradigm cannot have its changing speed because that would require energy. So I said, when we shoot the laser through the glass, it appears, I literally said this word for word, it appears to slow down by 30%, but we know that the laser cannot go into the glass and actually slow down by 30% and then speed back up when it exits the glass, because that would violate the law of conservation of energy. You then said, why? I said, because for it to speed back up, it would have to have more energy. And you said, nuh-uh. I was like, what? Yes, it would. You said, not when it comes to light. Light can speed back up without energy. I said, that's not true. That would violate a natural law. That isn't correct. Okay, that's what actually happened. So then I said,
and then I said, in my paradigm, the energy of a photon is the frequency times Planck's constant, which doesn't have the speed of the light in the equation. So if the speed
Because
changes, it
the
doesn't
speed
change
of
the
light
energy
is
of the photon.
constant, dude.
Yeah, but I get
You're
where
lost.
Wits is saying. Wits is saying that light is always moving at a constant speed. It doesn't speed up or slow down. And if light had this weird ability to speed up and slow down, that would violate the conservation of energy law because it would need energy to speed up. But it doesn't speed up.
Correct.
Wits is saying
Why?
it doesn't speed up. It's
Why?
always
The
moving at
energy of
Exactly.
a
the
photon is proportional to Planck's constant and the frequency. It's got
yeah,
nothing to do with the
but
speed.
Jimbo, this is the key thing. Whitson is saying light doesn't speed up or slow down. It just appears to speed up or slow down when moving through material. But even when moving through a material, it's still moving at the speed of light. It's just because there's a lot of interactions happening between the light and the medium it's going through that you could say make it look like it's taking a longer path, but it's still moving at the speed of light.
But the
It's not
equation
Yeah,
slowing
that
down.
not even.
governs
Well, Nate,
that
it got even worse than
the
that. Nate, it got even worse
oh
than that.
man.
Well, okay, this is what you should understand it. Like Nate, it's even worse than that, right? Because he basically what he's saying is that no, the energy has nothing to do with speed when it comes to light. He doesn't understand that it's like, well, light is c, right? But I even went into even further detail explaining what the current paradigm's explanation is. And that is that even though it looks like the light's going straight and it looks like the light is slowing down, really the light is taking little detour routes. So it's basically zigzagging all over the place. So even though it's going a constant speed, right, and taking a longer time, it's because it's taking a longer path, right? Like it's just zigzagging all over the place. So it had to travel a greater distance. So it looks like it slowed down, but in reality, just traveled further at a constant speed. I even told him the official explanation. And I was just explaining.
Which is what my paradigm says, right? So you're saying how does it
Yes.
speed up and slow down when in my paradigm it doesn't actually speed up and slow down?
I never said that though. That's why you have to lie about what I actually said. So what I actually said was that it appears to slow down, but we know based on the law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of momentum that it can't be doing that. That's what I actually said. Now you're claiming I said that it is doing that. It's because you have to lie. You have to lie to try to win the debate, and that's
Well, you just
disingenuous.
said it. You just said before that it sped up, and that defies the laws of conservation of momentum and the conservation of energy. That was the thing you said.
No, I just repeated what I said. What I said was it appears to slow down and speed back up, but we know that can't be the case.
Why?
Because of the law of conservation of energy. You then said that's not true.
Why?
Light can speed back.
Hold on.
You said
Hold
light
on.
can speed back.
Go
Oh
back
my
slightly. Just go
Can
back.
you guys
Go.
please listen to what he's saying?
No, because he's just said it appears. So, with it, if it appears to have sped up and slowed down, what has it actually done?
Okay, well, I have an actual answer that makes sense. Your paradigm's answer doesn't
No, no,
make
no,
sense.
no, no, no. In my paradigm, what has it actually done?
How many times have I said the answer?
It hasn't changed speed.
Oh,
Is that
many
the
times,
answer?
many times.
If you're saying
They
it
just don't
apparently
listen.
slows down, but actually doesn't change in speed, but it must change speed to. It must have energy to change in speed, but it hasn't changed in speed. Then there's no change in energy.
Okay, so it's just so disgusting that you're doing this, and you shouldn't be allowed in here. So what happened
Righto.
was
Whatever,
you jumped
man.
in.
You're
I'm
just
muting
arguing
you.
with
I'm
yourself.
He's not going to listen to you.
Fine.
You keep
Fine.
interrupting. Stop
You're
interrupting me, man.
contradicting
I don't
yourself.
interrupt you. Am I interrupting you?
Yes, constantly.
No, I'm not. So what actually happened was you tried to say that when it comes to light, it's different, and light can speed back up without more energy. You literally said that 3 straight times, which is retarded. Okay. I said, no, that's not true because that would violate a natural law. And then you argued with the other guy who said it's a natural law. And now you're trying to pretend you didn't say that the whole time. Okay. Now that's called being dishonest. I'm not claiming that it's speeding up and slowing down and then speeding back up. I'm not claiming that. Okay. I'm not claiming that it slows down and speeds back up. I'm saying that that's what we see, right? It appears to slow down and speed back up. Okay. Now your paradigm claims that actually it's taking a bunch of little detour routes inside the glass. Right. I had to teach you that. You didn't know. I had to teach extremists that too. Now you're pretending you knew the whole time. But what you actually said was that light is different and it can speed back up without energy because we don't even determine the energy with speed, which is the stupidest thing I've ever. So anyway, my point is there's no actual evidence that the light is bouncing around in the glass, doing a bunch of little detour routes. It's just a made up claim. It's a made up claim because it has to be the case to keep your paradigm true. But in my understanding, light is already there. Okay? It's just an excitation of the background that's already there. So when I put the glass on top of it, I've added an additional medium, which changes the way that we perceive the rate of induction of the light that's already there. Now that makes perfect sense. Okay? You're claiming that it's actually bouncing around and it just looks like it's going straight. Okay, that was the actual point. But this is a profound point that requires intellectual honesty. You've already exhibited that is in no way your intention.
You done?
Yeah, I'm doing my set now.
All right, cool. So my paradigm, let's just make this clear. So my paradigm says that when the light enters the glass, it doesn't actually slow down. It takes a longer path to get through the glass, and then when it leaves the glass, it doesn't actually speed up. But it appears to speed up, right? But the whole time through the glass and the vacuum, it's going the same speed. Just the glass is a longer way through things because it's bouncing around. So when has it changed speed and then changed energy?
He just keeps doing it. It's like really sad. So like,
Because what I heard you say before, just quickly, what I heard you say before is it's a contradiction.
When you're explaining your paradigm, you can't answer it with a question.
I'm just clarifying the point because what I understood Witz had said before is that it doesn't make sense because it's changing speed and therefore it's changing energy and it can't do that, right?
everyone in the room heard.
In our
everyone
paradigm,
in the room heard, oh my
I don't
God.
care. I don't care. But what I'm confused by is you're saying it's not actually changing speed in my paradigm. It's going a longer path. So where is this change in energy come from that you're saying is required?
And this
That's
is
where
what's
I
sad,
feel like
dude.
you're contradicting yourself.
You'll just keep doing it, right?
I will until I think you're not
Dude,
contradicting
why
yourself.
do
I'll
you
keep doing
keep
it.
interrupting me, dude? I'm working out, okay? So if I stop in between a set to respond, you cannot keep interrupting me, dude. I'm going to mute you. You're wasting my time. I have stuff to do today. I'm talking on Discord in between my sets. When I do my set and then I stop to respond, you can't then interrupt me. Now I'm sitting in the gym, not doing my set because you're just constantly interrupting. Stop it. I'm not going to keep warning you. Okay, so again, you have to keep strawmanning what I said. So answer this question point blank. Did you say that light is different and it can speed back up without energy being introduced? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, that is retarded because light is not exclusive in the sense that it doesn't adhere to natural law. Okay, so you're wrong. Do you understand?
No, because the energy of a photon is not proportional to its supposed speed, right? It's
Can I tap
E is
Nate?
equal
Nate,
to
are you available?
HF.
Can you show him what?
E is equal to HF. That is the equation that governs the energy in a photon. Whether or not the speed change is apparent or actual, I don't care. The energy in a photon is proportional to Planck's constant times the frequency. There's no speed parameter in that equation. So that arguing that that's
Totally
the case
irrelevant.
is it's not totally irrelevant, man. You're saying it needs energy or it doesn't need energy, right? You're getting
I have to
real
do my
fixed
next
on
set.
this
Nate,
technicality.
Nate, can you please help me out here if you're here or anybody else someone else, please be honest, okay? And Nate's usually honest. Okay, I just asked him point blank. You said that light can speed back up. That light can speed up without energy. Okay? Can someone please explain to him why within his own paradigm that's retarded? I have to do my next set.
The problem is in our own paradigm, the speed of light, or EM radiation for that matter, is not reflective of its energy. The speed, a gamma ray and a UV and visible light, X-ray, all travel at the same speed. Doesn't matter what they travel at the maximum possible speed of the environment, of the medium, at all times. Now, that has nothing to do with their energy. That's just what they do. They always travel at the maximum possible speed. If it slows down, That's the maximum possible speed. When they speed up, that's the maximum possible speed. The energy is not changing even if the speed changes. That's what he's saying.
Oh my God. So, like, this is what's so sad, right? It's like, let me teach you your paradigm, okay? So, light
Please
is
do.
supposedly constant. Don't worry, I will. So, light is supposedly constant, meaning it has a constant speed. That value is measured in a vacuum.
Correct.
Now, whenever it's in other mediums, it goes quote unquote slower, but it's still going c. It's just relative to the medium,
Yes.
meaning it takes a longer path. Do you understand
Okay.
that?
Right.
Did you
has
know
the
that?
change. Hold on. Well, has the energy changed if it's going slower of that light?
You just
No.
said it's not going slower. It's proportional to the media.
Exactly.
If
If
it's
it
the
was
measure
going
of speed,
slower, if it was going slower, then it would violate the law of conservation of energy and momentum once it exits that medium. Okay? Your paradigm claims that it always goes c. It's a constant, which means it doesn't change. It's constant. So when it
hold
looks
on.
like it slows down in a different medium, actually it's not truly slowing down. Okay, it's only relative to the medium that makes it take a longer path. So since speed is constant and doesn't change, and that equals distance over time, if you increase the amount of time, you either have to change the speed or change the distance. So they change the distance and say that it has to travel a greater distance in the medium. Okay, I'm glad we got that covered for the 15th time. He
Okay.
tried to claim that in actuality, light can speed up without additional energy. That is not what your paradigm says at all. It's objectively wrong.
But can't waves speed up without additional energy if the permeability of the medium changes?
Oh my God, you are all retarded. What
Okay,
happened
wait,
with
hold
what
on.
happened when Nate was in here? Because at least
He's
Nate
gone.
was in here, right?
Hold on. Repeat that one more time. Repeat what you said with it one more time.
Oh my God. In your paradigm, the speed of light is constant.
Got it.
So speed equals distance over time. So if we're going to keep the speed, the same, so it's c, okay, and it takes a longer time for the light to go through the medium, then that means if we're going to keep speed the same, we have to just change the distance. It's the only way to explain there being more time, but the same speed, because speed equals distance over time. So what they say in the other medium, the speed is the same of the light, but it's traveling a greater distance, so it takes a longer time. If I run 100 yards on a football field and it takes me 5 seconds, but then I run 200 yards on a football field and it takes me 5 seconds, I would have had to be going faster for the 200 yards. Okay? So what they're saying is actually you're going the same speed, but you just traveled a greater distance, so it took you 10 seconds to run the 200 yards. Because if you said that both people ran the 100 yards and the 200 yards in the same 5 seconds, then the person that ran the 200 yards would have to be going faster. But your paradigm specifically says there's a constant speed of light. Okay, that means that he had to take longer because it was a greater distance going the same speed, which means it would have to take me 10 seconds to run the 200 yards. I don't know that I can make it any simpler than that. Like, if I run 50 yards and you run 100 yards, it takes me 5 seconds to run 50 yards. It takes you 10 seconds to run 100 yards. You'd be like, okay, well, we both ran the same speed, but I traveled a greater distance.
Right. I got that part. The distance. Now, how does that relate to the energy?
Because if we did it in the same time, meaning that it took you 5 seconds to run 50 yards and it took me 5 seconds to run 100 yards, I would have had to have more energy to have ran faster. If I had a greater speed, then I would have had to have more energy than you had when you ran the 50 yards in 5 seconds. If I can run 100 yards in 5 seconds, which means I must have a lot of melanin. Okay, if I run 100 yards in the same 5 seconds, I must be running faster, which means I must have more energy. This is basic physical laws, dude.
Hold on,
Yeah,
but
it's
you
the
haven't,
speed of
you haven't run 100 yards in 5 seconds because it's taken longer. You've actually run
That's
100 yards in 10 seconds because you've
That was my whole point.
apparently slowed down, so the energy hasn't changed.
That was my whole point. But then whenever it gets analogous to the glass, it would be like, it looks like I really did run a straight path. And then we have to find a way to say, actually, I'm not running a straight path. I need to be a greater distance. It's like if we both run 50 yards, but it takes me longer, but I say I'm running the same speed as you. So if you run 50 yards in 5 seconds, right? And then I run 50 yards and I'm going the same exact speed as you, but it takes me 10 seconds, right? Then that doesn't make sense.
I think the major hang up for him is luminal velocity versus the value of C in a vacuum. And luminal velocity is the byproduct of C, requiring an object or a medium to interact with. So maybe that's the confusion for him.
So I can assure you that bringing it to a higher level is not going to help us at this point. Like, it's like, did you understand what I just said, dude? When I said, okay, the analogy of the glass would be that we both ran 50 yards in a straight line. We ran 50 yards, and we're going the same speed. Okay, but it took you 5 seconds, and it took me 10 seconds. That doesn't make any sense because we have the same speed and the same distance, but different times. So we cannot be running the same speed. Okay. So what they do to fix the problem is say, oh, well, you guys are running the same speed. We both went the 50 yards down the football field, and it both took you 5 seconds. But in fact, the second guy actually took a longer path. It didn't take us both 5 seconds. 5 seconds for you, 10 seconds for me. It's almost getting more complicated. Okay, one last time. We're both going to run 50 yards, okay? It takes you 5 seconds, and it takes me 10 seconds. But we're going the same speed. That would be impossible if we both ran a straight path to 50 yards. So what they say is, okay, it took you 5 seconds. It took me 10 seconds. We're both going the same speed, but actually I zigzagged down the field. So I ended up running a greater distance, which is why it took me 10 seconds. Do you understand? But when we looked at the people running, they both ran straight paths. But they say, oh, well, actually, he's zigzagging. You just can't tell.
Mate. So the very last bit, I was on board right up until the last sentence.
Okay, but that's what they're saying. Even though the laser looks like it's going straight through the glass, even though it looked like we both ran.
Man.
What the?
They call it light absorption. That's what you guys call it in your paradigm.
It's like literally, I'm putting it very crudely, but this is accurate for your paradigm. They're saying that the light is basically like doing, like, diverting all over the place. It's just going, like, it's ricocheting, zigzagging through the glass. It just such a tight little zigzag, you can't tell. That's what your paradigm claims.
Does it claim we can't tell? Like, is that part true?
Yes, that's right. We can't actually tell that we can't measure that it's zigzagging.
It's just
it appears to. It appears to is why when you were saying earlier, why it appears to not zigzag even though it is.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying it's like if we had a drone and we watched both of us run, it would look like we're both running straight. And if we're both going the same speed, it should have taken us both 5 seconds to go 50 yards, right? But instead, it took me 10 seconds, but the drone shows us both going straight. Then the person comes in and says, well, it looks like Austin's running straight, but in reality, he's actually doing little zigzags as he's running. And so from our vantage point all the way up here in the drone, you can't really tell, but he's zigzagging, so he traveled a greater distance. That's why it took him 10 seconds to run the 50 yards, even though they're going the same speed. Because we both have the same 40 time.
But the issue, the difficulty I have is you're saying that, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to misrepresent what you're saying, but from what I've gathered, you're saying that this is what we're guessing because we can't actually see the zigzag. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, it's the only viable answer. If the speed of light is constant and it's physically traveling from point A to point B through the glass, and it looks like it's slowing down, the only answer can be that it traveled a greater distance.
Mm-hmm.
This is a well-known paradox, by the way. People have talked about this for a long time in your paradigm. They've actually come up with. I want you to know they've come up with many different explanations to try to explain it. But the agreed-upon explanation now is that it's actually taking a longer path.
But is there
Because they
evidence to
can't
support that that's
admit,
happening?
No, because they can't admit that the speed of light is not constant.
Well, this is in reality the light isn't physically traveling at all. So the actual
in
answer
reality,
is
there
that
is no photon.
exactly. In reality,
Exactly.
you're looking at
they can't admit that.
That's right. But the glass just makes it look different. It's that simple. Like the glass is an additional medium. It's just like if I look in this gym right now and then I put on some glasses, it would look different. Okay, that's what's happening. Is like the light's already there. It gets excited. It has a rate in which it illuminates. We call that the speed of light. How quickly it illuminates. Okay, when we put the glass there, it slows down that perceived rate of illumination because now there's an additional obstruction, an additional medium there, slowing down our perception of the illumination, which is actually logical and makes sense. The other paradigm just basically asserts that it's actually traveling a greater distance, you just can't tell. These are all just facts. This is just a still man of your paradigm.
I believe this.
What about Chernikov radiation, or is that just is that too far fetched?
Well, you'll have to explain it. I'm going to do my next set. This is like really throwing a wrench in my day. I'm going to be honest. So I let it go. But like, if you explain to him what Chernikov radiation is, because he doesn't know for sure. So.
Austin, just drop off and do your workout. Come back to this later.
No, I'm just.
You ever heard of?
That's fine too. That's fine too. But I would say don't. If this is causing you problems for your day, like just don't engage, man. Come back to it at a time when it's convenient for you.
People not addressing his point is what's causing a wrench in his day. He could have just explained it, and then the person could have accepted it or listened, as opposed to not.
Who's the other gentleman that is interacting with Witsit?
I think it was Extremistus. Besides
me? It's you, Jimbo.
Or do you mean me?
Yeah, you.
What's up?
So you think photons are actually real and they exist?
Yeah.
A particle wave duality?
Yeah.
Do you know that dualities actually don't exist in nature? You know what a duality is? An inherent contradiction. You think Mother Nature deals in inherent contradictions?
With respect to light, yeah, I think so.
So you think something can be two things simultaneously?
I think there's evidence to suggest that that's the case for light, yeah.
Can you give me an example of a wave being a thing in the context of a noun?
In the context of a noun? Is a wave not a noun?
Well, this is what the claim is, but that's why I'm asking you. Can you give me an example of a wave being a thing rather than what something does?
No, because it's a wave.
So a wave is not a thing. It's just what something does.
A wave of what?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Sure.
Okay, so therefore light cannot be a particle duality by that logical indication you just stated.
No, I disagree because we have to look at the things that we can see light doing, and if light does things that waves do not do, then it's not always a wave.
Yeah, but again, you just stated that a wave is not a thing rather than what something does. So if this something is moving in a wave-like pattern, therefore it cannot be a wave. It's just oscillating or appearing to be moving in a wave-like pattern.
I don't know that I said that. Can you say what you said again?
Can you give me an example of a wave of itself?
No, I have no idea what that means.
Exactly,
Okay,
it's illogical.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
He's asking: is a wave a thing or is it an action?
So is it a noun? You're asking if it's a noun or a verb?
Yeah, that's why I asked him, because if he's going to indicate that a wave is a noun, I would need an example of a wave of itself, being that a wave in his paradigm would be a thing.
Listen. A wave is something that something does. So people aren't waves, but people can make a wave in the stands, right?
Right.
So
I
I
can
put a
wave my
picture of
hand.
it.
Right.
The water can wave, but a wave is not a thing. It's just an action done. It's a verb. That's why I'm asking in his paradigm if he's going to indicate that light is a particle wave duality, then we would have to logically showcase that a wave is actually a thing in the context of a noun rather than just an action done. So do you have an example of that, Jimbo?
What?
Do you have an example of a wave on its own? Not an ocean wave, not any other kind of wave, but do you have a wave on its own?
No.
Thank you.
So yeah, no particle wave duality then. You understand?
Why?
Because I just showed you that a wave can never be a thing rather than what something does.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean light can never be a thing.
No, it's light's waving. It's not a wave. How do you understand?
Because the wave particle duality of light is that sometimes light does wave things and sometimes light does particle things, right? That's the whole point.
Actually, no, they claim that sometimes light is in a wave-like state and other times it's in a particle state. They're never simultaneously in the same state. It's either one or the other. But the problem
I don't
is
see what's different between what I just said and what you just said. What's the difference?
the problem is to allude to light being a wave would fall flat on its face within a logical premise.
Why?
Because light a wave can never be a thing. So if we're gonna say light is a wave, then that makes no logical sense because a wave is not a thing. A wave is just what something does.
But do you agree that waves have interference patterns?
What do you mean by interference patterns?
So if I wiggle some water through a couple gaps and I get the water waves to diffract and cross over each other, you can get an interference pattern of the water waves. Right?
Okay.
So sometimes the water waves interfere in a way that there's no waves on the water, and sometimes they interfere in a way that the water waves superimpose, so they're twice as big as the waves that I made. Right? That's an interference pattern.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what's
the
point?
If I do the same thing with light, you can get an interference pattern, which suggests that light is a wave.
I don't think so.
No,
No,
light can't interfere.
Well, dude, well, no, this is what they say. Like with the double slit, right? They say they use a single
Yeah, you got
photon
it.
emitter. They say they use a single photon emitter, which is just pseudoscience. And then they say if you have two slits, they actually claim that the photon goes through both slits simultaneously and then crashes into itself, basically.
Well,
So
I think
that's what the math says. So
Austin, the point I'm making is that you can shine light through a double slit and get interference pattern. That's the point I'm making. Like
but
whether
can one photon go through the two slits at the same time and then combine with itself?
irrespective of that, you can get an interference pattern when you shine light through a double slit. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the explanation. You can shine light through two gaps and get an interference pattern. Is that correct?
I can
when
shine a
do we
laser at a
have
pinhead and get the same diffracted wave pattern.
Yeah, which does technically create two outside paths. But what's the when does it act like a particle? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because that's just what a wave would do, right? Like if you have an ocean and the wave comes and it's broken up by rocks, it's gonna recombine behind it, right? So where does it act like a particle?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Right? No, there are experiments that suggest that light acts as a particle as well.
They claim the double slit does that. They claim the double slit shows both of them.
It's been a while since I looked at this.
So what they say is when you shoot it in a certain time, it looks like a particle because it hits the photographic plate and creates a concentrated area as if you were shooting little paintballs at it.
Mm-hmm.
Even though ironically it'll actually be on the opposite side of the slit that was open. But then when you have two slits, you get the interference.
Weird, right?
Yeah. No, not really. If you know that light's actually just already there, right? And so it's nothing more than a ether perturbation or disturbance. So it's like waving a disturbance inside the background, and it's not weird at all. No, you just have like an actual interaction with the photographic plate, which actually is just an electric interaction. That's what photographic plates are. And so it makes perfect sense. And what you've done is create an additional disturbance with the slits. And so how you disturb them affects how it interacts with the photographic plate because you're affecting the disturbance. This idea that to make the math work, we have to make one photon go through two slits simultaneously and then hit itself is actually absurd. It's insane. And then it gets even worse because then you have like the quantum eraser experiment. And then they utilize like parametric down conversion where they think they can split one photon into two and with a little crystal. And they claim that so what they did was they set up a way where they can't even know which one's going to happen because they thought that they thought that light knew if it was going to be observed or not, because whenever they observed it, it did one thing, but when they didn't, it didn't do the other thing. So they're like, okay, we'll make it where we don't even know what's going to happen. And then they say that once they went and looked at it, it would change, meaning they literally act like light is sentient and knows you're going to observe it, and then light can transverse time and go back in time and change based on what you decide to do regarding observing it. It's so insane. That's why people are so confounded by the double slit. Yeah, but in reality, if it's just like ether perturbation, then all of it makes perfect sense. But no, we can't have that. We must have a paradoxical duality, you know.
Well, what's weird is if they're trying to say that there isn't an intelligence, right? An intelligent designer and intelligence behind any of this, then the double slit doesn't really work in their favor, because if they came to the conclusion that light acts differently when it's being observed or thought about, that means there's an intelligence deciding whether or not to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just an absurd claim anyway, right? Like that the light knows you're going to look at it, and then
well, that's what I'm
we'll
saying.
actually go back and
It's sentient. You didn't know that? You didn't know light is sentient?
Yeah, basically, light is God.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. That like even if they try to deny that there's an intelligence behind everything, then they go and do the double slit and see that light makes decisions, and it's like, fuck, there is an intelligence back there.
Yeah. Like ironically, their materialistic paradigm and definition of light ends up making them have to acknowledge something metaphysical, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they don't, though. They're like so lost in the sauce, dude. It's insane. It's just funny because the double slit's very telling. This is what me and Q, he got into it about. And he like refused to debate me about. Like parametric down conversion that supposedly splits a single photon into two. I buried that with my presentation. I buried the double slit with my presentation. Like the idea that light is sentient and knows you're going to try to observe it, and then it'll actually go back in time and change the outcome is insane. And I put it really crudely because what people want to do is they want to disguise it and pretend that's not what they're claiming, but it is the implications of their claim. And if you go look at their math, they literally do the math as if one photon went through two slits at the same time and then came back and hit itself, collided with itself.
Well, just keep in mind that this understanding is what birthed quantum field theory. It's literally radical zealotry.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's an insane belief system, dude.
But like, this is what I don't understand. The double slit isn't something that's really new, so why has the viable option not been entertained? Like, why has no one actually proposed if it's wave particle duality and we have a wave function collapse and the math doesn't even work, then we know that can't be correct. Right. So it can't be correct. So wouldn't the true pursuit of knowledge, which is what science, that's what the etymology of science is, to know knowledge, like wouldn't that require us like try to find a viable explanation? But they won't do that because all of quantum mechanics is built upon the wave particle duality claim, and the constant speed of light being a physical photon traveling. That's how they build all of cosmology and all of quantum mechanics understanding. So it's like, for them, it's not even an option because if you had to reset it'd be like, what have I done nothing my whole life? Have I been wasting my whole life? Right? So like they just ignore it. It's like they're bleeding out and they just put a Band-Aid on it.
Hey, Jimbo, are you there? I don't know. Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
I muted myself. Hello.
Oh, okay. What about magnetism, Jimbo? What do you think magnetism is?
I have no idea.
What if I told you it was the emission and exchange of virtual particles, as Richard Feynman stated? Would you accept that?
Probably not.
Do you know what the difference between a virtual photon and a virtual particle is?
No. No idea. Explain it to me.
Okay. So a virtual photon is actually what they claim magnetism is, and a virtual particle is what they claim light is at its quantum level.
Who is they?
The field of quantum.
Quantum mechanics?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what their most astute explanation as to what magnetism and light is. And then if you look into the definition given by Feynman of what those things are, it gets pretty radical. You want me to read them to you? What a virtual particle and a
Sure.
virtual photon is by Feynman's.
Yeah, man.
Okay. He says a virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they are very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out. So does it sound like those things actually exist, or does it sound like they just kind of ad hoc them into place to have their mathematical assertions equalize?
I have no idea, man.
Well, this is a problem because when you look into science, you know, they claim that EMR is in everything and everywhere. Like there's nowhere or nothing that EMR doesn't interact with or directly or indirectly affect.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being understood and accepted, it should be at like the forefront of our understanding as to, you know, dive into what that is. Like if we're gonna have this grand unified theory, then we certainly should be understood on, you know, what magnetism is. But yet, when we look into it and what they're claiming it is, it just doesn't really make sense. It seems like a problem.
But is it a problem?
Yeah, Dice, isn't it crazy? Yeah, of course.
Why?
Because I just
you don't have
told
a
you, if
basic understanding of the one true field and force in existence.
yeah, if everything is premised off EMR, then we should have a definitive understanding as to what that is, so that we can make conclusions, logical conclusions, and rational deductions as to, you know, synthesizing reality. And if we can't accurately define what electromagnetic radiation is, then how are we ever going to get to a grand unified theory if we're working backwards? If we've put the cart before the horse, you know, are we really being efficient and diligent in trying to formulate a viable understanding?
Well, yeah, I think so, provided we know what the limitations of our understanding are.
Okay. So when I ask you what magnetism is and you've got no clue, and I ask you about the particle wave duality, and you
Mhm.
insist that waves are things of themselves, and then you can
Well,
clearly see they're not.
I think that's a straw man. I didn't say that. You have said that I said that. I never said that.
Oh, okay.
No, I heard
Well, I
someone.
asked.
No, I heard someone ask Jimbo. He said, "Say straight up, can you show me a wave without, a wave by itself?" And Jimbo said, "Nope."
Right, but he's still confounded that the particle wave duality is a thing, a logical thing, and a concise thing, even though we just
Well,
showed him that it's
what
not.
I said was light does particle things sometimes, and light does wave things sometimes.
Right, which is a duality, which is an
Yep.
inherent contradiction, and that's
But it's
just
what light does.
illogical to assert. Well, it does if you're looking at it through the lenses of a materialistic perception, where everything's based on descriptions and never getting to a logical, concise explanation. Then sure, like anything can be anything at that point. But if we're going to do science, then we have to provide logical, concise explanation
I don't
to
think
the
that's true at
phenomena we're
all.
discussing. So to
I don't think
imply,
that's true at all, though. Like all we're doing in this situation is looking at what light does, and sometimes it exhibits behavior that we see waves do, and they're very closely related, and sometimes it does things that we see particles do.
so in science,
It has both properties, and there's nothing you can do. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there's nothing you can do in that situation, but accept that it does both things, and that's why there's this weird duality thing going on.
right, and but that's just leaving it off with a vague description. And the epitome of science is to get to a logical, concise explanation. So if you're just going to leave off with a vague description that fits your loosely defined understanding, then are we really doing science,
Well,
or are we just
I don't think that's true either, because it's not a vague description to say that waves have interference patterns. Like that is you can do that with a bunch of waves. You can do that with sound. You can do that with like water waves. Like that's the thing that waves do, right? And but light does it, right? It's not vague. It's not like, oh, we're not really sure. It is demonstrable. It's in some manner that it's similar.
yeah, I'm not denying that light has a diffracted wave pattern. I'm denying the explanation behind it.
That's fine.
And yeah, I was trying to bring it to magnetism due to the fact that even light has a magnetic component. So if we're to understand light, then we should be confounded on what magnetism is to have a concise, viable explanation behind light. And if we can't differentiate or define magnetism, then how are we ever going to understand light in its complete totality?
But me as an individual being unable to tell you exactly what magnetism is doesn't mean that there aren't people that do or don't know. Like there might be people that know exactly what it is, but that know a lot more about magnetism than what I know, right? Because you're asking
Well, that's
me.
the problem. But that's the problem because I just told you at the upper echelons of understanding within academia, they really don't know. Like this is the only explanation given coming from Feynman. I mean, you've got a lot of others, but they don't hold any weight. There's no real bearing.
No, yeah. To use particle physics to explain magnetism, you have to invoke something called the virtual photon. Just a fact. Because it doesn't match the prediction.
But is that a problem?
Yeah, because that doesn't actually exist. What's a virtual photon?
And I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, admittedly, no one knows, right? So that's the point. So that's why
is that a limitation of our current understanding?
Or is it
and
possible?
Is there a better explanation?
Yeah, there is. But I'm saying, is it possible that your particle physics explanation is wrong. So if particle physics has a certain prediction, and we go look at magnetism and it's wrong, why is it not even an option that just your particle physics assumption is wrong?
It is if there's a better, as I said, if there's a better explanation.
A better explanation than nothing?
Science would necessitate that if there's a better explanation for what's going on, that we must adopt that explanation.
Wait. When you say better explanation, well, but you don't have an explanation. So when you say better,
I'm asking you, do you have a better explanation?
Yeah, but you're just gonna say no. It doesn't matter. That's what I'm making a point. Like me and Daiso both will have the same. No, okay, dude. It's just a conjugate geometric expression of the loss of inertia. You have the inertial state of the ether in a pure potential state, and then in the process of seeking equilibrium, that loss of inertia manifests as magnetism. You have the dielectric and the magnetic centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, and these are conjugate geometric expressions of toroid, the hyperboloid overlaid on top of each other. And it's just a process of seeking equilibrium back towards its pure inertial state. It's immaterial. You cannot quantify the immaterial. So that's why they can't actually properly predict it with particle physics quantification.
Yeah, it's a big conundrum, Jimbo. I suggest
Sounds like a big conundrum.
I suggest you look into it.
Like just saying no or word salad or whatever, like there's no way you're not gonna actually learn it if you just like have to refuse to look into it, you know. So we have a viable explanation. They don't. You just now said if that explanation works, then science has to go with
Did you
it.
say? You said. I thought you said Bible. You said viable.
Yeah, viable.
Where can I go to see it though? I want to see that.
You want to see what?
I want to see. You said you have a good a viable explanation. Surely you've got a demonstration, and I would like to see it.
Yeah, go look at a ferrocell or a supercell.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all right there in front of your very own eyes.
Yeah. Well, why don't you want to see a demonstration and experiment to verify virtual photons?
I would love to see one.
Well, yeah, that gets down into beyond my realm of education and understanding, and so that kind of puts me at the mercy of what they say because I can't refute it because I don't know any better.
What they say is that they don't know. See, this is what always happens, right? When we hit this pinnacle where modern academia, with their materialistic assumptions, can't explain something, and they just throw their hands up and say, I don't know, and they claim dualities and paradoxes, then the layman is like, well, I don't understand it, but obviously the people up above me must understand it. So that's where I just tip my hat to them and go with what they say. Right? And it's just lazy, bro. Like that they admit they don't know. That's
Is Mother Nature sentient in your paradigm, Jimbo?
I have no idea, man.
Like, does she have like a giant calculator and she's just like directing the flow of phenomena?
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, clearly you have to have some sort of a.
Why? Why do I have to have an idea about that?
Well, I mean, you're invoking a duality, and to
I am absolutely not invoking a duality. All I'm doing is saying that when we look at things, this thing behaves in a way that it as it's a wave and that it's a particle. That's all, right? It is nothing to do. I'm not invoking anything. It's doing is looking at what happens when you look at the behavior of something.
Well, I clearly asked you, starting out the conversation, if you assert yourself on the fact that light is a particle wave duality, and
to which I agree to.
Yeah, you subscribe to that. So if you're going to subscribe
but why?
I don't know why you made that that
Why
choice
would
may
I
be
subscribe to
laziness.
that?
I mean, it could be a lack of understanding, logical fallacies.
It's because of observation.
Okay. But to assert a duality in nature doesn't seem like a viable option. It seems like a lack of understanding.
Why?
Because you're implying that an inherent contradiction exists in nature, and that nature exists in nature, and that nature harbors
But the nature's doing
concepts.
it.
Okay, I guess we're just having a lack of communication.
This
Maybe
is
I don't know.
people are just in here to argue for argument's sake. It's like, this is the thing, dude. Some people just don't want to know the truth. They only want to revert to whatever they think the authorities say, the scientists say, and they just think of it in this vague collective. And in reality, all of these quote unquote scientists, they disagree. They say they don't know. There's all kinds of different explanations to try to figure it out because none of them know. But then they won't acknowledge that. So as we start talking about some of the alternative explanations, they can dismiss them, ask for evidence, ask for proof, ask for experiments, try to grill it. Like, what about this? What about this? Well, then how does this work? Well, can you explain this? Can you prove this? Well, can you do this? What about your experiment? But whenever it comes to their paradigm, they don't have to do any of that. They haven't researched it. They don't even know what the claim is. They don't even know any alleged experiments of it. So it's just blatantly double standard, where in which they frankly they don't want to think for themselves. So it's like, what can you really do with that? I don't know. You know, like, you can't do anything with that.
Well, one would have to be honest with themselves in order to see the hypocrisy coming from their own group. So, I mean, some people, I guess, are seeking truth, and put that at the front of their searches, and other people just want to be confounded on I don't know, I guess the appearance of being smart or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, right? So it's the safer route in people's mind to just agree with the consensus, even if they don't know what it is, or even if they don't know that there actually is a consensus. Just to say the scientist, I stick with the scientist. It's just a safer way. So, like, a good way to put it really is that intelligent people aren't worried about looking stupid, but the inverse is true. You see what I'm
Yeah, that's a
saying?
pretty
Like,
good way to
people
put it.
that people that aren't as smart are desperately trying to avoid looking stupid, and so they get their fix, right, is like to invoke what they call just science, as if it's some type of entity that does things. So yeah, like as we come in here and we speculate, or we try to figure things out, or we talk about things that are contrary to the mainstream paradigm, which normally just trickle down for the layperson, right? Then it's not even what the current paradigm actually claims. We're not worried about if people think we're stupid, because in reality, we know that they're ignorant. We've done way more research. They don't actually even understand what we're saying. So, like, intelligent people weren't worried about looking stupid. It's like when Tesla was saying all the stuff he was saying, people thought he was crazy, but he was just right. And he didn't care that people thought he was crazy. He's like, they'll figure it out soon enough, right? So that's kind of the major difference here. And I was being really blunt about it. I'm not trying to be derogatory or disrespectful or anything, but that is the truth. It's like, that's why I say the weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So
Yeah, they're comfortable there. The echo chamber of consensus. Jimbo. Do you think a description supersedes an explanation?
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Do you think a description supersedes an explanation?
I think your question doesn't make sense.
Here's where they
Okay.
mucked up, like I
it's
think
Brian.
QE and
Hey,
Nathan
Brian.
and them said that the wave function is just mathematics. They got it backwards when they say the wave function is just mathematics with the double slit experiment and the delayed choice. They it's the fucking it is mathematics with the wave function. That's math of waves. So, but what
You
they're
didn't hear me?
it's the
You didn't
particle.
hear
It's
me
the
ask
particle
a
part.
question, Brian?
What?
All right. Nothing, bro. All good. Just go.
You're robot and Dicela.
Can I get a mic check?
You're good, Brian.
You're good, Brian. You're good.
Sorry if I was interrupted. I couldn't hear shit. And
He was
No,
cutting
you're
out.
fine. You didn't interrupt. You're fine.
Okay, but I'm saying that they got it backwards. It's not the interference part, the wave part. Like that's the wave function is how they mathematically measure the waves. But they're acting like there ain't no waves. That it's just math. It's backwards. It's the fucking particle part. That's just the math. They literally have it backwards, in my opinion. They're like Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley and them guys. I think, in my opinion, they have it exactly backwards. It's the particle part and the photoelectric part effect that they're relying on, and saying that light acts like a particle. Well, it's just energy. It's background energy. It's already there. It's not, but to count it, they have to make it a particle pretty much to quantize it, or they can't. You're not going to be able to make meters and simulations. Put all that shit, everything in the computers. You
Correct.
got to count it,
Did you guys hear that?
and so
Apparently,
it's not the wave part.
9 months later, apparently QE is going around saying he wants to debate me.
That'd be epic.
But
Not
he
for
doesn't
him
want
though.
to. You can't debate me, bro. Like,
I know.
yeah. I mean, I'm like, well, let's start with the fact that like I already did a presentation that refutes your entire claim, and you avoided it. Like, I guess he's going around there like trashing me because I had a conversation with Professor Parks and Robert Sungenis, and I was like respectful and professional with them. And he's like, he's over here talking to Globers, just giving them space and all this nonsense, And he's like, he's an idiot, he's a prostitute, and all this crazy stuff. I don't even want to bring up the drama. Never mind. I would just bring that up because that's like the topic, right? That created the whole thing was the flip flop where like a background that sustains the electromagnetic energy. And waves as in an action, more specifically a perturbation. People treat that as if that's the made up concept and that waves are just used for math, when in reality, just like you said, the need to quantize and quantify everything is where the particles came from in the first place. And then
Right.
what they do sleight of hand is they change it over time, but then the people like in this room and like the layman, they have no idea that they changed it, where they now say all the particles are actually just background excitations and all stuff, but they don't even know. And here they just still, electron, and photon.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you don't avoid the drama. Just don't look at it like drama. Look until y'all two, which maybe never happen, or somebody debates QE and brings it back to its roots, like the photoelectric effect in the first fucking place, and where light was made a particle. He's taking that on faith. I mean, he's taking that on. It's so ironic, man, that he sits there and points a finger like we're the ones backing up the globe or something, and backing up Einstein when he's literally just taking it on faith. He until we take it back to its roots, then it's never going to get anywhere. But with this whole ether thing, man, and this is a big one. It changes everything.
That's what I told him actually yesterday in the chat. I was like, he was just talking crazy, like cussing me out and all this stuff. And like a bunch of people were messaging me saying that he was trying to challenge me to whatever. I jumped in the chat and I'm like, my little baby's about to go back to sleep, and Kai's like, do not do that, like it's just gonna be this screaming cussing match. He's just gonna blah blah blah. But anyway, I got in a text and I said that same thing. I'm like, you believe in the pseudoscience that Einstein won a Nobel Prize for, my guy. Chill out. You know, it's like the irony, bro. The irony is that the quantum definition of light comes from Einstein. This photoelectric effect's what he got the Nobel Prize for. And I show within quantum mechanics textbooks, like in that presentation, that they admit that that dot pattern cannot be interpreted as exclusive proof or evidence for the photon at all, based on like mechanical interpretation of quantum. And he deleted the picture, the screenshot. He deleted it like 4 times because
he takes it on faith, and he don't. I mean, that's almost dishonest, man.
No, there's no almost. I dropped a screenshot of my presentation in the chat that says that quote from the quantum textbook from Oxford, and he deleted it 4 times.
Yeah, he takes it on faith. You know why he does?
Yeah, I was there last night.
Because he found a loophole. He found a creator loophole, like where he uses information, and there's a couple contradictions in his presentation that he just don't want to face the fucking facts. Like, dude, face the facts. Take it back to the roots. And he, ironically, anything you try to say, he wants a definition and all this for. He'll just keep taking it back to its roots. But his claim, he wants to take on faith and won't be questioned, dude. That just drives me fucking nuts, bro. That's dishonest.
Dude, that's the crazy part, bro. It's like he needs an experiment for everything, right? But then he can just say, God is light. So yeah, so light can do whatever it wants. light can be in multiple places at the same time. It can transverse time and know you're going to look at it. It's sentient and knows you're going to observe it. A single photon can go through 2 slits at the same time. Oh, well, that's just the math. But the particle part isn't just the math. And it's just so goofy. It's like, this is why he can't debate me. This is why they have to claim it's an actual wave-particle duality and that the wave function is not just math. Because if you apply that to the double slit and you want a physical interpretation or explanation, to claim that light is just a photon and we just use the wave to quantify it, you have to claim that the single photon goes through 2 slits at the same time and then collides with itself.
Yeah, and dude, I'm still waiting to see this. Like, people are taking on faith that the pattern changes. It's the fucking where the math comes in. There's no fucking pattern changing. It's always interference, light, until you take it down, and then you start using the fucking mathematics. We're not seeing the interference just disappear. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. You could trace it back. A lady did it. I'll see if I can find the video, but she finally got the right smoke screen, the right laser combination, and everything. Where you could take it back to the roots and see it going in the slits and coming out. So
yeah,
you know what it went through. It didn't go through just one. It went through fucking. I mean, it's just interfering. It's a background fucking waving is basically what I'm trying to say. It's to me, it's been all but proven. I mean, it's just not accepted because the implications of the ether.
It debunks heliocentrism. That's
But
the
with
reality.
QE and them, I don't think his faith is I mean, his faith obviously ain't as strong as he thinks if he has to hang on to some heliocentric horseshit to prove God. You know, I don't need scientific proof of God that doesn't, that contradicts itself on its face, man. I have better faith than that, But I'm pretty sure that's why he's hanging on to it.
Not to straw man him, right? I mean, he's not going to say that he needs light to prove God, but yeah, like the point is, like, it's very simple, man. They have to have this definition of light, and they cannot have a substantive ether, or it debunks heliocentrism, right? And what happened was, first Einstein just asserted the complete non-existence of ether for special relativity, right? Electrodynamics on moving bodies. That's a special relativity paper. And then by the time he gets to general relativity, he has to flip-flop. And he ends up saying, well, I would have been more accurate if I would have said there's not an ether drift, as opposed to asserting the non-existence of ether as a whole. For as now I see that when we say ether, we say nothing more than space must be endowed with physical properties. And so then to claim that he's like invoking the ether that was thrown out is disingenuous. It's totally different ether, right? Like if the ether is substantive and absolute, it debunks the heliocentric model.
It makes no sense, bro. And they can't debate. Like they have limitations on what they can even fucking debate because of that. Like they can't debate. They got to call Mickelson Morley like a fucking. They got to call interferometers, period, a parlor trick. But they're pulse lasers. They're fucking are basically interferometers themselves. And but they're fine. I mean, everything about it's a contradiction. But if they would just take a breath and re-examine this shit back to its roots, man, then they'd be able to debate instead of just saying, oh, it's a fairy tale place. You can't have a vacuum, fucking, and just shut their argument down. They're limited to what they could even debate on this shit if you just go around calling tests parlor tricks and shit.
Think about it from their perspective, though, Brian. Like, after all these years of just like absolutely berating anyone that says the word ether, right? Like, it's not even on the table as an option that they come out and say, looks like I was wrong. Like, it's never going to happen. Never,
right, bro. That's what I'm saying. They've pinned themselves down into that room. They have, with their egos, they have literally stuck themselves in a fucking room they can't get out of. They can't come debate even us, much less the fucking Globers. Like I said.
His screen name is literally Quantum Eraser, which is one of these experiments.
Yeah, exactly. And like, what's so funny is like the main quote they use that was pinned under all of Oakley's shows is from Through the Wormhole with Morgan Freeman.
Hilarious.
It's such a joke.
Yeah, that is so funny, dude. So funny.
Yeah, it's like
But
weird because when I researched this, it's even worse than I thought. For me, I'm just like, I just use my mind and I'm like, okay, this is the most logical explanation. It actually works. If the alternatives don't even work logically, then it's not even, there's no conversation to be had. But when I really looked into it to make the presentation, it's so much worse than I thought.
Right.
Parametric down conversion, the photoelectric effect, all of this is so much pseudoscience that just
even all the way to shit.
The particles.
All the way down to luminescent, like glow in the dark shit, saying that it's taking the same path but not taking the same path. Everything about it. But here's the thing: if they can't take, I mean, if anybody who's like you, me, other people, Die Slow, anybody who takes this shit down back to its roots, to find the problem, that's obviously the fucking underlying problem and where everything forked off. That's the fork in the road. And for them to stop right there, it doesn't make sense. Like. They can't debate it. I mean, they found a comfortable zone that they won't leave. And they can't, but I don't get it. Cause dude, we take every problem head on. We don't run from problems. There's maybe certain types of flat earthers, like those who just want to shut down the debate and those who want to confront the problems. We want to, cause we want to know, we don't want just to win a fucking debate. We want to know the truth about everything. And it's a constant job, basically. And by dodging shit, and you pretty much just leaving the debate. You've just exited the debate if you don't want to confront the debates. The true problems. I didn't explain that too good, but I think y'all know what I'm saying.
Well, it's funny because in every other scenario, that's what True Earth does. It goes right back down to the foundation and tries to figure out if there are any unfounded assumptions. Right. And it seems like with this, they just won't do it. I don't understand that. So I don't really care, to be honest. I literally don't care. Kai's like, you shouldn't debate him. She's like, you shouldn't give it any time. You should just completely ignore it. They railroaded you for months and months. And now they knew that they kind of like played it out. And now their views are just really stagnant. And so they want to conjure up more drama so they can get more views and clout and have something going on, because they see that you're over here having like high level professional conversations with people with credentials, that you're going on these bigger shows. And
bro, they railroaded themselves. I mean, that's the ironic thing about it. They literally, now their shit's stagnant. And if you're just trying to win a debate, sure, then follow that method and everything. But I mean, they have a lot. They've done a lot. I don't want to take that away from them. I'm still fans of them, and a lot of their arguments. But it's it's a big picture, man. ironically, they've railroaded themselves out of the fucking debate, you know, out of the big picture, in my opinion.
Well, it's just weird. It's like I don't care. I find it to be irrelevant. I'm gonna try to get Eddie Bravo on my show at some point, and work with Jim Brewer, and I'm working with King Los, and all this other like really big stuff that's manifesting. Going on a really big show in a couple of weeks with Dave and Jaron. That's going to be viewed by like hundreds of thousands of people. You know, jump on SGT Report, and like none of these people would ever have Oakley or QE on, right? And it's because of how they treat people. So frankly, I think Kai is right. Like, it's not worth my time or energy. I regret even bringing it up. So it's I would rather just elevate, you know, like we're going to audit NASA, and that's about to start. And it's so epic what we're putting together right now. It's so freaking epic. And anyone that's a true earther that isn't signed up for audit NASA, you guys are tripping, because it's about to be so fire. We're creating an entire portal. It's just dope, bro. And
yeah, you're giving it a voice, bro. You're fucking literally giving it a voice, bro. That's awesome what you're doing, man. Anybody who doubted it, bro, just what anybody who doubted it is fucking, you know, hopefully, you know, just you know, it's never too late to join the team, man. It's anybody skeptic and shit, but yeah, it's you're giving it a voice, bro. It's fucking epic, man. Epic.
Well, this is why it's so cool, because all these true earthers that have different professions, they now get to all come together and do what they specialize in, like bring their like professional experience towards the mission. You see what I'm saying? Like, oh, this guy works on IT. This guy's a CTO. Okay, well, we have an IT department. Oh, this guy is an accountant. We have a finance department. This girl was a teacher for many years. Well, we have like different assignments that need to be reviewed.
Right, bro.
It's dope. And graphic designer.
There's so much to cover, and there's so many positions, and you never know when your set of skills might come in handy. That's what's brilliant about it. Like, I mean, already it covers the vast spectrum, but anything anybody does, man, just supporting it. And you never know when your particular set of skills is gonna be called upon. You know, it's just so it's for everyone, man. It's for everyone.
Well, and everyone can, yeah, because what's cool is like true earthers research. That's why we don't believe in the model that they told us, because we actually research. That's one of the main things it needs, is just people doing research, discovering this astronaut claims to have done this in this age. Oh, we caught him doing this here. And we have like a FOIA specialist program and all this. So like we have a whole legal department we're putting together. Like it's going to be really dope. I'm finally ready to get to the point where I have a bunch of people doing the different jobs, because right now it's like I'm just having to make all the decisions. I'm having to do everything behind the scenes, and I don't really have time to do it constantly. Right? I've already put in like way too much money and time.
Yeah, what if this, Austin? Think about this. What if by doing this, like we stir shit up within NASA, like what? Just this is a hypothetical, but it's not too crazy, man. So what if, like, say even some of the astronauts? I'm not saying any of them ain't dishonest, but some of them, like when all this stuff happened, like they were just doing simulations pretty much in the underwater tanks, you know, all that, and didn't realize that you know, at the time that they were being shown as literally being out there in space, you know, and then, you know, at that point they pretty much were stuck, you know, and they couldn't say shit, so they're just going along with it and everything. What if? What if? Yeah. Yeah, so they got sucked in basically. So if you basically what I'm saying is if you stir shit up from the inside, like, and then it's just a matter of time for one of them come out and admit, dude, it's a matter of time before one of them their conscious calls, and they and you know, it just needs somebody. You got to stir it up, and that's what you're doing, you know, and you need one of them from within with courage. And to be honest, man, and to say, you know, they were just doing simulations, and they didn't know that they were claimed to be on that, you know.
So we have a former NASA employee. I think we actually have a couple already. that I'm in contact with. We have aerospace engineers. We have people that directly work with different space agencies, even outside of NASA. We have people from the inside already. So imagine when that number begins to grow. And then, so Justin Harvey, I talked to Justin Harvey a couple days ago, and he's excited about being a part of it. Justin Harvey's the one that went viral for calling out ISS. So, like, they're about to get converged on from all angles, and something's going to happen. And if they have to come in and pull the national security excuse, then
That's a win. That's a win.
Exactly. It shows you what they're doing. They're lying.
Yeah, this I can't believe, dude. It took, seeing it unfold. It's like, what the fuck took us so long? Guess I'll commend you to that.
Yeah, this is the move. It's the move, bro. It's how we win, in my opinion. Just much more
There's a
action.
big difference between what they're claiming, with the satellites, this and that, than having a fucking place up there people are going and free falling, all this stuff, man. But dude, not trying to change the subject, but I was just looking through my old videos from a few years back, and one of them is about the satellites on balloons. And I'd read an article. It's in my video. I don't know if I posted it. I got to re-find it, which it'll be a miracle if I can find it. But I don't think I posted the actual article, but I'm reading it and it's showing that this is years back before the CubeSats and shit, where they were talking about making, and they even called them CubeSats, and putting them up on balloons, strings of them, networks of them. It's so funny, dude. It was part of the article I'm reading where they were literally discussing this shit. So I'll just throw that out as a possibility. They were literally proposing and like underway a project where they're doing these little CubeSats and launching them, networks of them on balloons. And all of a sudden, we see this shit in the sky. I don't know. It's just kind of funny, man, that looking back at certain shit and seeing the way it unfolds. But anyway, I like what you're doing, man. Anybody listening? You got something to offer, man?
This is the biggest thing that holds people back from flat Earth. They think that people went to space. They think that people go to space. They think that NASA goes to space. That we have pictures of the Earth. They think that satellites are up there falling around. They think that people send satellites way out into the solar system. If you remove NASA, it changes everything. If you expose that NASA's lying about going to space, we win overnight, bro. Like overnight, bro. And that's what we should do. Everyone can figure out what the horizon is afterwards.
Right? But yeah, I think you pinned it. What's more likely to happen is the secretism, like the defense, national security shit. But like that's a big win. That's a big win if they're shutting down the public just for nothing in particular. We're not looking for specifics. We're looking for the truth. And you got to fall, and you got to use that as a shield. Yeah, that'd be a big win. That's more likely. But either way, it's gonna be a win, in my opinion. I could you can almost see it. It's just waiting to happen. But it's a voice.
Yeah, it's gonna really pick up this week. We're getting the portal finished, and it should be finished this weekend. Give me just a second.
I'm just worried about moles, man.
Moles?
Dude, like most of the like the people we interact with in here, Globers and whatnot, I think deep down they want to know the fucking truth too. I mean, but then there's some of them, I ain't saying the ones in here, but a lot of Globers, anti-flat earthers and shit, where they would probably rather throw a kink in progress and disclosure, truth, than actually get the truth.
Right, man.
Rather
Listen,
kink in it.
they can't do anything because the truth it is it defends itself. So like if we have moles, like you say, it doesn't matter. So
yeah, I know. It's
it's
paranoia,
prolonging.
really.
It's prolonging the inevitable. They can think that they're going to stop the truth as much as they want, but I mean, it doesn't matter. they fail at the end of this.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
it's
I'm
truth.
just
You
saying.
can't hide the
Hopefully,
truth.
any of them are
Yeah.
thinking about it or listening. Like you're not who you really helping by I'm just expressing paranoia, bro. I don't
No.
want to get.
But who cares? Listen, don't give any of these fucking morons any even emotional credit, let alone credit in this fucking debate, dude. They have nothing. They know they have nothing. That's why they keep showing up day after day after day, because they want to see maybe I can just be right against these flat earthers once. But they know they can't. So they come here every single day because their self-esteem needs that boost that one day maybe they can get the one up over a flat earther.
Yeah,
But they know it's not
I
a
will
globe.
take
They
that
know it.
advice, bro. That is definitely good advice. Right? No, and it boils down to this: they don't. If you take it down to its roots, they don't fucking know any more than we do. Everything they act like is proven. And any Globers listening, hear this: you don't fucking know what this fucking world is no more than fucking we do. You take shit back to its roots, and there's questions, unanswered questions, on on the table always, and so get off your high horse and help us figure this shit out. We gotta, if we're not based in truth in the roots, we're heading the wrong direction.
They don't want to
Fuck
be based
defending
in truth. They
anything.
want to be based in the globe. They want the globe to be right. They don't care about the truth. That's what we need the audience to realize.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But in reality, yeah, they don't know fucking shit. They act like shit's proven, and that's exact contradiction of the truth.
Right.
It ain't, their shit ain't proven. It's wrong. But even if I don't know, man.
I mean, it's not
I'm
like
with you
it's
there.
not like any of us can. I'm with you too, brother. It's not like any of us can go and fully test this like the scientists that we go against or whatever. But all of us can book a flight. All of us can find a mountain and go to the top of it. No, really, get a little time, get a couple dollars, and go fucking do it, and make some observations. That's all that we can do as laymen. Coming here and arguing about it doesn't do much. If it motivates somebody to go out if coming here and arguing like this motivates somebody to go out and test the world for themselves, great. And I don't care what conclusion y'all come up with, by the way. I just need people to be honestly out there searching. I know it's not a globe. You'll find that out if you're honest, but if you're not, at least go out and do some work in the first place anyway. We've only got a handful of globers in the last 7-8 years that have done fucking jack shit to help their cause. We've been at it. I mean, look how much fucking work we put in compared to y'all. So, it's just, and that's the thing. The truth cannot be stopped.
Not even close.
You can, yeah, exactly. You can sit here and you can get mad at us, but know that you're 10 of 12 worldwide anti-flat earthers, right? You are a very small group. Nobody in the general public thinks the way that anti-flat earthers think. Nobody. And that's not a question. I work in the public.
It's a disease, man. It's
Exactly.
a disease.
So it's a choice.
Hey,
to
but
come
check this
here.
out. So here's their idea of
Last
fucking.
thing. It's a personal thing for them. They have a vendetta against somebody who might find out something before they did. It's a jealousy thing. They won't allow themselves to admit that we were right.
Yeah, or they're protecting something. I don't know.
That too, yeah. That too.
I'll say this, man. Like, here's their idea. Like, to me, this ain't work. Okay, just by taking a theodolite. This video is going around on TikTok, and like this is some. I mean, it ain't going around like viral or nothing, but it's out there, and it's like this dude taking a theodolite, and he's in the mountains, and he literally shows the screen like it's proof, like literally trying to use this measurement, this angle measurement as proof of a globe, like where you can't invoke the model, you can't use the mountains. Like if we survey something using the geodetic technique and adding R to give the mountain the fucking elevation, then it's gonna match your fucking globe, because that's how the elevation was established in the fucking first place. For them to act like that's putting in the time, doing the work, like they're proving something, that's once again trying to use the model to prove the model. If you're using that technique to label the elevation of the mountain, then it's going to match your measurement of your model, because that's how you fucking gave it the elevation in the first place. It's to me, it's proof of flat Earth. Because everything, I don't know, man, everything you look in deep, you look in and at the detail, and it turns out to be flat Earth proof and not globe Earth evidence. I don't know. In other words,
Right.
if I'm in my front yard, okay, I can measure my whole front yard. Okay, then I could give it a radius, and let's say turn it into a hemisphere. Okay, my front yard. And so like this different blades of grass or different weeds, I give them heights based on the radius. That's how I just did everything off angles. So now I've added R. Now to label the elevations of each weed, after going through the process, now when I go measure it, I've already added R. So the elevation that I assigned it was based on the fucking radius and the angle that I measured. So of course, I can't use that very same angle measurement to prove that there is a radius, because I've already inserted the radius to give it the fucking elevation. Do you see what I'm saying? In other words, that's how I got the elevation in the first place, was with that very angle measurement and inserting R and inserting it into the model. That's how I obtained the elevation in the first place, was with that very
do is go out and
angle
do
measurement.
People should go out and do surveying, and without any like globe presuppositions in mind. Like see if you can get equipment that never once was used to like calculate a globe or anything like that. Just get some equipment, go out and do some surveying without flat or globe in mind, right? Just see what happens. Can we get that to happen? Can we get an honest group of?
Yeah, we do that, bro. I've done that, man. And
I'm talking globers.
I've auto level, a couple lasers and whatnot. And
I'm talking
even
globers.
in this room, what's his name? What's his name? Rakia Life, bro. He's went out there and done it, dude.
I know, but I'm talking globers, dude. We do a lot of work. That's clear. They don't.
Yeah, right. But check this out. So here's real quick before I think I found a better way to explain it. Okay, if all I did to measure this mountain is measure an angle, that's it. Now I've put it in my model and all that. Now I go back 10 years later or 20 years later and measured that angle again and say, look, globe. Bro, they just skipped out the whole process of the add R and giving it the elevation.
Wait,
done.
Brian, who was that said that y'all do everything, a lot of stuff, and Globers don't do anything? Who said that?
I did.
Yeah. Well,
He
I
said
mean,
we do 100 times more than y'all, but he didn't say
we
y'all
do
do
a lot of
nothing at all.
I didn't say you don't do anything. That's correct.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of observations that are presented on here that try to get presented for analysis. Like Jesse Gordon does a lot of work. He's done a lot of observations with auto levels and given the measurements and distances and blah blah blah. There is some work that is done.
Jesse does a lot of work. Yes, Jesse does a lot of work.
I like Jesse, man. I like
but
Jesse.
We have 20 Jessies over here. You guys have one.
Yeah. Hey, I want to see Jesse do these observations in the cities, do towers, do radio towers, do buildings, okay? Because that shit ain't gonna work like it does in the mountains, because it was all surveyed and all the elevations were actually measured. They were truly measured. The height is known and not calculated. And so although I do appreciate everything Jesse does, because yeah, he's one of the best as far as effort. I'll give him that. And I think that's why he's one of the guys in here. Howard, I don't think he was really talking about Jesse Gordon or a couple other Globers in here, but he's just said we do more. You got to admit that, Howard. We do way fucking more.
Well, no, I'll give it to you, Brian. I mean, you remember the old days on Jose's? You did some things right on camera, live on the air. That was good on you for doing those things too.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, Brian does a shitload of work for sure. I'm just saying numbers wise. I'm not trying to be biased. I'm saying numbers wise, it looks like flat earthers are putting out more content than globe earthers. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you might be. I may have misunderstood you. I understood it to say that we don't do anything and y'all do everything kind of thing. But
No. You guys work hard. It's just I'm saying, and I don't want it to be like my dick's bigger than yours. We work harder than you. What I'm saying is, if you want to come up against our amount, like our workload, right? Our work ethic. What's the term? I forget the term. If you want to come against that, you have to do equal amounts or more. But the problem is you guys just go to a book, you go to one study, and you say, well, this is going to debunk everything that you say for the next week. We can't have that, dude. We do more work. That means we know a little bit more than you do. And that's true.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, that'd be
a lot of
subjective.
them are
As we,
a lot of them are confronting it head on though. I'll give them that. Like any of them in this room, they're confronting our shit head on, and that's at least a
I agree.
start. Go ahead,
I
Arthur.
agree. I wish
oh, that's
all
good.
of the worldwide Globers and anti-flat earthers at least put in as much work as the 5 or 6 that we see in circles, right?
I'm a robot.
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. You kind of roboted for me. And yeah, I kind of refute the anti-flat earther role because I take the position that it's okay for you to think what you think, and I just think differently, and that's what makes the interesting discussion is talking about seeing the same thing and seeing it completely differently, and that's what makes the good talk.
I do
Howard,
agree with
would
that.
you agree?
I agree.
Would you agree that if and I'm not talking about buildings and shit we actually measured, but would you agree that if we're out in bumfuck or whatever in the mountains and we measure a mountain, we by measuring an angle and then measuring the distance to some of them, whatever, and then putting it in the model, giving it its elevation based on the radius, would you agree that if I went back 10 years later and using that elevation that I acquired from that angle, inserting it into the model and using that as proof is either ignorant or dishonest? Would you agree that of course it's going to match the globe because that's how we obtained the elevation was with the angle in the first place? Would you agree that that's either dishonest or
Well,
just kind of ignorant?
no, I think when we apply the rules of perspective and like the observation that I've done out in New Mexico at Baylor Peak and the Needles out there, and where it's like 4,000 feet above my elevation, but it's below eye level when it peeps up over the horizon. And as I get closer, it grows out of the horizon. If you applied the perspective rules to that top of that mountain should always be above my line of sight.
Right, but that's the
And
argument. Okay, I'll grant you that,
yeah,
but I'm saying the measurement itself, just the measurement and the calculations.
well, that's where we run into the problems, right? Of what we think it should be and what it is, kind of thing.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I mean,
speaking specifically to the numbers. Like as far as the numbers go, with mountains and shit that they didn't physically measure the elevation, then they use calculations. They use calculations which include the radius, and they measured the angles. That's what was physically measured. So when going back and measuring that angle again, that's all they did in the first place. So you're not really proving anything, whether it be even if it is a globe. That's still not gonna be a proof because that's how you gave it the fucking elevation to begin with. But yeah, you at least took it down to the roots of the actual argument. But as far as being a proof, that's why I challenge to do it in the cities with things, and that's why we never see that. We never see Globers like do it.
yeah, the city would be good. Yeah,
Well, I ain't
yeah,
gonna
I'd
say
like to.
never. I'm not gonna say
Yeah,
never, but you get wild fucking variations. That's why we don't see it as often because it's not gonna match the way things match that were measured with them angles, and I mean established with them angles, because we know the heights to these buildings and shit, and then when we view them, we see everything's wildly inaccurate, or doesn't match to begin with, like Chicago skyline shit like that. That's why I think that's avoided more often, and these mountains and shit are invoked in the first place. That's my opinion.
yeah,
But yeah, it
yeah. I
is
would
about
like.
the perspective and whatnot.
Yeah, I would like to see some fresh observations come in for us to look at and analyze and talk about. I'm at my big truck and got to transfer all my stuff from my pickup to my big truck. I'll be listening, but I'll be quiet.
All right, bro. Yeah, I don't, you know, most of the Glovers in here, I don't say all of them, but most of them, they're at least hearing us out. They're at least confronting what they're trying to argue. At least they're, here with us. I commend them because there's a lot of them who avoid not just us but others like that and don't debate. There's a lot of flat earthers guilty of that who don't step outside of their comfort zone to attack shit head on. The truth does not fear investigation, and so I commend them for that. And I also think deep down they know that they don't have proof deep down, I think they understand the possibility that they're wrong. Even if they say it's 1% or 0.1%, you know, and that's a start. But at least they're confronting it. So kudos to that. It does get monotonous at times, arguing shit, but for what it's worth.
That reminds me,
It drives me nuts. Sorry.
I have a meme that I've been posting to my own server. I think I'll show you guys. This cracks me up. I think I found this on Twitter. Whenever people get to stage 4, man. You see the meme?
That is hilarious. Oh my god, dude. That's an instant classic.
Mhm. I know. Oh my gosh, it cracked me up so much. Like the first 5 times I opened it up, I posted it. I just couldn't stop laughing.
You know when something's funny. It don't matter, even if you're the one who produced it. You know when something's funny, and that's funny.
Yeah, I didn't produce it, but it was hilarious.
Yeah, I guarantee even the person who did knows it's funny.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Like I was gonna make one, I never did, but this to me is funny. I've thought of some ideas. They're all right, but you know, I might be biased toward my own ideas. But I thought about doing a little meme where I was gonna take my P1000 and it extends out real far when you go to zoom. Like the lens just it pops out and extrudes like quite a bit. It's crazy. It's like damn when you first see it, but and then it stops, and as you're doing that, it zooms in. And so when we were talking to Rumpus and these guys, and they're saying that on a perfect day you could see your own ass in a telescope, trying to use their refraction argument. I was gonna there's a screen on the P1000 where I was gonna have my arm around my wife in the screen, looking through the P1000 like right behind a tripod, looking out in the distance, and take a picture of that, and then put it in a meme where me and my wife are coming up behind the tripod where we're looking at our own asses literally but I was going to take some like aluminum and make it curve. Like I was going to extend it out like a foot. The lens that sticks out, I was going to make it extend like a telescope and bend it downwards, like use aluminum and paint it black and make it where the zoom bends downward and say, you know, on a good day, you could see your own ass through the telescope. So I was literally going to mock up us looking at our own ass in the meme with a big ass long bent lens. And I never did it, man, but I might do it. It's funny. It's hard to explain, but you see what I'm talking about? Like bending the lens, like bending a telescope almost, and then coming up behind it and looking in it and seeing your own self in the fucking picture. Like that's what you're observing. Like you're literally looking around the whole earth at your own ass.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
That's what they say with like that's when the argument gets frustrating. Like when we ask them what would you accept as proof? We're showing you these crazy distances and whatnot, and across Great Lakes and shit. And what would you accept? And they come up with this mathematics that matches the radius, and they're just effectively changing the radius, and making it infinite. And when they say that on a good day, yeah, if refraction we could see far enough, we'd see our own ass. That's completely shutting the argument down. That's dishonest. That's literally saying that no matter what we show them, beyond seeing our own ass ain't even enough to prove anything to them. So they literally shut the argument down before it even happened and made their model non-falsifiable. And I don't even like talking to people like that. That's fucking bullshit. Excuse my language. Yeah, and that guy who just said that's a small percentage of people. Yeah, they're anti-flat earthers are in a world of their own. Nobody and out in the real world, outside this debate, is going to think that on a good day we could see our own ass in a telescope. That's stupid. It's stupid to even mention. It's just math.
What do you not get about it? It's pretty self-explanatory.
Hey there. I just wanted to clear. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a little low for me, bud, but I do hear you.
Hey there. I just wanted to clear up some confusion. You seem a bit confused that you're not on a wobbly space ball. See, what happened is in the beginning, nothing happened, and then that nothing exploded into and then in every direction. And so then, like, we're wobbling around now, and still flying near the speed of light away from that big nothing. I guess they say that nothing happened into something. And so,
Well, that's nobody's ever explained it to me like that.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
actually makes sense, man.
Yeah, check this out. Okay, so the medium, we're supposed to like ignore it, and I mean to say it's warped though. Like we can't really measure it, but it's like bendy. And so anyway, even though we're moving near the speed of light away from this nothing that happened, the space time is curved around that the stuff into planets,
like a fabric, like a fabric almost.
yeah, the nothing
Okay.
the nothing like blew into a whole bunch of like bent into like balls, and so now it's flying balls. So you're on this.
I've
Everything
got
is
you,
like,
bro.
yeah. Doesn't it make sense now? No, it's the way it works is you have to just stop using your senses, and you can't tell that you can't tell any of this is happening. All right, you just got to trust us.
When
Okay.
I think of nothing,
We've
I
thought
think
this
of
through.
like elasticity, right?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm asking you to do is to don't think at all, and I'll tell you what to think, and then it'll make sense. You see, we've thought this through already for you. See, what happened is that the world is wobbling around, and you just can't tell. You see, it's moving at a bunch of different fluctuating speeds, but trust us, we've thought this through. We've got a lot of books
Yeah,
on this subject.
that sounds like something I could get on board with.
Exactly.
A lot of
Like
cartoons.
the reason that that we feel stationary and it observes to be flat everywhere we look and go is because it's moving and curved. That's how we know it's moving.
Exactly. Of course.
Because it's flat.
That's science.
Science, right.
Okay. I can get on board with that.
Yeah. All you have to do is stop using your own mind to figure stuff out, and we'll tell you what to think.
That's exactly right. Don't listen to your senses. Listen to your teachers.
Yeah, I can keep all my money. I can keep all my money and my nice rides and my fancy houses and stuff.
Oh yeah,
getting behind
we'll
that
pay you
idea.
more. The more that you
Yeah, okay.
disregard the electromagnetic coincidental parallel. I mean that what you're looking into physics and stuff that it seems to mimic an alternator. Never mind that. We want you to, when you push buttons and stuff, we'll pay you a lot of money, as so long as you just don't know how any of it works. It's supposed to all be like magic,
if I do some research and
cartoons and
back, yeah, if I do some research to back that up, then that's worth money. Yeah, get on board with.
There's some books that we can sell you, but it's not the Bible. But I don't know about that research. You
Yeah,
could
right.
apply to join. There's these grants, right, that we get. And you could join us as a colleague. Otherwise, otherwise, thinking is dangerous. Don't do that. We've done.
Well, I
all
can prop up the shadow giants, man. I can prop up the old heroes, man. All the old heroes and reword what they said. Maybe try and make sense of their contradictions, and
we'll eventually,
hopefully that's worth something.
We'll eventually collapse them down and replace them, switch them out with other heroes. Eventually, because everything changes and wobulates on this concept that you live on, the mental construct that everything's always changing, including your history. That will be reevaluated.
And so I set out into the world armed with nothing more than Shadow Giant, some books, and a calculator.
Yeah, you'll have nothing, and you'll like it. That's according to the plan. Go into the world.
Got motherfuckers everywhere trying to prove shit with calculators, trying to prove the real world.
Well,
with
you
freaking nothing.
Well, the world is math, right? Being math, it's made of the stuff. When you go in the backyard, I find 7s and 8s and 15s everywhere.
The other day I found. Listen, the other day,
shovel them up, put them in a wheelbarrow.
because we know the world is made of numbers and math. I found. Check this out. I found a 0 buried in my yard. Yeah, I didn't even know zeros existed. Right? Yeah. So we don't. Listen,
you found a 0, bro?
Yeah,
I've never found a 0 yet, man.
Right?
I've been looking.
Trees. We don't see trees. We don't see concrete. We just see equations, folks. Get with it. Get with it, Flatty.
Bro, that's epic if you found a 0, man. That's crazy.
Right?
Are you an archaeologist?
It depends how much money you got. How much you willing to pay me? I can be anything you want that defends the mainstream narrative.
I'm laughing so hard right now. It's so funny.
He went digging and found a 0. That's funny.
I did, man. I was looking for 1s, right? And then I was like, man, these 1s must have lost some weight. All I'm finding is 0s. Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna got another
1s
argument.
and 2s
about
are
this.
everywhere, man. 1s and 2s are a dime a dozen, man.
Right.
Hey,
go ahead.
Can you guys hear me? Is that SC? I got that's SC talking. I couldn't. Everybody's talking, but I've got another argument for the Glovers or for anybody that says math only proves things. Right? There's no proof, and you don't look in the world for proof. Proof can only be found in math. Right? That's the argument. We've all heard it. Now, here's the catch. You guys just touched on it. When we use math, what are we using it for? To quantify, to do things.
Yeah, to make simulations and shit. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a question. Sorry, Paul.
I'm more general. It's trying to prove things in the physical world. You take math and you apply it to the world to prove something, right? So they are using math to prove things in the real world. So they are about proving things, whether they acknowledge it or not.
Yeah, I can explain it to you.
Digital, they're trying to simulate. If they can put it in their computers and simulate it, they think that's proof. So yeah, I'm with you on that. But it's like a unicorn. I'll make a unicorn transform where I've got everything we examine. So the reason we're something weighs, let's just say something weighs a certain amount, is because of uniform farts. Okay, that the uniform farts, it makes the medium less dense or something, and it so things weigh a little more. And this is proof of unicorns. And how I prove that is with the transform. It's like -2 of the weight, and then I just put a +2 on the other end. Basically a -2, and then on the other end of the equation I'll put a +2. It's the unicorn transform, so that proves there's unicorns. And it's the same thing. So whatever you go to measure, you're going to measure it, and you're going to use math to get the same damn answer. So, and then try and use that as proof. I mean, that wasn't a very good example. I thought I was going somewhere with it, but you use math as a tool, but it's not proving shit, man. Therefore you can't use if you're trying to stand behind that math, you can't use the calculation itself as proof of anything. That's empirical. Yeah, sure. We all get this measurement.
Yeah.
We all can weigh something or time something,
As what Jin was saying, math is a 2D representation of a 3D reality. So you'll find that a lot of these Globers, that's all they know. They don't have a 3D image of anything.
Right. So if I'm time something and it falls at 9.8 meters per second, that doesn't prove gravity. And they try to use that as proof. In other words, your explanation, the math doesn't prove the explanation at all, but they take it even a step further. Like when it doesn't work, when the math doesn't work, then they throw in these ridiculous variables and transforms and whatnot to maintain their gravity. So I would come up with this transform to maintain the unicorns. You know, it doesn't prove the unicorns. It's just
I actually, I asked Roofy tonight. I said, "Do you have vision problems, or do you wear glasses?" And he admitted that, yeah, he has vision issues.
No, he
And then it
didn't.
all made
You're a
sense.
fucking
He just
lying
can't
idiot.
see.
No, he didn't.
He
He
just
told
can't.
you straight up that his eyes are fine because I was there.
Blotech, man, you're not,
Why,
you're not
why
doing
are
us
you
a favor.
lying? What's the point in lying just
Told me
because
can't
you need
see.
to say word? Because you feel like talking, but then your mouth says, no, I won't let you talk real thoughts. Only lies are allowed to come out. And your mouth...
What? Why would I lie?
Did somebody tell you that they have eye issues, blah?
You'll find most of the Globers in these groups are blind as bats.
Did he tell you that or not, though?
Paul, what was your question?
Trolling,
Maybe we
he
can have a
said-
real conversation.
He said, I asked him, and he said, "Yeah, I can't see that well." Or
No,
something
you're
similar.
a lying cunt.
Why would I lie about my own conversation?
Because
Thank you
you're
very much.
insane and your ego has real issues where instead of
You're the
aligning
one
with,
pushing
instead of
ego. I'm
aligning
telling
with
the
truth,
story,
you
buddy.
make stuff up every day.
Why would I make it up?
Because you've
What if
got
he's
mental
blind?
health issues.
Mental health, I'd behave like you.
Mental health issues that make you decide to lie instead of telling truth. That's what happens. Something's gone
Okay,
wrong.
fine. Ring up Roofy. I'll call him now.
Yeah,
What's
man,
your-
I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear if Roofy has eye issues or not. Because if so, then we need to know that if he is going to continue to present.
I sent him a link
He
to a
was
hot air
asked.
balloon ride in Sydney, Australia, right?
Bartek
I
asked
said,
him
get on the hot
earlier,
air,
and Ruth
take
said, "No,
photographs.
my eyes are great, thanks."
Hold on. So Don's been sitting here listening to everything we've been saying, and he
I was
jumps
talking-
in at the.
I was talking earlier when Bartek tried to jump in with an insult, and now he's referencing back to it because he hasn't got anything real
No,
to
I'm just
say.
saying, bro. We've been talking for an hour since I've been in here, and you've been sitting back just listening and all that.
No,
and the
I've only
first
been
thing
here
you
about
will
20
pipe up
minutes.
about is something you say. Was you talking to Ruhiv?
Brian, yes, I was here earlier. I heard the conversation. Bartek's now lying about Ruhiv's eyes. That's why I piped up. 'cause
I
hate liars.
said, do you have vision problems? And he said, he avoided the question. Then he mumbled something like, yeah, I have trouble seeing. Or I
No.
have vision.
Didn't you ask him if he wore glasses?
You're full of shit. You're a dishonest piece of shit.
You'll find most Globers are blind as bats. They all wear spectacles,
Paul, what was your
contacts.
question about truth? You asked the question again, and then I'll give
Doesn't
you my
matter,
answer.
dude.
Don is coming
Doesn't
forth as
matter.
a
It's a
witness,
big issue.
right? He was there, he heard it. We need a second witness to establish this matter. If there's a second witness, was anybody else present when this occurred? Right? Because if you're lying, bro, why are you lying?
Negator was here too.
Why would I lie about it?
Right?
Hold on, Blotech.
That's
it
why
doesn't-
Roofy
Well, I don't
saves
know.
the world.
It's
Why
called,
lie?
it's called,
Why
it's called
lie?
being a
Because we're mentally
pathological
ill.
liar.
We might be
listen,
mentally ill, which makes us lie, mightn't we?
Nobody
Wait,
wants.
what if Don's lying? What if Don's lying
It's a
and
possibility. It's a
misremembering?
possibility, Brian, but it's very
Bro, you're making a
unlikely.
big conversation.
Much more likely
You're
that the flat Earth noob is lying, isn't it?
You just come in to make a big argument, bro. We're having a laid-back conversation. Howard joined other Globers. Nate was talking earlier, bro. You
I'm
just
trying
come
to
in to
ask
stir
Paul
shit up,
about-
bro.
I'm trying to ask Paul about proof, but Blatek's just lying about someone who was not here.
Here's
I've
the
asked Paul,
deal.
I asked Paul 3 times.
Here's the deal, Blotech. It doesn't matter what a Glober told you. We'd have to take you at your word on that, and we're not gonna. So can we please move forward, folks?
Yeah, but when was this, bro? When Blottek, when was this?
3 hours ago, I guess.
Fuck off, Brian.
All right, I'll go. No, because if somebody's calling somebody a liar, then to me, I'll take that
you can
serious.
check.
And yeah, let's drop it. Let's shelve it. I'll go check it out, and somebody have explained.
If you went to if you went to Roofy now and asked him, he'd probably lie and say, "No, my vision's fine," just to spite me.